gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to day 2 of the Digital and Technology Week. My name is Fred Ndimuli. I'll be your host for the day. Now, for those of you who were here yesterday, we'll look at some of what we did yesterday. But karibuni leo, we have very interesting and engaging sessions coming up, so do stand by for that. Before we do that, a quick run through this building and the geography. There are washrooms, a number of washrooms on both ends of this building. On that yellow wall, there are washrooms on that side. There are more washrooms behind this bar, to your right, to your left, my right, and you can use those sanitary facilities as well. And as far as fire exits and emergency exits are concerned, there's an emergency exit to my left, right next to the washroom on this side. Also, when you move to the far end on my right, there's also a fire exit, and of course the main exit that you use to access this floor. If at all you're required to assemble, there's a fire assembly point behind this building from through the exit points that I've just mentioned, and if in case of emergency, then you'll be required to assemble at that position. Sawa sawa. And if you have any other questions, feel free to ask me. I'll be just around here, and you can seek any clarification that you may need. Refreshments will continue being served, so you can continue enjoying that. There's also 2 water stations on both your left and right, and in case you need some water, feel free to get water from those stations. Sawa sawa? Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to ask you to stand up for the national anthem so that we can officially begin this session. Let's all stand up. Thank you. You may be seated. So, ladies and gentlemen, for those who were not here yesterday, welcome to the Digital and Technology Week 2023. This is the 8th edition of this event, this being day 2 of 3 days of interaction with matters digital and technology. And if at all you're an enthusiast on those matters, you are definitely in the right place. DTW, or Digital Technology Week, is a leading digital and technology platform in Africa, providing the very best in industry insights, exploring emerging trends and research, and is also a perfect launchpad for your product or brand, so there is a take home. Now, over the next, since yesterday and until tomorrow, about 800 or so corporates, agencies, including government, as well as media and technology companies, both local and international, are converging on this podium here and where you're seated to explore emerging trends and research in the fields of digital and technology. Now, we're going to have the very best of industry greats on this stage, sharing their experiences, and the sessions will be interactive. You will be asked to interact, ask questions, also contribute to some of the discussions on stage. And at the very end of this week, on Friday, in the evening, we're going to be having something else, a culmination of the Digital and Technology Week, and that is the Digital Media Awards. Now, the Digital Media Awards will be having the 7th edition of this event, is a leading award recognition platform celebrating the very best of digital marketing and technology advancement in East Africa. The annual awards recognize brands, agencies, and individuals who have delivered unique and original projects in the previous year, from new approaches to digital to impactful campaigns, and these are projects that impact all of us. Once again, remember that this event is also being broadcast, streamed live on YouTube at the Go Gaga experiential page. Meanwhile, you can continue interacting with these sessions on our social media pages, on X, at SMW Nairobi, X formerly Twitter, SMW Nairobi, and on Facebook, Digital and Technology Week, on LinkedIn, Digital and Technology Week, and on Instagram, Digital and Technology Week as well. Use the hashtag Digital and Technology Week. By the end of this session, I'm sure you'll have caught on with that. So, allow me, because I know the panel that is just about to come on stage is very ready, but before I introduce them, let me take you through a quick run-through of what happened yesterday. Now, yesterday we had 5 sessions in total. The very first session was on resilient fintechs and economic downtimes. Yes? And they said that during tough times is when people innovate. That was our very first session, looking at opportunities that are presented to us during these tough times. And it's globally, it's not just locally. Later, we had another session on rethinking digital lending. Now, this was a very interactive, very engaging session. Matters digital lending in Kenya, especially now, are very key to a lot of people. Issues to do with ethics, issues to do with how you assist the consumer, issues to do with regulation of digital lending, and the opportunities that lie therein as well. After that, the third session was on Customer Grand Slam, hitting the tech home run. And what next can you do for the customer experience, to boost the customer experience, moving to the next level now that you have your innovation ready and probably the consumer is already enjoying some services from there. Later in the afternoon, we had a session on market regulation, government policy and regulation. And we had representatives from the central bank, which is the main regulator. And we had a representative from Safaricom, as well as from Meta. And they talked a lot about the need for regulation, the necessity for regulation, as well as at what point can regulation come in, especially when we're talking about new innovations that have not previously existed. So it was an engaging session as well. The very last session yesterday we had was on remittances, and a question about reliability and the pricing of payment services, especially when it comes to remittances. And I think the general acknowledgement was that the pricing and the cost implication of all payment services is quite prohibitive. And in that, therefore, it provides an opportunity to innovate as well, so that we can try and see if at all these costs can come down. That, in a nutshell, is what we were discussing yesterday, of course, in a lot more detail. So this morning, our very first session will be on evolution of marketing in the digital world. Now, I'd like to invite to the stage the person who's going to moderate this session, Zuhura Ogada, Marketing Association of Kenya chairperson. A round of applause for Zuhura as she makes her way to the stage. Come on this side. Karibu sana. Now, Zuhura is an expert in leveraging data analysis to develop strategies focusing on new revenue streams for local and international organizations. She has extensive practical experience in business development and commercial development. She also has a track record in identifying and exploiting key improvement areas and business opportunities to attract new revenue streams that deliver on profit maximization. She deals with continuous data-driven business and brand audits to deliver strategies in line with emerging trends, enabling continued growth of customers and revenues. Other areas of expertise are leadership, articulation, event to take place. First and foremost, the Ministry of Information, Communications and the Digital Economy, Government of Kenya. A clap for them. Secondly, the Association of Fintechs in Kenya, AFIK, another round of applause for them. Citizen Digital, Royal Media Services, Hot 96, all in a nutshell. Let's clap for them. The Institute of Human Resource Management Kenya, IHRM, another round of applause. Samsung, which is also part of the exhibitors at the back there, so you can also interact with some of the products on offer. Clap for them. We also do have Cisco and Reddington to my right, the exhibitors. You can also interact with them. The Kenya Institute of Bankers. A round of applause. Marketing Society of Kenya, of which Zuhura also is a member. Karibu sana. And finally, the people who have made this event possible and actually done everything, including giving up their blood and sweat to make sure that we're here and we're happy and we have a nice event. Go Gaga Experiential. Go Gaga, makofi kwao. So ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to leave the podium to Zuhura Ogada for her to introduce our panelists, and we continue that discussion from there. Karibu sana.
Good morning, everyone. Can you all hear me? Yeah, you can, right? Nice. Lovely to see you this morning. We're going to have a riveted panel this morning that we're going to get a lot more of our learning. We're going to relearn and learn and be able to see how we can be best be suited and seeing on the evolution of marketing from a digital angle. So, of course, we have amazing, amazing panelists. Allow me to introduce Flavia Othim. Flavia is a tribe lead segment at Safaricom, and will be one of our panelists today, sharing a lot of insights that will actually be able to help us engage further and be able to also learn from some of the leading organizations and what they have done in their spaces. Welcome, Flavia. Welcome. Next, we have Jean Okech Nyawara. Jean is the head of marketing spirits at EABL. Again, yeah, thank you. Riveted conversations today, a serious funnel that is going to be able to enrich us further. And then we have Shufa Sigwa, senior brand manager at the Royal Media Services. Welcome, Shifa, on stage as well, to be able to share with us much more again from a digital conversation and having seen also what they're doing on the digital landscape as the Royal Media Service. Then we have Wairimo Nyambai, the marketing manager, East Africa Markets, Mobile Experience Division for Samsung. Welcome her as well to be able to take us through this particular panel. And indeed, amazing, amazing women right here in front of you. And did somebody say women are the best marketers? No. So we are out to prove that, but nevertheless, amazing expertise that we have here on our discussion today on the evolution of marketing in the digital world. Of course, you've seen from what marketing was before to where we are now. Many times when we share these conversations and try to say, we just used to put a billboard. In fact, I remember in my yesterdays, a client would tell me, this is my plan. So I'll give you this percentile for radio. These are for printing flyers. And I'm wondering, wow, you know, and that was part of their deliverable. And this was for doing caps and t-shirts, right? So that everybody can wear them, yeah? And umbrellas sometimes, and that was that. And flyers were key, yeah? So they could do flyers, and guess what could happen? Sometimes people throw away the flyers. Now we are forced to carry the flyers with us on a digital phone, whatever we have and that, and other things that have come. But before then, there was nothing. There was a lot of things. Clients, you couldn't tell them about social media. There was nothing on social media. You know, interestingly enough, again, our phones, you could not even access, you know, and I remember at a point I had a BlackBerry that had a ball at the center that could get stuck as I'm trying to get through the numbers. And now, and then we went into, yes, Twitter, and then shortly, then now, a lot of things have happened. But the good conversation around it is many other aids have been there for marketing. That is not where we're coming from. And we've seen transformation across and seeing the evolution of marketing through the digital platform. And how amazing is this panel that's going to share this. So we'll be able to just ask some questions that will take us through, and feel free to be able to engage. So I'll start with you, Flavia. More again on the evolution of marketing in a digital world, and from a bigger perspective of the strategic shifts that we have seen. How has the digital transformation influenced your organization, overall marketing strategy? And of course, and what are the key shifts that you've observed in the recent years? Welcome.
Thank you, Zuhura. Have you heard how many buzzwords she's thrown at me? Transformation, digital, strategy. I think if I just take a step back and just try to unpack digital transformation, it sounds like a big word, but I think it's what all of us are experiencing, right? If you try to buy a product today, you don't have to go to a physical shop, right? You can go online, you look at ratings, you look at have your friends like the same products, then you look at what it costs, you even get reviews, right? So just that simple example shows you how digital has shaped our behavior. And for that reason, if you're not following the customer online and you claim you're in marketing, just go home. Because we really, and I think what I'm trying to land is the customer is ahead, right? And the customer is who leads what we do in marketing. So the fact that the customer is purely online most time, more often than not, has ensured that our strategies need to start by going where the customer is and not forcing the customer to come to us just because we think we are Safaricom.
Wow, thank you. Thank you about that. And you see that? It's no longer waiting for the customer to get to them, but they have access to where the customer is, whether they're in bed, whether they're at work, whether they're on the street, whether they are at a party, to be able to interact with them. And how amazing has that been? And thank you for sharing that. And Jean, looking at just the omni-channel perspective, and you've heard my story from talking about the flyers and the traditional marketing, and considering the multi-channel nature of the digital world, how do you ensure a cohesive and integrated marketing approach across the online and the offline channels?
Yeah, there's something Flavia said about consumer and understanding and starting your journey from the consumer, understanding who they are, what they like, what they don't like. And that's the first thing we've had to do. We spend so much time understanding the consumers, whether they are female, if they are young, they are wealthy and not so wealthy. So you spend the time understanding them and their habits. So you're making sure that you are crafting campaigns and creating plans that speak to them as people and as individuals. You say flyers. Me, I joined EABL after 13 years doing dark marketing. So when Flavia talks about not knowing to be a marketer or not knowing you're a marketer, that was me. Because I joined 2020 in the middle of COVID. Yeah, I was like, yeah, you know, I've joined Tusker. Yeah, I made it, mama. Until I was asked by my boss then to launch an online campaign, Tusker, online. Jamhuri Day and New Year's. How do you do that? How do you do that when you don't know these odd 19 million people on the internet? How do you do that when you don't know what they've done for 3 hours every day? That's what Kenyans are busy spending time on the internet doing. So it was taking time to understand the consumers. I fluxed that one, to be fair and to be honest, and we happened to go through it and do something about it. But we've spent the time understanding so that we can connect with them. And then also it's about your campaigns being coherent. You cannot have a billboard, and I use this example all the time with my team, that has Singleton looking like this #1 Scotch whiskey. Then when I go to the bar, I'm being told Singleton na nyama, right? And that's the offer on the table. So you've taken me from steak and delectable infused, foods, and then now you're telling me Singleton na nyama, which is what our reality is. I go online, it's white people, right? And there's nothing wrong with white people except that do they reflect who I am? Do they resonate with myself? So it's taking the time to understand them, but also making sure you map your campaigns along the entire path. Understanding that it's not linear. So I wouldn't see the billboard, then purchase the thing when I go into the wines and spirits outlet. But it's how many times do I create the triggers within my campaign so that one, they're aware of our brands. Two, at the point that they're aware and they're considering us, that we would be the ones top of mind, and we've created triggers for them to purchase, whether it be online or offline. So making sure all your executions speak to each other, making sure the brand and the commercial teams work together, because that's another thing. We cannot be saying, I'm a brand marketer, yay. The commercial teams also have to be delivering that campaign on ground. The consumer is not in a vacuum, so just how do you make sure his entire journey is connected? Yeah.
Thank you for that. And you've seen how the whole effect works. So one team cannot just be able to say we've done it. The sales team thinks they've sold, the marketing team thinks something else, and the consumer, we've forgotten. And I like the part of being able to know what's your consumer doing, what's their pulse rate, where are they at, what are they doing, for you to be able to say, can we target them? And that's some good information that we've got there. And then we have Shifa, of course, seeing Royal Media and seeing how much more that you have, gone further, not only to be onto let me tune in and see, but the bigger experience that you brought out even on the customer experience. How has the focus on the digital channel? We know we've gone further. You have Viusasa that has become, it's become a name that people say, that one you'll just see it on Viusasa. A street name, right? Your digital channels, how have they affected the customer experience? And what are some of the steps you've taken to ensure a seamless and engaging journey across the various touch points?
Okay, great. So basically as a media house with the whole digital transformation, I think for us the biggest question was it affects the core product we used to offer. So no one has the time to tune in and watch as they used to. Appointment watching became very complicated and almost like nobody cares about that anymore. So we had to go a step further and ensure who are our customers. So basically we have the corporate customer and our audience at home. So all these are our customers. So we need to cater to the advertiser journey and we need to cater to the audience journey who brings the advertiser to us, right? So basically our advertisers, as Jean has just said, she needs to launch an online campaign. And I was just offering TV and radio. So from a product perspective, we needed to reconsider and give birth to new products informed by the shifts in revenue for us. So for our advertisers, we needed to go out there and ensure we are catering to the audiences online, and that's how Citizen Digital came up and Viusasa came up. So we are ensuring, do you care for news? Yes. So no one is watching news at 1 p.m. anymore. So as news breaks, Citizen Digital is sending you your updates, pop. You can go onto our social media pages and get your updates as they happen. So in that aspect, we are ensuring we are transferring the audiences that have moved away from TV. We are now telling them, welcome to our social media pages and welcome to our digital apps and website, right? So, and for our advertiser, we are telling them, hey, you're looking for people online? We have great following. We have great products on our digital. So come here and advertise. So for us, it was to cater to all our clients. So for the audience, we give you what you need when you need it at the comfort of your phone. So when you need it, you need it, we've got it. Yeah, so basically, that's what informed all the decisions we've been making. It's the core of how is the shift happening for both aspects of our clientele and ensuring we are changing with them, adapting as they are moving with them.
Oh, thank you about that and seeing you embedding the two journeys of the customer journey and the advertiser's journey. Because end of day, marketers are asked on the ROI matrix, this is what we spent, but what came out of it. That sometimes it's not just about putting things out there, but being able to defend your budget and be able to ask for more budgets so that we're not having more budget cuts even when organizations are doing badly. And that's the one thing that I don't stand for, where if things are bad, you actually need to see more clients. So marketers need to have more budgets. They need to come from all the other departments to that. But that's a story for the finance team to really argue for years. Yeah. Then Wairimo, we've seen the emerging technologies, of course, in the rapidly evolving digital landscape. What emerging technologies do you see having the most significant impact in marketing strategies, and how are you incorporating them in your plans at Samsung?
Okay, so I think to start off would be AI. I'm sure all of us have heard about artificial intelligence and what that brings to the table. So surprisingly, actually, maybe less than a month ago, Samsung did a study to understand what AI is all about. And, we all have heard about ChatGPT. So the interesting fact was, ChatGPT, the time it took for them to get to 1 million subscribers was 256 times faster than the time it took for, let's say, Facebook to get to 1 million. Instagram was like 60 times, so it was like rapid, yeah? So I think in terms of like the one like glaring emerging technology change that's there, it's definitely on AI. And how do we use this in terms of marketing? I think one, AI takes you a step closer when it comes to personalization. So say for example, before you had a data set, you're trying to segment or, come up with like a target audience for a specific product. With AI now, it takes you a step further. You're able to analyze this data. You have predictive data that you can use as well. So you're able to really understand that consumer in a better way and capture content that actually will resonate with this target audience. Another thing is I think we've just talked about it, real time, being able to do things real time. With AI, you also get conversational AI. So say for example, I'm on, a social media page of Samsung, and I'm trying to find out where can I get the latest S23, for example. So how it would happen now is we would have someone in our team who would have to see that comment and then respond to you. With things like AI now, we'll be able to make that a lot faster. So in terms of how quickly we can give feedback, how quickly we can respond, these are things that are bound to change. Of course, being in the smartphone category, we also have to look at 5G. That's another emerging technology for us. What 5G brings to the table basically is how quickly we can share information, how quickly we can also upload information. So in terms of our marketing strategy, we're looking at how we can basically integrate short, high quality films into what we're doing day to day, of course powered by 5G. We're looking at, how we can share information faster, powered by 5G. And of course, just looking at the basic trends that are coming up, we need to really be fast in integrating these things and finding a way to bring synergies between what we're doing and the emerging technologies. Yeah.
Well, thank you for that. And talking about AI, I know when we were at the Africa Marketers Conference this year, the bigger conversation on what marketers needed to hear was AI is not out there to steal their jobs. And neither is it out there to steal the creators' jobs and the agencies' jobs. But embedding it and being able to pick it to be the tool that you're using, that things AI cannot be able to do, for you to really bring out what you need to do. Yes, it enables you, just like when the internet came and many other things that have come, but we've seen the reason why we have to still keep using. So of course, organizations are encouraged to be able to put that together. Flavia, this comes to you. I know there are always challenges and opportunities. And in your journey, what do you see as the primary challenges and opportunities for marketers in navigating the evolving digital landscape? And how are you positioning your organization to address them on the ones that you meet every day?
Okay. So allow me to tackle that bucketed into three: people, capability, and then of course processes. So when it comes to people, that's me and you in this room. I think it's mindset. Guys, let's unshackle ourselves and stop being afraid, right? The biggest challenge to digital marketing or marketing in a digital world is our mindset as marketers. So we don't want to go out there and understand it enough. We don't want to get, to do machine learning. Every time, like when you hear AI, I think you're thinking of, cyborg looking like characters, right? That's not AI. AI is bigger than that. They're chatbots. Have we understood how that could help your marketing? All of us are facing, should I say, leaner budgets as marketers, right? What does that mean? We have to be more efficient. It can't be a spray and pray approach. With that, are you thinking about using AI to create for you influencers who you can then use? Not badly. I'm not trying to get rid of our marketing influencers, but are you seeing how there's opportunity to create a character or a brand persona and really use them to do things that your brand cannot do on your own, right? Which is also supposed to be in the long term cost effective. So when it comes, I'm just trying to say one of the biggest challenges is people and our mindset. Let's go out there and learn. and not learn because it's a fad that's going away, and not learn because you're afraid that it's going to take over your jobs, but learn so that you can disrupt the marketing industry, right? Capabilities. How are you building solutions for the organization, or helping the organization see that they need to build solutions? During COVID, I'll give you an example away from Safaricom. ABL understood that it was time to embrace e-commerce. So what did they do? Open up their own e-commerce store, so to speak, right? Where you could place an order, the distributor ecosystem was brought closer together. That also gave rise to employment for the riders, etc. So are you seeing how they took a consumer behavior and connected the consumer as well, and actually it offered a seamless experience. Yes, you're at home, feeling confined, but just through going online, you could order what you want at an affordable price, because they're also thinking about the reality of the time, delivered to you. And I think one of the bigger conversations there was, how do you ensure that the last mile delivery happens in under 30 minutes? Again, it's how are you taking advantage of processes to ensure that your digital marketing works for the customer, right? And then I think the last one is capability. Efficiencies is what we are all being called to do, right? Is in digital marketing or marketing in a digital world the one place where you can get real-time information about your customer, almost to the point where you can eradicate a research agency? And guys, I'm not saying go get rid of your agency. All I'm saying is, if you look at the analytics, as Jean mentioned earlier, you'll see what your customer is doing, where they're at, how much time they're even spending online, what are they spending their time on? Isn't that hyper-personalization? Once you have that, you can create anything that this customer is looking for, what they already have, and you can even change some of their behaviors online. So I think when you think about challenges, it's all about us guys asking ourselves, how do we use people, capability, and processes to work different for us? Now, let's get into the opportunities. They're massive. Because when I think about scaling campaigns, is in digital the best place where you can achieve both scale and hyper-personalization? Because I know you so well, so I've crafted this campaign that could serve 10 million Kenyans, which, depending on the social platform I use, it will actually reach the 10 million Kenyans. But it will reach the right 10 million Kenyans. Sometimes we're happy that we're always told that marketers, once your billboard is up, you're clapping, your job is done, right? The thing about digital, it enables you to go through the conversion funnel, you know, because you'll create awareness amongst the right target audience. And then, because of the tactics you're employing, how often do we, I think most of us are guilty of taking a TVC and wanting to do a cut down of it, then you serve it online. How about if you started the other way first? Develop first for digital, then you can decide what happens in the other traditional media channels. So if you use that approach, you find that you are going to tap into the right consumer meaningfully, and they'll also give you feedback. Don't be afraid of their feedback. When they tell you umeongea sana, come back and edit that ad, or come back and think about co-creating with them. Consumers also give you an opportunity online to use their content to do things the brand cannot be able to do. So where the brand is trapped, the consumers online can do for you amazing things, and they create the talkability. Isn't that the top of mind awareness we are always looking for, right? So opportunities, listen to the customer online, follow them, but also disrupt them. I think sometimes we are so afraid, and disrupting them means serving them like your content 20 times a day. Sometimes less is more, and actually if you can have your content run for a lot longer online, but you keep refreshing it based on the conversations of the day, you find that they're more in tune with it, and now a lot more organic conversations will be generated from that. So I hope I've tried to show you that there's more opportunity online than we think. And guys, it's not just about TikTok, and I think we take our traditional media approach and we try to inculcate it online. So if you're used to 80% reach just off a TVC, you have to work harder for it online, because different people are doing different things and in different channels. So just learn that ecosystem and then serve people the right content.
Thank you. We've seen how, yes, we've always believed in content is king, and of course context is queen. the aspect where we have enabled the consumers tell us, you know, umeongea sana. And imagine how that TVC now comes out because of that feedback. And with digital, you can be able to immediately cut and be able to produce that. I mean, amazing part where organizations are no longer working by themselves, but it's about understanding what's happening around us and co-creating platforms for your brands to go to the next level. Jean, it comes to agility and adaptability. Of course, we know in the rapid changing digital landscape, how do you foster the culture of the agility within the marketing teams? Yeah, enabling them to adapt into the new trends and, of course, the technology as well.
Yeah, I'll just add something on what Flavia had said, but it's in relation to the question you'd asked me earlier on offline into online.
Yes.
A huge opportunity we've seen with digital is allowing the online to give us feedback into our offline executions, right? So for example, if you look at Tusker Oktoberfest, last year when us as marketers, we know, right? You know who your consumers want, you studied them, you have a lineup of artists and you're clear. Up until all the young Kenyans told us, if you do not have Wakadinali on stage, we are not coming. We had never heard of Wakadinali, right? But every day on Facebook, there's like 200 people going on, and yeah. That is the reason why there were 22,000 people on one day on Ngong Road, because of that conversation and listening. So for me, an opportunity is, don't be so hard set in your ways. In Flavia's example, where you're not listening to the consumer, that might be your game changer, right, in your offline executions and essentially on your ROI. So what have we done as EABL? What do we continue to do? One, we are clear we don't know. If you adapt to that mindset where you're like, I am here to learn, right? Me, I always say, I always tell my team, first, I'm the oldest member of my team. I came with experience of Rock of Ages from my other organization. How do you make sure you're clear that it's okay to ask a question? No one's going to penalize you. So we always say, have a clear mindset of learning. It has become so clear that now we even have targets, right? So all the way to the MD, there's a lady called Florida who hounds us every day. There's a course we are all doing, we must do, we must finish, and we must register. So at a basic minimum, you at least know what's going on.
Yeah.
But beyond that, for the marketers on the team, it's how are we consistently upskilling? We have partners that we work with. It's our agency partners. They are the experts. They'll come and teach us. They'll come and tell us what's going on, what's with the new trends. We do take time to listen to competition, to understand what's going on in there. It cannot be thinking that because, yes, you are maybe majority market share. No, your consumers will teach you that the trends are set by them. So it's always us listening to the voice of the consumer. And then the last thing for us that we've done from a cultural perspective is shift two things. We used to say be the best. No, now we are saying be better. Today is fine. Tomorrow, be better than you are yesterday. You don't have to be the best, but if you're listening to the consumer, then you should be okay. And the last one for us is progress over perfection. Are you taking what you learned yesterday? Are you landing something from that? Are you building it? Are you polishing it? Are you making it better than it was the day before? And that's where we are. So it's okay. Us guys ask the questions. We are not embarrassed to ask the questions. We try. Some things work, some things don't. And then where we refuse, for when people who are hard-headed, we are heralded into a room, we learn. Yeah?
Wow, nice. That's really nice. And understanding how consumers have taken over, literally. But we've also seen good success stories like what she just talked about. You can imagine seated in as a marketing manager who does not know what is the latest. Then you expect people to come, a crowd to come to your event because you put in your own artist there and you insisted, you know what, I'm good at this, you know. So how better can you get every day by the consumer information? So good sharing there. Shifa, with the content evolution, of course, as content remains crucial aspect of the digital marketing, how has your approach on content creation evolved to meet the challenging demands and preferences in your channel?
Oh, great. I think most of the questions are feeding into each other. So even with content revolution, it's heavy on agility and being able to adapt in the market, because we're in this era where the old ads don't work anymore for advertisers. And even for us as content creators in the media industry, we need to have content that caters specifically to different audiences. And even as we are diverging our channels, are they male, are they female, when they visit us, how long do they spend rather how much time do they spend, where are they visiting this content. So even in that process, we include a lot of AI just to guide us to understand and predict what people would be interested to watch and to, so we have exclusive content, which is something you wouldn't find on TV, you wouldn't find on radio, and you wouldn't find on our YouTube pages. So that just ensures our content remains fresh, it remains crisp, especially for the young audiences, because those are the people who mostly use our digital platforms, right? So I think it's just in the agility, we can't just remain the way we used to be, because as she said, yes, we are number one, we have been for a while, but that can change in the snap. You just get comfortable kidogo like this, and you're playing catch up. It's very, very simple to play catch up. So to be ahead, you just have to be agile and incorporate emerging technologies, and just task your team, continuous creativity. You try things, and sometimes even for us as Media House, who are specialty in content, some of our content, sometimes we post it out there and people are wondering, Sasa he's in a Ghani, RMS, and when that is out there, we just, just go back to the drawing board and like, okay, this goes down, we try again. And also, even in content, so many things are coming up in the social media spaces. These days, LinkedIn, you can do events, and all that is content. People don't really think about an event as content, but that is content. People are curious to know. So take them, the LinkedIn lovers, gather them together and, have them sharing to nuggets there. The ex-lovers, guide them together, some joint apple, a few thousands, maybe 5K people, have them to share some to nuggets. And with that, you create people who are loyal to your content, people who keep coming back. So they think about you as an authority on something. And maybe for us as a media house, that's something we want to be known for, an authority on. So if someone is looking to learn about something, they'll be like, on Tuesday, Citizen Digital has an X space. I'll learn there. And that's how, as a media house, we are, trying to stay ahead of the content race. I think it's a race at this point of the content race.
Thank you, Shifa. What Shifa has not told us as a media house, they're ensuring they're taking advantage of their incoming client for the future, because they realize that they cut across, they know what their television on their appointment watching is still done, and those people will fight and say, let us watch news at 9, whether it's our folks and those others, and then there's a new who are every hour, and they realize, so that's why they put them in spaces. But if that content is seen by the other, they're wondering, what could that be? But ideally, they know that they are taking care of their client for the future as well, and being able to work with them on that. Wairimu, on brand authenticity. Of course, you've seen with the rise of the social media and the increased consumer scrutiny. How do you ensure that your brand maintains authenticity as Samsung, and also the transparency in the digital space?
Wow, okay. So I think, brand authenticity is one of those, pain points or things that we're really trying to craft. So I think one of the things that has been a trend, especially like on having an authentic voice in digital, is having your brand values stand out very openly. So for us, like Samsung, we're big on the whole sustainability and recycling and basically taking care of the environment. So we try to ensure that these brand values are seen through our digital platforms. So in terms of like our phones, we use recyclable material. The packaging is made from recyclable material as well. We have so many initiatives with CSR, etc. So it's always important that whatever your brand values are or what you're doing towards a specific CSR or social responsibility goal, it's really able to come out in your digital platforms. Another big thing I would say is humanize your brand. So before you know, you would see Samsung as like, Samsung. Basically, probably you see the logo in your mind, But now we're really getting away from that to a point where, it's the humans behind it. So in terms of like digital, what we try to do is, say for example, we have Happy Women's Day. Instead of just writing Happy Women's Day, it's going to be myself, the ladies in the office interacting, sharing something. And then we found that through that, we're able to evoke a more authentic emotion from the people that we're connecting with. Something else is being able to interact with your customers and your consumers. They need to feel that their voice is heard and that you are understanding them in their journey. So say for example, anyone who has a pain point or an issue or is asking a question, what we try to do is ensure that we're there for you as Samsung to answer you, to provide you with the support you need. So you'll find, say for example, like our customer support team is quite big at Samsung. The reason for this is because, we don't want any customer to be like, no, this guy is, like I bought this phone, my screen is cracked, no one is talking to me, like that kind of thing. So they need to be like a voice behind that who talks to them, walks them through it. I think also having the same tone and voice in all your communication is something that's important. So people are able to, interact with you and feel and have a familiar feeling towards you, yeah? Something else we've seen work within Times is interactive content. So when you're doing quizzes, gamification, polls, things like that, they really work well also to build a very authentic connection with your consumers. Yeah.
Wow, thanks for sharing that and being able to just bring out various elements. Long time we'll just say, Happy International Women's Day, forward, and then there's a Samsung screen, maybe other gadgets around it, and we are wishing them. And now just bringing the understanding and how well you can be able to stand out as a brand, and on the brand authenticity, how we know every day people are interacting with our brands, but what are the faces behind the brands, and so that there's that connectivity. However, I go into an interesting conversation here on data, and this goes to you, Flavia. For the ethical data practice, the good news is, of course, you've seen our conversation as the Marketing Society of Kenya, together with the Data Protection Act, all the stakeholders and what we did, and having that conversation going on now, that is currently on and guiding the organizations. We've also known that even here, I don't know if GoGaga have asked us for permission to use our pictures, but after this I'll be suing them. But we know those are the challenges that now we are seeing, and that we need to be very, very clear about. And also knowing how are we as organizations working around that, because there are just particular people who use different opportunities for them. But we know every day we have to evolve and go around it. So this goes on the ethical data practice, and of course where then you're seated at Safaricom. In the era of the data-driven marketing, we know how we need data. We know how much it's an oil for today. And how do you ensure that your organization upholds ethical standards in collecting, storing, and utilizing the customer data? And of course, especially in the light of the increased concerns about privacy.
I'm even scared to take on this one. But the truth of the matter is, unto whoever a lot is given, a lot is expected, right? So there's a lot of freedom and responsibility in, should I call it data privacy? So Safaricom makes sure that from a collection perspective, we ask customers, we have to engage you first to find out if you're going to opt in. I know sometimes we get comments like, that's 2 shillings of mine on Skiza Tunes, how did that happen? Chances are you opted in, it's just that fine print, no one read the fine print at some point. So some of the conversations we're having is, should fine print be that fine? Or should we actually be more transparent about it, How much more are we educating customers? The more transparent we are about how we're using your information, the better, then you'll make the choice on whether to tell us, to give us your consent or not. So if you're coming for our event, we're telling you, we'll take pictures. And chances are we will use these pictures internally and on our digital platforms. Do you consent? And the onus is on us to provide that customer with a lot more information, as opposed to just a tick box exercise to, get them to sign off on the form. So I think, and then there's a lot of, should I call it e-learning? We are being taught I think I've done more e-learning on data privacy than I have done on digital marketing since I joined Safaricom. Like, it's such a commitment every single day. And it's not just from a risk perspective, it's also being shown the power of this data you have. You could monetize it, but if only you are responsible with it. So from a collection perspective, I think we're really being encouraged to be responsible and to have full transparency with the customer where you're collecting it. Remember, when, for instance, sometimes I get scared, I'm in an Uber and then I see, is there a problem? Are you in trouble because the Uber's taken long to get you somewhere? It's a great feeling that they can tell that we've taken long to get to the destination, but it's equally worrying that what will they know next about me? So I think it really has to be those conversations around how are you giving the customer or the consumer the opportunity to feel that that data is not going to be abused. So that's from a collection perspective. From a, should I call it storing, what we do, we have policies on retention. So if I collected your data to participate in a consumer promotion this month, I'm not allowed to take that information and use it for another campaign next month, because the purpose for that collection was purely for that consumer promotion. Unless I reach out to you and tell you, I want to use your data for 1, 2, 3, 4, do you give me the permission to do it? So even in the storage, we can only keep it for a certain period of time, and when we're keeping it, we are not allowed to use it beyond what we had initially intended. It's so strict that even in the classification of the data, we have to identify what is personal information, what is it has like almost 3 different levels of how we classify the information, such that the more personal it is, the more we are at, it's considered high risk, and for that reason, we cannot use that information without legal in the room. We have to get our risk and compliance guys in. So it's taken quite seriously. And then it was collection, what's the last one? Collection?
And?
Usage.
Yeah.
So I touched on monetization. Do you know today, if you wanted to run a campaign, this has really excited me about Safaricom. I used to work at Diageo, and one of the things is when you do consumer promotion, to get to 100,000 customers is like days of struggle, right? In Safaricom, not badly, 100K customers is like a dip in the ocean in like 2 days. So the scale of how many people you can touch is awesome, right? But with that scale comes a lot more trouble that you can get into, right? So the policies and the practices we use, right, have to ensure that much as you're online and everything is very real time, are you, from the very beginning, how are you ensuring that you are not, you're not, what's the word? You're not going against first the code, and you're also not going against policy. So data protection is real. It's exciting to have all that information. You could monetize it, but just be careful, because you don't want to get into a situation where three months from now, Millie comes and tells me, I saw my face on your ad. I need to be paid model rights and whatnot and what. You know, you can avoid all these things by being very transparent and having those conversations from the get-go.
Thank you for sharing that. I know data is everything, but it's a conversation that has come in on the digital platform that we can't run away from, but we need to just know how do we work around it, and what measures are put in place to just enable us get on and on around everything. So we have Jean, more on the compliance and the regulations, on the aspect of being able to, I know we have better stories about with your product that has been the over 18, that has been enforced, and seeing as an organization where you have actually come in very heavy onto do not drink and drive. Again, that positioning you heavy. A lot of accolades that have been gotten on the sustainability angle from the aspect of a value chain of what you're doing to the farmer all the way to the community. And this, I've never talked, a marketer is always just looked at like, you advertise and that, but there's so much more that holds on to the brand sustainability. Maybe you could just share with us on the brand sustainability for EABL and some of the good things that you're doing behind that as a brand.
Okay.
as you shock me with a question, but it's fine. I'll take it and I'll run with it. I think first, if you think about some of the things we know, consumers more and more in Kenya are actually picking brands that are sustainable. So maybe we are not, our sustainability indices might be very different from a developed country. A lot of people are just looking for basics. Do I have clean water, health, sanitation, right? And we have brands that do that. But also brands, and you spoke on authenticity, are actually increasingly, I mean, consumers are increasingly choosing brands that are authentic and stand for something. At the end of the day, yes, ROI has to count. But imagine if every day you had to dress up and pretend to be someone that you're not, right? So we stopped doing that. I was going to use a bad word, rubbish, right? So now every day as you wake up, your brand is your brand. It's being true to the ethos of your brand, doing things that are true to you. Also making sure you are not forcing, yeah, trying to stretch too far to pretend to be who you're not.
Yeah.
So the current work that we are doing is also ring fencing and being clear which brand will stand for what authentically within the brand purpose and the DNA of the brand, right? So they have brands like Whitecap, for example, that have been involved in sustainability for ages and water, and we will continue to do that.
Yeah.
Senator, cleaning, sanitation for the low income earners, and also just giving you good quality alcohol, we will do that. And then there are brands, for example, like Chrome, which is talking about the streets. But how then do you actually start to push that boundary? And how do you actually live true to your purpose? You can't just be from the streets of the streets. So we're actually saying, how do you give back to the streets? Yeah. So I think for me, the big thing first is the authenticity around what you're doing. Is it true to your brand purpose and your DNA? And then the bit I think across the board, even as you sit on this table, from the big companies to the smaller ones, across the board, is storytelling. A lot of us in our everyday to-day marketing do amazing things with amazing people, but we're usually chasing the results in the end, right? I think, for example, if you took the time to tell the stories of the lives you're impacting every day, that for me would be a game changer. So one of the things we're trying to do is actually get better at storytelling. We've started, but we still have a long way to go. And it's not just about sustainability, it's that there's people behind the brands, the ones who make it, like she said, but also the ones who consume it, who are the reasons why we all have jobs and are sitting on this platform today. Yeah.
Thank you about that. And seeing how brands are going further on the sustainability angle and also using digital to be able to communicate and show others some of the things that you're doing. Shufaa, my last question to you here will be on the balancing the paid and the organic strategies. Of course, we all know when all marketers cut their budgets, the advertisers here have a hard time, yet you still have the same target set. Oh, my yesterday life. How do you strike a balance between the paid and the organic strategies in your digital marketing efforts, and what considerations influence this balance?
Okay, great. So just as I start into this, she said storytelling. It's like my favorite part of the job that I do, storytelling. Okay, but also generally on the side, I do tell a lot of stories. Okay, so when we're talking about paid ads and organic reach, basically, maybe I'll just start it from a general perspective and then get into the details of the media house, Royal Media Services, and how we go about that. So I think generally these days with the algorithm on the digital spaces, I think if you're looking for reach, you have no option but to buy and pay for ads, because the algorithms will have you reaching maybe 25% or less of your, even less of your audiences, right? So there's no question there between organic and paid. If you are looking for reach, it depends on your digital marketing objectives, but if reach or awareness are your objectives, then tighten those belts. You're buying media. But for us, from a digital, from a Royal Media perspective, we mostly do organic reach, and this is because of the nature of our business and the nature of our content. So algorithm or not, people want to know what is happening, because we are breaking news as it happens, right? And also, as a result, we have massive, massive reach. And at the risk of bragging, but I am bragging, we have approximately 20 million followers across the different social media platforms. So even if they give us just a small percentage, it's still quite significant. So like for us, guys will always come to get news from us. So we've never had to have the need to buy media, and that is just solely, not because of like the brilliant nature of anything, but just because of the nature of our business. Yeah, we break news, we inform people, and people need the information that we are providing. So the mandate we have as the fourth estate, I'm joking. Wow. So it's our mandate as the fourth estate. They say media is the fourth estate. So our mandate as media is to inform the audiences, and just courtesy of that, we get a lot of traction from organic media, from the digital aspect of it. So for us, we do not do a lot of buying, but from a product perspective, if your product is not media, then media buying in the digital space is very key. Otherwise, you would have very limited reach for your content, for the message you're putting out there, and as Wairimu said, for the emotions you're trying to invoke, you'll invoke them in 5 people if you're not doing the buying. But if you're doing the buying, you'll invoke them in maybe 1,500,000 people in like a very short span of time. Yeah, so that's that.
Oh, thank you for that. And, you made us laugh as well. And storytelling being key, and you brought that out very well, like seeing some of the content that you have across. We really appreciate. Finally, question on data again.
Wow.
You can't run away from that.
Can't run away.
But more on the data utilization. How have you, as Samsung, been able to work on that and seen how it's helped you as a business? And how do you go about that?
So when it comes to data utilization, I would say for one, of course, the greatest thing that it did for us is targeting and, segmentation. So ideally, also, as I just like navigate this, is to mention that as we talked about and Flavia talked about, with data security and privacy becoming like a real issue, with terms of how we use data. So what we do at Samsung is we try to aggregate and anonymize. So what this means basically is that instead of like having personal information of person X, is this age, lives here, interest, blah, 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 how we do it is that we just get like an interest segment. So let's say we want to target early adopters. So these are people who are looking to jump onto the latest tech trends or something like that. We will just have that as it'll be an anonymous group that we're going to target with specific things. If it's, let's say, a specific demographic or age group that we want to target for, maybe a newer, trendier phone or different colors, it would just be that. Or maybe it's even like our new colors, like a violet, and we want to like target a female audience with something like that. So what we've been able to achieve through this is that our content is more personalized depending on your needs, your interests, and also what fits you. So say for example, if you're more into tech, we would send you all the key features that would allow you to do different things with that phone model. If it came to maybe the colors or, you're just like into selfies and all that, then the messaging would be targeted for that. So I'd say that's one thing that data really was, it changed for us. Number 2 is optimization. As you said, like I think every marketer's issue is budgets. Like, it just gets to a point and guys are like, especially with digital, there's only that question of like, no, what are you doing? Like, are we really gonna get any result from this? So the best thing about data is that you're actually able to optimize real time. So at Samsung, we do a lot of A/B tests. So say for example, we're sending out an email and we want to reach a certain, segment or something. So we'll do a time-sensitive one, like let's say this promo will end in 1 day, and then we'll do another version where we're giving you a gift. And then based off of who converts better, we're able to understand, okay, so people respond better to time-sensitive messages, or people respond better to, an attached bundle offer and things like that. So then in the future, we're able to really customize our offering and our value proposition to fit the needs of our customers. Also, I guess with data, it takes you a step closer in terms of like understanding your customer journey and even the various touch points that they are at. So for example, if you're warm, hot, like the funnel basically, you're cold, that's like I'm just reaching you. And then there's someone who shows more interest. So because we're able to understand your journey better, we're also able to help you better with what you're looking for. So let's say you put something like you added to cart and then you left. As something we're trying to figure out, how did you get so far, and so close to buying, and then you just went, so it's now, like, maybe we look at our website, maybe at that point you got a prompt to feed in your email and you're like, this is too much work, I'm going, So now we'll come up with another version where you don't need your email, just like go to Google, join through Google, and then you get it. So I guess with data, that's the advantage of it. Like, you're really able to customize and figure out what the consumer needs and give them exactly that. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that. And of course, having understood your clients very well, I'm one person who, even if I went to the bank, I would be like, just show me where I need to sign. You must have known me all these years. What is this one? No, we're doing some upgrade. I'm like, my goodness, just show me where I need to sign. So understanding that customer, I bet would be good, because then you'll be like, of course, point-driven home. This is still our customer, and we can deliver. So yes, amazing conversations there have been. And I would like to take any questions that we have from the team that you like. All these experienced, enabled panel that has been able to share with you this morning. If you have any question, then we are open to question. Yes?
Hello. Hi, my name is Ogada. No relation to our great moderator, or maybe you are related, you never know. So I have a question generally for all of you, whoever wants to take this, and it's more of a two-parter. So I deal with a very niche service, and I've dabbled in marketing for the whole of this year. And what we find is that when it comes to our ads for our call of applications, we don't get the applications we need. And this is after ticking all the boxes, right? So you've ensured all your followers and the ecosystem are aware. So everyone who is following you is very much aware of what you're asking for. But if you're selling chicken, you end up getting applications for something completely different, like vegetables. So my question to that effect would be, what is it? What is the secret if you have a very niche service that you're offering that your other ESO partners are not exactly offering, but you're not really getting to the target market? So you have to sort of put marketing to the side and resort to other options like scouting, physical scouting for this particular application that you really need, that will benefit from your services fully. And what could be the issue behind that? And then the second part would be more about impact. So how do you measure impact? Because sometimes it feels like no matter what we are throwing a lot of stuff out there. There are a lot of likes, there are a lot of follower additions, but you don't really know what's the impact of all this, visibility and marketing that you're putting out on all your channels. So how do you measure impact in a way that makes sense? I don't know if I'm clear.
Let me attempt.
Yeah.
So niche services and products, right? You need to ask yourself, where is the customer, right? Maybe what your customer needs to engage with your product is an experience, which digital might not necessarily be the first place that it delivers for you. So I'll give you an example. If you're selling, let's use real estate for instance. It doesn't matter how much you show us fantastic pictures of the development. People need to come to the development to walk the site, to look at the quality of your, finishings, to look at the lay of the land, right? So sometimes it's where you're starting the journey. Digital might come in later for you, but maybe the first step, because of how niche it is invite people into that space where they touch and feel. Remember, it's always see, feel, do, right? So they've come, they've seen, they've interacted with it, and then they'll walk away. Now, where digital comes in for you is to get them to close on the action. But I think it's, I think what I'm opening with, it's up to invite people to experience your product in a way that's meaningful to them, right? In Jean's case, she'd just throw us a couple of drinks here and then we'd be saying, okay, now we like it because you've actually tasted it, right? In my case, it's to give you, when she talks about, you know, you get very close to the end of the journey and then you opt out, therein Fuliza should come in to help you with that journey. So it's just, I guess, finding the customer where short-term and long-term. So from the very beginning, if I've set off that today I was coming to deliver a talk, right? My KPI is, did I connect to the audiences? Were people nodding? Did I make eye contact? Very clear KPIs, right? For this event. Do I want to connect with these people again? I should set up a very different set of KPIs because then it becomes, did I get people's numbers? Of those numbers I got, how many look like cold or warm or not interested? So if I'm also chasing the not interested so hard and I'm leaving out the cold and the warm, there's also something wrong with me. But anyway, I think the long and short about impact is you have to set the clear KPIs from the beginning and get the insights in terms of whether it's you're going to use big data and analytics or you're going to do a research during and post, you know, so that you can just check. Finance is very keen on ROI, right? Marketing ROI sometimes is not ROI in its form. It's brand equity, which is built over a longer period of time. So I think let's have the hard conversations from the beginning in terms of if this is an equity building conversation or activity, allow me 8 months plus, sometimes even say a year plus, to really come back and tell you, for all the activities and touch points I had, this one delivered brand love, this one I messed up, it didn't do anything for me, but impact can only be measured when you put proper KPIs and you track it and put in the tools to get the right outcomes.
Just to add on to what Flavia has said, I think for me I would not talk about impact, but I'll talk about the first one. And sometimes it can be how you're prompting people to convert, right? I would just pick like a small example. A while back I was reading about LinkedIn's challenge to convert people to sign up for notifications, right? And they would just ask you, are you interested in getting notifications, yes or no? But you see, that doesn't do anything for you. It's just going to clutter your phone with 1 million notifications. But of late, if you've noticed, they keep asking you things like, your follower, rather this person that you're interested in, so say I'm interested in what Zuhura posts, right? I follow Zuhura on LinkedIn, so they'll tell you something like, Zuhura posts XYZ. Are you interested in updates from Zuhura? Now you see, that is more something I'm interested in. It's still a notification, but with the way they're prompting me to sign up, I don't feel like it's going to clutter my phone and, you know, so they get me to visit LinkedIn more often by checking out Zuhura. So they hit their traffic targets, the amount of time I spend there, like targets maybe in a month and stuff, and I get to sign in just because they changed a small shift in how they were prompting me to act onto it. So maybe in your case, it could be if your people are engaging with the content and if they are your TA, then the next question would be, how are you prompting them to fill in the applications that you're looking for? Maybe it could be a slight change in the messaging and you would have your results.
Thank you for that. We had another question, right?
Hello, everyone. Hello, panelists. My name is Becky Sadek. Until recently, I was heading marketing for a tech talent company called Gebea that's headquartered in Ethiopia and here in Nairobi as well. Now I'm freelancing. Thank you so much for your insights today. I've heard several references to upskilling, ongoing learning, and the importance of staying current and relevant. And I'm really curious to hear from you how you've built your teams and adapted your teams accordingly to the needs of the market. Are you able to find the people that you need for your team composition who understand some of these concepts, these new technologies, this evolution? Are you finding them right out of school? Are you finding them on TikTok? I liked the example of putting out a call for chicken, but you get vegetables applying. Has that been your experience? And what are some of the challenges and successes that you've faced? Thank you.
Okay, I'll take it. Are we finding people? Yes. Is everybody up to scratch 100%? I don't think that human exists, right? Because yesterday's needs and knowledge and tomorrow's are quite different. So I think there's such a variety of skill sets out there in the market. It's being clear what you want for your brand and for what you're trying to build. So we have, thankfully, one of the things, and I keep laughing, but yeah, a much younger marketing team, if you say so right now. They are in touch with what's in culture. We have an entire in-house digital team at EABL. And when I joined, I was a little bit shocked because I came, COVID, no one was working, everyone was working from home. But when you have come in and people have piercings and things, and they're different. But they're the ones who know. They're the ones who are in touch with what's going on with the consumer, and we allow them to be, and we allow them to feed back into the process. So no, not necessarily that everybody's upskilled, but I think it's brilliant to have a much younger workforce which is in tune with what's going on in the market. I think there's balance. Some of us are older, which is great. We have a digital team that keeps their eyes out for us in terms of what's new and what's not. But also what's happening in the other Diageo markets is that they're actually setting up culture teams, right? South Africa is the first in Africa for us to do that, where you have a hothouse of people who understand what's going on, what's great, what trends are there, and they might be your category or X category, but allow you to plug into them. Our challenges, let's just also say maybe not everybody is built to work for corporate, right? If I'm honest, right? So you're here and that's your skill and your reality, but that's the challenge about today's workforce, right? It's not just about younger people, but people are wanting different things. It's how do you create an environment where people thrive, do the best version of themselves at work, and give some degree of flexibility so you use them at their strengths, as opposed to putting boxes around them to do how things were done 10 years ago. So it's not perfect. We keep trying. We keep being open-minded, and we keep being challenged by the younger people, which is great, but we listen.
And just to build on to that, I'd encourage everyone, set up your creative council. And your creative council is not just the people who work on the brand. Get consumers, get agencies, bring in as many partners, get media partners in. And then you find that you're in constant engagement, you'll be in culture, you'll be always on, and half the time you'll find that you need to rejig your, I'm not saying throw away your brand toolkit, but they'll help you understand even how to go out there and not do brand outs, but really talk to customers in a way that matters to them. Yeah? And we are always in campuses trying to get, especially male marketers, guys. It's a hot topic. We can't seem to find enough male marketers, so that's a big gap in the market right now. So if you know them, I'm looking. Yes, the last one. You have another one.
Thank you. My name is Kai. I'm responsible for digital at Jambojet. So that's where I wanted to sit. My question is on, first to Flavia and then Wairimu. So to Flavia, at Safaricom, the question of frequency, how do you decide, me as a customer, to not SMS me 8 times a day because I won't respond? Or there was an infamous time I'd get SMSs at 3 a.m. And so do you have systems that kind of decide the frequency or what platforms? I'd engage more with Safaricom on X and never on SMS. And so do you have systems that help you decide the frequency that, okay, customer X who fits in this demographic, who's not me, has not responded to our last 20 messages. So let's try reach him or her through this other platform that they seem more engaged with. So do you have systems that work with that? If so, can you mention? And then to Wairimu is, you mentioned that you segment your audience. So you've got the early adopters, for example, and who else can I put there? People who are just in the market for a new phone. You know, they don't want the latest new thing. They just want the next, their phone is dying, they just need the next best upgrade. And they're the kind of people who they see they see, for example, the ads on the A series that went out all over. They'll see that, and that's what they'll go to the shop to get. So for these two distinct target audiences, do you then have different campaigns for these people across your entire media channels? So you speak to them very differently, and then you've got also these guys who just want phones. It's an entirely different campaign. You've got different communications, different messaging, different visuals, and such things. And so how do you balance those when you, at the end of the day, you have one goal. You just want to sell these phones, but do you then choose agency A to work with the campaigns for the early adopters and agency B just to make sure you have distinct things? Or if you're working with that on the same team, how do you make that distinction? So if I could start with Flavia.
Let me start with a public apology. We know what we do. We know we get excited, and we know we start thinking about the 41 million people on our platform, and for that reason we then do blast. Guilty, right? What are we doing about it though? One of the big conversations right now in Safaricom is about ensuring that we understand customer journeys and then we do right by it. So are you still receiving blasts from us? Yes, because we have this program or system that allows us to send CVM messages. When you see those messages, they're crafted and they're supposed to be scale messages to a large number of, largely our, should I say, that's when we're doing a mass campaign or a campaign that is supposed to reach many people. Right now, we are really on a journey towards segmentation, such that I know you, I know that maybe you're only online nighttime and SMS is not your thing. So we're doing our own cleanup, and yes, we have understood that it's not efficient, it's not working for us. Actually, most customers now are putting us on Do Not Disturb, which is a bad place to be because then I can't communicate with you. Then when I come and look for you on social media, you're so irritated that the only conversation you want to have with me is Safaricom, stop disturbing me. So we're really on a journey towards segmentation and ensuring platforms for communicating with customers. Apology accepted.
Yes.
Nice. Oh, I know we've gone and on. Our time is not on our side. There's somebody saying, please.
I know, I didn't answer. Let me just quickly answer your question. So with what you had asked on whether we do it concurrently, yes we do. So how it happens is we have a two-track approach, yeah? So let's say we're launching a new product. When we're launching a new product, we're just trying to create that like mass exposure and vibe and everything. So that would go out, you know, to everyone, yeah? It would be like basically cold all the way. But then when we're looking really to convert, and as you said, for example, we have the early adapters and we have like so when we say N-, it's like someone who's had a phone for like 4 years, etc. This would actually happen concurrently. So we would be sending one, let's say if it's an email, to the early adapter, and we'll be sending completely something different to someone who's just trying to buy an A series. We don't have two agencies that do it, we do it at the same time. And how it's possible for you to also do this is you need to like check into automation tools, etc. It'll make it very easy. Once you have your segments and your targets and all that, you can actually just create two very different content formats and send them to an array of different segments and targets.
I'll give you a minute.
Thank you very much. It's actually 3 questions, but they're all tied together.
Okay.
My name is Andrew Balongo Pere. I'm a freelance video marketer where I use storytelling to create awareness about the awesome things that every single one of you is doing. Now, I noticed that agencies influence perception, but I noticed that our agencies here on the ground do not do storytelling. It's easy for me to access Rory Sutherland from Ogilvy, UK, giving talks, yet our local professionals who have shaped how we view brands don't have storytelling. And I asked this question in a marketers WhatsApp group. What content would you like to see agencies create as marketing managers and what have you? So that's my first question, which goes into the second question, which a marketer asked, why do you want to tell agency stories? What is the ROI of storytelling? So hence I'd like to ask you, what is the ROI of storytelling? Shufa, you obviously know, you can give your small sense, but for the rest who really don't do storytelling, what is the ROI? Because I love how Flavor brought out the KPIs. And then the last question would be, what is the ROI of thought leadership? Because all of you are giving thought leadership here, and I'm writing so many notes. This is a master class for me. I understand personally. But it seems the decision makers in agencies who shape how we view stories don't understand. So do you mind addressing all those three questions? Thank you.
So, storytelling, the most powerful tool for every marketer, because people, and the only reason we relate to people is through their human stories, right? So today we are challenging ourselves. A lot of our communication tends to be brand out, which is buy Fuliza for 10 GB for 5 minutes. What if I approached it from a way where I start the story by, do you want to watch EPL for blah, blah, blah? And then my product hard sell comes at the very end of that conversation. I think that should be more compelling. So one of the conversations we're really driving with agencies today is it can't be hard talk. It can't be my hard selling that I'm throwing at you every single day. If we are still doing it, I'm sorry, we'll correct it. But so the conversation is really, how do I tell you about the Safaricom network and how it has transformed lives and shifted how someone in Turkana is accessing healthcare and technology in a way that makes you feel like you'd love to go to Turkana and support that community, as opposed to, we have the best network. So storytelling is a big part of it, and we at MSK, we have a board member who's Chris Madison, and he's in agency. I'll make sure he gets that message that they really should come to the table in terms of influencing the storytelling.
So if I could just add on lastly to the question you asked on like what content maybe in terms of video you want to see. I think there's generally a shift from like product centric to consumer centric. So really I think now it's not just about like having like an amazing product film or short video. It's really about how can you bring out that consumer emotion or that consumer feeling through the product in a film. So just like walk through the experience of the consumer as opposed to really the product. I think that's a way to go, and it ties in well with storytelling, create a story around that and bring it to life. I think that would be the direction that most marketers will be going towards. Yeah.
And I think agencies are changing. We just need also as marketers to join that
Change,
journey.
yeah.
To be fair, I think it's also what are we doing. I said for us, we are clear, we suck at storytelling. But if our brands are people, which they are, how do they come across to you? Because if you're coming across to me as an ad, I'm sorry, there are 50,000 ads I'm being served every day. So yeah. Cool.
Yeah. What an amazing conversation this has been. Please clap for the panel. It's been heavily riveted, and we've all understood different dynamics that will enable us to be better marketers out there, to know how to make business. And wearing my cap as the chairperson of the Marketing Society of Kenya, where we believe that we are the force behind business. So every other aspect of any organization thinking about making money, you need the marketing department. And hence the reason why our seasoned leaders have been able to enable us learn, relearn, and unlearn, and even be able to equip ourselves better, that we will not leave the same way we came in today. Clap for them once more, our amazing panel. Thank you so much, Flavia, and for the good work that you're doing. We're right behind you, and cheerleaders. Thank you so much, Jean Akech Nyawara, for the work that you're doing, of course, at Diageo. We really, really appreciate. And also just being able to share. These are things that would not have been enabled for everybody else. And thanks so much to DTW, having enabled this forum to just have other people also to hear from you. Shufa, storytelling, you've seen that. She's for sure a storyteller. And the work that they're doing at the amazing, as they say, the #1 station across Kenya, and what you're doing digitally as well. And even just being able to help people be educated, be informed, and at the same time entertained as every day when we work with your channel. Wairimo, thank you so much for having given us good insights across, and even just being able to know how do we use our data, how do you utilize it, what do you do, and knowing what really happens at the back of Samsung. And we thank, of course, DTW enabling this session for us to be able to share with all of you. We say Asante Sana. Thank you so much.
Let's appreciate once more the panelists for this conversation, led by Zuhura Ogada, Marketing Association of Kenya Chairlady. A round of applause for this panel as they walk off stage. Thank you so much for such an engaging conversation. And you could see the level of interaction was really up there. And some of those questions that you have, and probably you may have needed an answer for, from these panelists, I'm sure you could find an opportunity in any other of our subsequent sessions, because these conversations do overlap. Yeah? And just before I introduce the next panel on stage, let's do a quick recap of what we've learned this morning. On this issue of the evolution of marketing in the digital world, they started off with the key shifts that have happened in the marketing space, the fact that now the customer is mostly online, yeah, and rarely offline, and the need, therefore, to access and interact with them wherever and whenever, yeah? So starting the journey with the consumer and spending your time understanding the consumer, the need to cater for the different clients. If the consumer moves, you move with them, yeah? The use of AI also very interesting to analyze, predict data, and to create content that resonates with that consumer, and where the AI plugs into this issue of marketing. Challenges, they started off with the mindset, the reluctance to move with the times, yes? And to embrace new emerging technologies. So listen to the consumer, follow them, and learn from them. Easy, it might sound. Fostering agility. They say, be better. Progress over perfection. Yes? Do not be embarrassed to learn, because that's the only way. And yeah, other things on brand authenticity. They touched on ethical data practice, especially on transparency, especially at the point of collection of data. Yeah? The need to tell the consumer that, yes, we are collecting this data from you. And also subsequently how you're going to store it and how you're going to use it. And the legal hurdles are therein. So ladies and gentlemen, because of time, we need to move to the next one. We're about 3 minutes behind schedule. So the next conversation, and as we go along with this, remember refreshments are still being served, so you can grab your cup of coffee as you continue. But for now, allow me to introduce the next conversation. The digital platform economy. It's red hot. Yes, that's the title. Allow me to introduce onto the stage our moderator for this session. Her name is Divine Muragijimana. Divine Muragijimana from Savoir Faire Global Consulting. Divine, kindly make your way to the stage. Karibu sana. A round of applause for Divine as she makes her way to the podium. This way. Karibu sana. There's a staircase, you will be fine. Karibu sana.
Thank you.
Karibu sana. Now, Divine is a storyteller at heart. She has spent more than a decade and a half building brands and shaping brand narratives for growth-oriented businesses in Africa and the US. Most recently, she served as a vice president of brand and product marketing at Africa's leading payments brand, Cellulant. Currently, Divine serves as a strategy consultant and a fractional CMO for businesses and leaders in need of strategy development, advisory, and capacity development for their marketing and growth teams. She also has extensive experience in media as an editor. Notably, she served as the editor-in-chief of Applause Africa, a renowned Pan-African magazine. In her spare time, she enjoys dancing, traveling, hosting game nights, and preparing a mean meal every now and then. Nice to meet you, Divine. Karibu sana. Let's appreciate Divine Muragijimana, our panelist, our moderator for the next discussion. And now I'll leave it to you to introduce your panel and proceed with the discussion. Karibu sana.
Thank you. Good morning. You guys didn't have breakfast? You didn't eat? Do I give you a chance to go and get some coffee, come back so that you have more energy? Yeah?
And in the meantime, I see a lot of empty seats here. And because I have awesome panelists, I would love them to be able to see a few of these seats filled in. So the guys who are backbenchers, those ones who went to school, used to sit in the back, I'm inviting you guys to sit in the front. Please. And as we're making our way, and please try to get some coffee because I want an engaging panel. As you're making your way, I'll introduce my panelists. And apparently, for my panelists, the entrance is on the other side. So try to make your way to the other side. So my first panelist is Nelly Ndonye. Nelly is the regional manager, client service at East Africa, actually regional manager at Turn Left Media. I'm going to introduce them as they're making their way. My second panelist is Mother Huro. She's the MD of East Africa and the GM of Transit Music Limited, otherwise known to you guys as Boomplay. My third panelist is Brian Abel. Brian is the head of growth of Welcome Tomorrow. For those who might not be familiar with Welcome Tomorrow, it builds sustainable online growth strategies encompassing deep analytics, consumer-driven creatives, and automated media campaign management. And then Mike Otieno, who is the president and co-founder of Wowzy. Welcome. All right. Hopefully I'm okay, right? You can hear me? Perfect. So I will allow you guys to, so today we're talking about digital platform economy and that it's hot. I would love for us to deep dive around what it is, when you talk about digital platform economies, what are digital platforms, and why do they matter in our context? So as you're introducing yourself, telling us a little bit about what you do, let us know what is your perception of what a digital platform is and why it matters. Let's talk about why it matters for Africa, but also why it matters in the Kenyan context. We can start with ladies.
Lady first.
We can't hear you. I think you're...
Hello. It's okay. All right. All right. So what is a digital economy for me and why does it matter? I think when I think about the digital platforms, it's not limited social media. I think sometimes when you think about the digital platforms, we limit it to maybe social media or we limit it to finance or fintech solutions or technology products. I think it's all the platforms that enable us to engage online, right? So that's what they are to me. That's what digital platforms is to me. And why those matter is because they're driving connectivity, they're driving how we consume services and, goods, they're driving how we engage. We've become, the world has become flat in the terms of the digital platforms have enabled us to be everywhere and anywhere at any given time, to be able to buy products from anywhere and everywhere from any given time, to be able to transact and connect. All right.
Hi, everybody. Hi. Hi. Oh, nice. Martha is my name from Boomplay Music. And for me, the digital platform economy is the use of technology to ease the operation and strategy for my business. Essentially, a platform for service or as an enabler for my business to hit the KPI or the goals that my business needs. For example, in music right now, before we used to have vinyl. Do you remember vinyls? Anybody in the house? We used to consume music through vinyls, but right now we are consuming music through streaming services, whereby if I release a song right now, in 30 minutes, everybody in the world has already gotten my song. So this has been enabled by digital platforms or DSPs, which essentially use technology. So essentially that's what it means for my end.
Cool.
Brian is my name. As you've heard, I currently sit as the head of growth at Welcome Tomorrow. We're essentially a preferred growth partner where we work with ambitious brands across the continent to be able to build what we're calling sustainable compounding growth. And I'll get a little bit deeper into it as we progress. From my perspective, I look at the digital platform economy. I'd take the internet and then I'd take people who are dispersed in various places, and you're seeing this with the likes of, obviously from a global perspective, the likes of Uber, Salesforce, and locally we also have solutions like that that have been created. Even M-Pesa by itself can be seen to be a platform. So for me, I look at how.
Thanks a lot. So my name is Mike Otieno, and the Aussie platform really matches content creators to brands, and I would think of us as also like part of the creator economy as an extension of the digital platforms. What I think digital platforms do that's different is this idea of trust. So if you think about it, trust has almost shifted from humans to platforms. And this was actually the core idea that led to Wowzy. If you think about Uber, if a taxi driver was standing outside there, you're likely not to put your daughter in that car. But if it's going through Uber platform, you're more comfortable. And you see that also in the Airbnb world, where people are almost living in strangers' houses because a platform is involved. But if the platform wasn't there, there's no way you'd walk into a stranger's house and live for the night. So this idea that platforms are a trust element, and that is how they are able to match different parties who genuinely want to meet, want to do business, but there are some inefficiencies that deter them from doing that. And platforms play a major role in terms of enabling that. So that's how I think about digital platforms.
Okay, so keep the mic, because out of all of us sitting here, you're actually the one who's building, you're actually building a digital platform, right? So I'm curious to hear about your journey building Wowzy. First of all, why a digital platform? I think you've touched a bit about trust, but beyond trust, why Wowzy? And then what have you experienced when it comes to usage, basically building a platform where you have to get users? What are the things that you have to consider when you're building a platform like this?
Why Wowzy? I think a lot of things come to mind. One, Wowzy is a COVID baby, which means we started off in 2020 when the whole world shut down, and by virtue of that, COVID almost became like an accelerator of our platform. So I would say the idea that all of us were stuck in the houses and we found entertainment in our phones meant that people who, never valued digital were forced into it. And then similarly, all of us had to interact with Zoom and all these things, so it accelerated that. So I would say a huge part of it was timing and the fact that, the timing was right. If you think about Wowzy in itself, the core idea was to democratize influence and to standardize something that existed way before. So if you think of word of mouth marketing, it's something that has been there since humans existed, really. The idea that it's faster, it's better to reach more people through word of mouth. So what Wowzy has done is organize word of mouth and then scale it. And that's how we think about it. The journey has been interesting. As I said, it started off in 2020. We've seen significant traction. As we speak, there's about 200,000 content creators on the platform across maybe 49 markets in Africa. And we've been able to scale also with brands, leveraging the platform to connect to these guys. And I would also say, finally, the idea of democratizing this idea of influence so that it's not a reserve for people with millions of followers, but a border guy a fisherman can also participate in this world. So those are some of the things I can think about. Yeah.
As you're thinking, I'll pose a question on you for what are the things you've had to consider when building this platform? What are they, especially when Kenya, so influencer marketing is something we hear a lot, right? What are the things over the last 2-3 years that you've had to consider when building this platform from a user perspective? I'm talking about that, have you had to think about things like user experience, how you collect, how you maybe even actually use your data that you get all the time? So what are the things that you've had to consider when you're building this platform?
Yeah. So a lot of considerations were made. I think first of all was even in the name. So there was a lot of thought that went into calling Wowzy Wowzy. And if you think about the most used app in your phones, it's WhatsApp. So you want it to be either on the W area where you use a lot of the WhatsApp in general, or at the A level where your phone naturally organizes your apps into that way. So that's one of the things that we thought about. What name could we use? And then the second thing about the name was, how do you make sure that the name allows you to pivot beyond what you started with? For example, you might have seen Bolt had to rename itself. Previously it was called Taxify, and Taxify limited them to taxi. But they knew in future they wanted to do drones, they wanted to do stuff, so they had to rename themselves to Bolt. So for us, we were like, how do we come up with a name that does not tie us to influence and enables us to build new verticals as we grow, enter social commerce, insights, whatever we decide to do in the future, without needing to change the name. So those were huge considerations. The other big one was technology. You know, do you have a fully Kenyan team? Do you distribute it? So our tech team is fully distributed. It's in about 7 different countries. So we have engineers in Kenya, we have engineers in Nigeria, we have engineers in Ukraine. So that idea that you can now be remote first and you don't have to have everybody in one place was also a strong consideration when building the tech. So I would start with those two, but I think there's definitely multiple considerations you make when building a platform.
Let's pivot to Martha. So we're seeing, we're seeing transactional-based platforms, digital platforms. We're seeing a lot of innovative platforms coming, but there's now digital creative platforms that are coming up, and this brings me to think about the creative economy, which is what Wowzy is talking about. But what are the challenges? Because we see a lot of, all the marketing campaigns today, like if you don't have an influencer, for example, as part of your campaign, now CEOs are starting to question, what is this marketing plan that you have? But I assume, looking at how it's growing and how fast it's growing, it's leapfrogging regulation, it's leapfrogging innovation. What are the challenges that we're seeing in now digital creative platforms?
So essentially, we've done our research and boiled down to 3 challenges that we've seen in the market. And the market, it's not only in Kenya, but in Africa in general. Number 1 being policy. We have, for example, in the creative industry, we have a Copyright Act that is there. It was amended and assented. Before, we were using a Copyright Act that was from 1990s. Then it was assented and amended somewhat. That still has loopholes from here up to Timbuktu, because we don't have proper structures set in place to ensure that if somebody is pirating my music, or somebody is using my music illegally, or using my trademarked assets illegally, then I cannot hold them accountable. So the government still has a long way to go in terms of ensuring that the policies that are put in place are enforceable, and actually that if you use my content to market your brand, or you use my image as an artist then, and you don't pay me for that, then I can enforce it, and actually you can be either jailed or fined. So we don't have such proper structures. Number 2 would be education. And this is true part from curricular perspective and also from strategy perspective, that is music business. We don't have I can count on one hand the number of IP judges that we have in Kenya. They will not fit in one hand. I can also count in two hands the number of IP lawyers that we have in Kenya. They are not enough, simply not enough, because in the School of Law, IP it falls under civil law, but it's not by itself something that the students can go and learn. Whereby in this technology era, everybody is a creator, everybody wants to be a creative as well, so we don't have proper education in that sector. Being that, I'll speak about music because that's my background. In music, the music industry is also not properly structured. Everybody wants to do everything by themselves. They are their own manager, they are artists, they are there, as in, it's all in one. So we don't have somebody who can educate on branding, can educate on production, can educate on how to market your music, you know, like for example, agencies that are purely focused on how to push music out of, you know, Kenya and beyond. We don't have such things. And being that there's a gap, then there needs to be brands, the government, brands and developers that are put in place to ensure that this field is filled, right? And the third one being finance. Nobody is willing to, both individuals and brands, they're not willing to put their money into creatives. Why? Because simply there's a lot of data, but there's no interpretation of data. And traditional institutions like banks are looking down on creatives and not wanting to invest in them because they can't see, the math is not mathing, essentially, right? So how then do we ensure that people and brands are also investing into the creative economy to make it flourish? Those are the challenges, but we still have successes. For example, last year, the Kenya Bankers Association had a meeting, and you know, I like to call them, forgive me guys, Neanderthal institutions like banks, furniture institutions like banks are now looking at creatives as bankable. They are putting in place measures to ensure that you as a creative can use your IP as collateral. No longer are we going to banks with, you know, your title deed or your logbook. You can actually use IP. And this is made possible by Atatwerk through the Awabuni Circle. So that's a step in the right direction. Also, as I mentioned before, there's a lot of data, but there's a shortcoming in interpretation. Most of the multinationals look at Africa as a place where there's, you know, it's a minute market. Why? We're 1.3 billion of us, right? But yet we're always overlooked as a minute market. It's because the data is everywhere. But now digital platforms have come to help the businesses interpret this data and also make them help them to make informed decisions based off of what the business is doing. Look at Sauti Sol. They did Solfest based off of the data that was, you know, people really wanted them to do a show. Same to Shin City. I had a case on Boomplay where Arrow Boy was really, he was the most streamed artist in Mauritius. So that gave him the data to make a decision that, hey, I need to make a show in Mauritius. Most of my marketing strategy for 3 years was focused on Nairobi in Kenya. Like, I had to please the Nairobi person for traction to be there. But essentially, when I looked at the data on my platform, most of the people who consume music on my platform are in Eldoret. Why? Because Eldoret has the most number of universities, and that's my core target market. So such kind of things are successes. Also, we've had successes in job opportunities being created for content creators. Who would have ever thought somebody doing crazy stuff like Crazy Kena would be earning? The Bahatis, as much as we love to hate them, Terrans, you know. So, I mean, as much as we have problems, we've also had some successes to write home about.
Okay. Let me go to Nelly. So as we're talking, so she talked about the challenges and successes from a creator economy perspective. Let's go back now into media. So you're working with TurnLeft, which essentially is LinkedIn. So I will ask you as if now you work for LinkedIn. But when we talk about digital platforms, we rarely see some in Africa. I will come back to the Africa context, but for now, let's talk about what you're seeing as key trends, because you interact with, we are using your platform to market anyways, right? So you interact with either brands who are building digital platforms or brands that want to interact with digital platforms. So what are the key trends that you're seeing around the evolving and how the evolution of digital platforms in Africa, so whether they're coming in Africa or they're being born in Africa, and what is the role of diversification, where you start, where your route to market is one vertical and then you now layer. What are the trends you're seeing around that?
Okay, thank you. So I will take a minute and just step into the LinkedIn shoes for a little bit. We're a LinkedIn partner, yes, and we're a reseller partner supporting clients and brands across sub-Saharan Africa. But when we look at LinkedIn, what we need to realize that LinkedIn is a little bit behind when you look at other social media platforms. And that's because LinkedIn did not necessarily start as a social media platform, but a CV platform, a job seekers platform, a recruiter platform. So the marketing element, the social element kind of came up in 2009, and it's something we're still building up on. But there's certain trends that even LinkedIn has tried to jump on, but I see other social media platforms implementing the trends or building on those trends faster. Take, for example, e-commerce, right? We're seeing there's Instagram shop, Facebook shop. E-commerce is becoming a big thing on social media platforms and digital platforms as such. So we're seeing that as a growing trend, and we expect that to continue. I think I saw something that TikTok is also launching proper shops on the platform because there's a need for that, right? So that's a key trend to look at. We also have the short form videos, which I would say TikTok kinda launched it, and then everyone else has followed. That's why we are seeing now we have Reels. And what's on that YouTube? Shorts. Yes, there you go. So short form video has become a big trend, and we're seeing that content creators are also pushing that trend because it's easier for them to create that kind of content. You hit the point immediately, and for the consumer, they are comfortable consuming that type of content. So that's also a big growing trend. The other is live and virtual events. I think this was accelerated due to COVID in that we couldn't all be where we wanted to be, and at the time it seemed like the easiest solution. And if you remember, and this is just to qualify my first statement on LinkedIn, if you remember, by that time we had live events from Facebook already, and we already had them on YouTube. We had that already, but LinkedIn didn't have that. So LinkedIn was launching their live or LinkedIn Live in 2020. So live events have continued to grow. We expected that maybe there'd be a slowdown, but actually it hasn't. What people are doing is they're integrating their physical events like this with live events, and this is continuing to grow into things as complicated as conferences, government conferences, policy conferences, to events like AGMs for banks, for listed companies. So live events, virtual events, launch of products, that's also a really growing trend. The other thing to think about is AR. AR is still building up, but we expect it to continue to grow because of the experiences it provides, right? And the immersive experiences that come with virtual reality events. When you think about, say, for example, tourism activities, or trying to give someone the idea of what a tourist experience would be, right? Virtual reality would give you that. We're also seeing that there's a lot of that in gaming, right? Is it Twitch or Switch in gaming? So there's growth in that area. So I would say those are the key trends to look at. I don't know if I'm forgetting another one, but those are the key ones. In terms of diversification, what we're finding is, yes, there's certain platforms that are focusing on niche, but they're not as big, and maybe that's because they're focusing on niche. However, you find that just like every product or brand, you're all trying to be 100% the solution for a client, right? So if you meet a client, it's easier to grow an existing client than to continuously gain new clients. So what platforms are trying to do is to continue building around their solutions to meet the client's needs. That's why Facebook was fast social, and then advertising, and then, reels for engagement, and these shops. Your platforms are having to diversify to be able to provide solutions. Look at Safaricom. They started off as a telco, then they went into mobile money. Now they're a services platform when you look at the M-Pesa app and the Safaricom app, and then they're also going in technology where they're providing you internet, domain registration, and the likes. So what brands and platforms, and I say brands and platforms interchangeably, but ideally platforms, are trying to diversify to ensure that they're a one-stop shop for a client in terms of all the services that they might need, whether it's across needs in terms of verticals, or within one particular vertical, trying to be the one and only solution for all of it.
Okay. So let me go to Brian now. So she's talking about diversification, right? So how do you actually just pivot as a platform? But now let's talk about the reality. One, we know that where we are in Africa, so I'm asking now in the context of Africa, building platforms and growing them is very expensive. It takes a lot of time. But what are you seeing as the best practices? So maybe the simplest question is, how do you grow one? And then we can't leave the stage without talking about AI, because AI is the buzzword. It's the sexy, it's basically now it's the sexy girlfriend for marketing nowadays. So how do we use things like AI to grow platforms and maybe make it cheaper for these platforms?
Thank you. So I don't want to speak to it only on a digital marketing perspective, because I think it encompasses more than that. It's looking at digital transformation and what you can use the digital world to do. From where we sit, we look at digital as a huge opportunity to do only two things. That's either to win or to learn. You should never lose in a digital world, because you can be able to literally measure everything. So that space and what digital offers, unfortunately, also evolves quite quickly. A couple of years ago, all you had to do was get onto Google, buy a couple of keywords on AdWords, bam, and then life's good. And then now we're moving into spaces where guys are starting to talk more a little bit around clicks, installs, and it's a very simple thing. All you have to do is spend $1 million and you get 1 million clicks. But no one has $1 million, and it's not sustainable. And that's what we also believe in, and what I talked about earlier. Building that sustainable compounding growth is very, very important. By being able to, one, almost change how we view things. I think the panel just before was talking heavily around that, changing the mindset, and in a very big way. I was talking about AdWords. Before that, guys were talking about the funnel. Before even guys would figure out the funnel, guys are talking about AA, RRR. Oh my God, what's happening? And now even guys are already starting to talk about things like growth loops, and which is a technique that we also heavily believe in as of now. And we know it's going to change at a point. But as of now, that's what we believe in, and it's because moving away from funnels that are very linear, it's one way. I mean, you're going down. There's no coming back up. You have to go down the funnel. What happens when I get to the bottom of the funnel? It leads to silos. So marketing is on one side, commercial is on another side, product team is on another side. It leads to those silos being formed. And in such scenarios, that then affects how you can be able to easily scale and grow your platform. What we believe in, something called the growth loop, it's something quite emerging, and it's almost looking at it the way we looked at computers when we began studying introduction to computer studies. You had data, you had it being processed, and you had an output. So can you take either a new or returning customer? What is the action you're trying to get them to do? And what's the output, and how then can you use that output, which sometimes tends to be the data you're talking about, to then go back to the input again, because you want to be able to have something that's compounding. It's said that Einstein said compound interest is probably one of the man's biggest invention, and it's because it's able to keep. It's the gift that keeps giving. So that's what we believe in, and using that approach, it's very easy for you to build that sustainable compounding growth. From where we sit also, we believe you have to sit at the middle of data, media, and creatives, which play a very big role. If the data team is not talking to the media team, is not talking to the creatives team, you're all again going to keep operating in silos, and all the activities you do would then be done until a specific point, and then you'd be like, okay, cool, it's not working, then let's go back again. And it's just more and more and more investment. And obviously with the economic times right now, there's no more and more investment. You have to be able to do it in the best way possible. So that's what I believe in and what we believe in. Digital has a very big role to play. You have to work on how you can be able to build sustainable compounding growth. And at the end of that, all you'll be able to see success. From an AI perspective, I think, it's become this beautiful buzzword that everyone wants to talk about. But I think it's a huge opportunity for us to take a step back and really understand where we're going, everyone is trying to innovate, whether it's Microsoft doubling down with OpenAI, whether it's Google with Bird right now, whether it's Google integrating that into the advertising now. There's a whole bidding strategy that uses AI. And all these things will keep happening, and they can help us in one way or another to be able to go a step further. However, being again that we're African, and keep having this conversation about Africa being multilingual, there's so many aspects to what Africa can bring on board. We believe it's a huge opportunity. It's a huge time for providers to start training these models to understand how an African thinks, so how a Kenyan thinks versus how a specific Kenyan thinks in a specific tribe or a specific way. Because once that is done, then it's going to be more efficient. What is currently available can only go to a specific stage. I mean, if you look at the creative space now, I think Microsoft has released a tool that can actually help you develop creative. You just have to put a prompt. A kid seated by the roadside with a bank ATM card and gives you a creative. But then, is it really what you want? Is it something that your audience can relate to? We are not yet there, and I think that's where the opportunity lies. In terms of getting what you'd almost call AI prompters to think like locals.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you brought us to a good point. So let me start the pot a bit, right? From the audience, let me see. Let me actually just ask this question the other way. What is the most successful digital platform you guys know? In Kenya, what would you consider the most successful digital platform in Kenya? Facebook. I see Facebook. Facebook. So the most successful digital platform in Kenya is Facebook. I've been doing this survey for the last couple of days, and so I'm curious now. Let me bring it back to you guys. So we've talked about LinkedIn, talked about Boomplay. Wowzy, you're the only one that I can think of this might be relevant for this conversation. But now let's talk about the Kenyan context, and actually maybe just broaden it up to Africa. What is the most successful African digital platform? And if you don't have one, just say there's no one, and then we now go into the conversation on why don't we have one. We'll start with Delhi. Let's start with you.
I think the most successful digital platform, it depends on how you look at it, but I could either say it's M-Pesa or mobile money. And I would say M-Pesa in the context of Kenya, but why I wouldn't say M-Pesa in the context of Africa is because it's not the leading mobile money transaction platform, I think, across Africa. I can't be sure about that. But I think mobile money as a solution, as a platform, is the biggest in Africa, in my opinion. I could be corrected. Successful, I think it is, because, it's banked there and banked. It's made payments and transactions, more seamless. It's created a need for even other companies to create the same. That's why there's MTN Money, there's Airtel Money, I'm sure there are more that I'm not naming. It's also birthed other mobile payment solutions that, are riding on the back of M-Pesa and maybe other mobile money payment solutions. I think that's what I would consider. I think there should be more, in my opinion. I cannot say for a fact why there aren't.
Okay, so before you give the mic to Martha, actually give you the mic to Martha, because you were talking about your marketing to Nairobi, right? but your audience is in Eldoret. What are when you look at the reality of Africa, and we talk about, let's not even go to investors, because I think Brian was talking about earlier about how we're seeing emerging digital platforms, that there are a lot of now emerging entrepreneurs who are trying to build digital platforms, but the reality is that the funding for digital platforms is rarely there. And if it's there, you're expected to turn around money in 7 years, which the reality in Africa is not there. So when you look at the statistics, like what is the likelihood that we're going to actually see another digital platform that has impact in the likes of M-Pesa? And Mike and Brian, you can tell me whether M-Pesa has been good when it comes to the rise of digital platform or not. And if you are working for Safaricom, guys, I'm sorry in advance. It's not personal.
Wow. Well, I think essentially then you should define what success means, because success might mean different things, and that's what Naomi was saying in the essential definition of success. Because, but also the challenge really has been every sector works in silos. Governments, they are creating their policies differently. Private sector are also creating, they think they know what they want in the market, or the solutions for the market. Developers are also thinking in their own bubble. And the consumers and the content owners are also, looking, and content owners can be also brands as well. They're thinking in a different way. So essentially, then we need collaboration to take this flight off ground, because it's not that we lack innovators in Africa. It's not that we cannot get funding for locally built apps. It's also not that we do not have data, because there's a lot of data. It's just that is it Kasuku or Kalongo economy, that data is everywhere, but it's still there, right? And everybody wants to interpret it in a different way. So there's need for that. Also in terms of even numbers, for example, something as simple as internet penetration. We're still below 30 in Kenya. In the whole of Africa, we're below 40% of internet penetration. Let's not even talk about connectivity. Yeah, smartphone penetration is also below 30. As a matter of fact, when the world is moving more to smartphones, the rest of the world is moving more to smartphones, we're pushing more feature phones in the market, right? So essentially then people need to make up their minds. Are we driving forward? Are we moving backwards and creating solutions for things that, we are going to anticipate to happen or not? So essentially, the problem is not a one person or one brand problem. It's something that multifaceted people need to sit down and actually come with a solution. So we can get more M-Pesas, we can get more Boomplays. Boomplay is an app that is African developed. The concept is all African, the teams are all African, but but the ones who own it are Chinese. Would you believe that? So then, how then can we get a Boomplay that is, made to solve African problems by Africans?
Ryan, your take?
Sorry. Unpopular opinion. I don't think M-Pesa is a digital platform. It started off, you could use it without the internet. So it wasn't a digital platform. However, where it is trying to go now with the app, and the app evolving into a super app, is a digital platform. And with that, I think they have a huge opportunity for success. And I think in the spaces that they're playing in right now, with the kind of communities they're trying to interact with right now, you can see where they're going, and I think there is there is an opportunity for success into the future. Beyond that, I think there are a lot of platforms that have been built locally, not just within Kenya, but across Africa, that are leveraging technology to do that, whether it's your neobanks, your fintechs, they're all trying to build a solution. Build a solution, and they're doing that because they sort of have to be the first to build. They're building infrastructure once again all over. People don't have access to banks for a specific reason. Why? There are a couple of blockers, so a fintech would come and be able to do that, and then other fintechs would come and build on top of that. So Safaricom did that, other M-Pesa did that, and it's been able to allow others to do that. In terms of the, I want to speak a little bit around the challenges that don't make, or rather have not given us a successful platform yet. I think what you said plays a very big role. Smartphone penetration, internet access, all these are challenges that need to be solved for that to happen. And it's not one person's problem. I think you're seeing guys like Safaricom also do their own part in that, because at the end of the day, it favors the digital economy. So I think there's a lot that needs to be done in terms of laying that groundwork, getting more people to have access to cheap and affordable devices, to cheap and affordable internet, and then being able to also work on the education piece, which I think is very important, and a couple of players doing that. I think without those three things, then we wouldn't be able to take advantage of what you keep on saying is the youthful population in Africa that are going to determine everything in the next couple of years. We'll just keep remaining in the same position.
Okay. Mike, your opinion?
I think a lot of my inspirations come from a very small country called Estonia, which has only 1.5 million people. By the way, we traveled to Estonia to develop the first MVP for Wowzy for various reasons. So, super small country, but at the time in 2020, it had 4 unicorns already. Kenya has no unicorn, and the unicorn is like a company valued at $1 billion plus, startup essentially. Estonia had 4 with only 1.5 million people. If you guys might remember Skype, that was a global platform that just blew up from Estonia. A lot of you might have used the Bolt app. It was started by a 19-year-old in Estonia. And right now, when I went there, it was 2020. Now they have 10 unicorns. And so my question has always been, what have they done differently? Because they're a small country, so you can't say they have even enough market to build a unicorn. And a bunch of things came to mind. One was very, very huge infrastructure layered by the government. I think when you are a kid in Estonia, you're given a computer. We talked about it in Kenya, but never implemented. And so when kids are in high school, they already have very, very strong talent and skills that they can start just building stuff. So that was a huge thing I saw there, which was massive infrastructure, and then which is able to then power talent. And then the second factor was capital. And the Skype founders, when they made billions of dollars selling Skype, they reinvested it back in the ecosystem. So there was a lot of people to look up to who had been there, done that. So therefore, guys are like, if a 19-year-old can build Bolt and give Uber a run for its money globally, why can't I build something? So that inspiration also plays a huge role. So I think Africa is in early days in the ecosystem. It's evolving. We need some of these factors to come to play because we have the talent for sure. It's just that these elements, the fragmented nature of our continent and all these things, once those are streamlined, we'll begin seeing those global level, explosion of digital platforms.
Okay. Just 2 more questions before we give it to the audience. So Martha talked about the realities, which is, and I always talk about in my previous life where I used to get fantastic presentations, and agencies will come and tell me they are going to reduce my cost of acquisition, They're going to do, there will be fireworks when it comes to their marketing campaign. But the reality is that we are all, even whatever digital platform you come up with, right, you're playing within that 30%, like let's say at margin you're playing within a 40%. And if you're in Kenya, you are probably playing with 28% actually, 28%. So our market for digital platforms is 28%, right? But then you have now, Mike, you're now the only entrepreneur I think in the room where you have investors coming in, right? You are building a digital platform, you are given funding, and that funding is supposed to have an ROI or 10 times ROI within 5 years. There's that investor cap 5 to 7 years, right? I'm curious about, one, from experience, right? What is it going to take? What is it going to take to build a successful, and successful meaning it has value, it has users, and it solves a very African or Kenyan niche problem. Platform that's successful, that actually grows, that will give, hopefully, Meta a run for their money within the African context. What is it going to take? What do we need to do to combat these challenges, which is internet penetration, smartphone penetration, education, right? Our education system. What is it going to take to build that? And for those ones who are in the room who want to build a platform, how do they start? So I can take 2 on what is it going to take, and 2 on how it's going to, how do you start?
Okay, a successful African Kenyan platform, what is it going to take? I think there's still a lot that we need to do around infrastructure. We need the infrastructure. We can't get away from that. We need to make sure that there's penetration. So there's a lot of building and rolling out that needs to be done. And that can be done by the government, or it can be done through partnerships, public-private partnerships to enable that expansion. The other thing that comes to mind is education. I think we take for granted, and I think it's been highlighted by my co-panelists, that, we assume because of the community you're in, the people you surround yourself with or you're surrounded by, and 2 levels down, that because they have smartphones, they know how to use a smartphone, they know how to order an Uber, they know how to order a meal from Jumia Foods or one of the other. We assume that that's the same across the country, but really it's not. You'll be surprised at the level of digital literacy in our country. So there's a lot of education that needs to be done. Also, same thing, we need, government has to play a part, and at the same time, there are opportunities for public and private partnerships. I would say, for me, the top 2 would be those 2 key areas, because once you've addressed the 2 key areas, then, driving down the solutions and growing your market share then becomes easier.
I'll boil it down to 2, research and collaboration. There's a lot of research that needs to happen and to be documented, because content is king, but context is King Kong. We never put context. We never put context into what we do. There's a lot of data we miss on interpretation. There's a lot of content we don't give it context. As East Africans, we are natural born storytellers, even in our music. I went to the club, I met a boy, we dated, we had children, we died. There's always a storyline, right? But then your brand also has to envision that to work in this market, because remember that wave of Wamlambez Wamnyonyez? Wamlambez Wamnyonyez, we remember? Oh, we don't identify with that. Any Kenyan that was in Kenya or in the diaspora, when they saw another Kenyan, they would just go Wamlambez, the other one would go Wamnyonyez, So there needs to be, do research on what your brand needs, or what the market needs, and if your brand can cure that. For example, in Boomplay, we identified that Africa does not have a unifying currency. So we don't have a dollar or a euro. So what did we do? We had to ensure that the consumer pays using their local currency. If you're in Kenya, you pay using Kenya shillings. If you're in Tanzania, you use T shillings. If you're in Nigeria, you use Naira. So we don't, it's 54 countries, for God's sake. So but we cannot put all of them together to have the same solution to their problems. So a lot of research is required for your brand or what you're developing, to identify the needs, how to brand your platform, how to identify with the consumer, how to market and how to push for your brand, right? And number two, collaboration. As I said before, there needs to be, people need to stop working in silos. The government needs to get off their high horse and come down to earth. We also need to get off our high horse and come back down to earth as private sector. Developers also, you know, it doesn't, we don't have to have people in all different countries. We can have developers here in Kenya. Also, us as consumers, we also need to make up our mind. You know, I like to give this example. When my mom used to send me to the shop to buy margarine, she used to say, go and get Blue Band. But she's sending me for Prestige. You know, such, you know, collaborations that foster such kind of things. I digress. But yes, content is king, context is King Kong. Mic drop.
Wow.
How do you follow that?
Yeah, how do I follow that? And I've never built a platform, so it's actually Mike's thing. However, I think for me, I speak more around the opportunity that's there. I think I'm a huge believer in it. The population is there in terms of the workforce. There is still a lot of work to be done in terms of internet penetration, smartphone penetration, and those are the basics that are going to give us the digital economy that we're looking for. And the different players that are in that space also have a very big role to play. Looking at investors in terms of people who have that opportunity of changing the mindset of investors is going to be big. The 5 to 7 years cannot work in Africa, so what else can we do? Africa is 54 different markets. Also, how can I be able to factor that in? What works in Kenya may not work in Tanzania. How can I factor that in, as much as it's 45 minutes, an hour flight away? So there's a lot of work to be done that side. I won't press even more on what government needs to do, but obviously there's a lot of what government needs to do in terms of making the space easy enough for people to be able to grow. And I mean, learning from markets like Estonia, I mean, I think Eastern Europe is miles ahead when you look at digital transformation and the kind of innovations that come out of that area. So yeah, that's sort of what I'd look at in terms of the opportunities. And then I'll keep underscoring this. I'm a big believer in it. Education and having the mindset of you don't know what you don't know is going to help a lot of people to change their mindset and allow us to be able to grow and get to the next stage.
So for me, I think it would take a bunch of things. So one is aggregating significant local capital. It's a big thing. And then the second is making the continent less fragmented. So on the first one, if you think about local capital, we have massive capital in the continent, but it's going to land in real estate and very safe investments. So the idea would be unlocking some of that to enable the next generation of creators. WOWSY only exists because a high net worth individual Kenyan gave us our first check to, de-risk the fact that the founders were leaving good jobs, and we were able to, start based on that. So that initial, shall I call it angel capital, is important, but how can we make it significant enough so that the ownership of these digital platforms does not, go to the real capital owners eventually? And then the second thing is making the continent less fragmented. And this is an experience I've had where we now are seated on a contract to run campaigns in 49 African markets. It's chaotic. You have to set up entities in different countries. Currency is different. So there's a lot of fragmentation. Traveling to a fellow African country is way more expensive than going to London. So all these things mean we cannot harness the 1.2 billion consumer. So if those are, removed and we are less fragmented, and it will take a village, it's not like, one person can do it, and something as simple as an African passport, so you can be able to travel easily. So there are all these things that don't seem like barriers, but when you're innovating and you're trying to scale, they become blockers to, achieving your highest potential.
Okay. All right. It makes me wonder, just something as we're closing, whether by grouping Africa, Africa is we're talking about Estonia. Estonia is one country. By putting the pressure on building for Africa, are we maybe putting too much pressure on innovators? And that one I will pause there as I get questions from the audience. I have one question here. Is there a mic?
Who exactly do we need to strangle, or rather have polite conversations with? What's the name of this person that needs, because we say government, but I mean that's no one in particular. So who's the first person, that marketers need to have polite, forceful conversations with to, get all these things started? Because it is a problem when you're trying to build these platforms, and there's people blocking things way higher up the food chain. But I think the problem is also there's no face to put this target on. So who would that be?
Mike. Who is the person? Mike, Nelly, those two. And then Martha, and then Brian. So, Mike, you are the one who's building a digital platform,
No, I wouldn't pinpoint it to someone else. But I think if I look internally, there's a lot that we can all do to be able to, make some of these things work. For example, as an innovator, you might be more comfortable sitting at the back doing your code, but we now find ourselves having to, get involved in thought leadership and policy and getting out there, because you realize you actually need to do that to be able to succeed. For example, Daniel Yu, very interesting builder, went and really engaged the Zanzibar government and, got a 10-year tax break as a startup. So that alone, moving his whole team to Zanzibar and engaging the government, is an example of someone not pointing, but being like, hey, let's get to the table and let's do something. And I feel it's the same way with investors. Instead of me pointing and saying, you can distribute your portfolio of investment from real estate, I actually went and spoke to this particular high net worth individual, and they wrote me a check. And I was able to show them return year on year of the amount they gave me, and be prudent, not go and, gamble with it, for example, which we've seen a lot in the continent. So I would look internally. I think there's people to engage. There's ways we can be able to find middle ground. And it takes time. Ecosystems take time to build. Yeah.
Mike was polite, Nelly. Very, very, very diplomatic. Mike was very diplomatic.
I do agree with Mike's perspective. But let me also give another perspective. When you say government, you're correct. You're very right. There's no person, right? And when we think about startups, there's actually no person. It's startups. It's a variety of people. So there's a group on this side and there's a group on the other side. I think the government is already structured, which means that, if we needed to approach the government, there's the first door, the second door, the third door that we can follow, right? But when you look at this other side around innovation, startups, platforms, we are not together. We are not structured. We have absolutely failed in creating collaborations that are powerful. We don't even have an association. If you look at the advertising space, we've got APA, we've got marketing association, there's like 6 different associations. And I'm not saying that they're wrong. I think we just haven't found a common a common pain point that we're working towards solving, right? And if we were to be able to create this type of association or grouping or whatever you want to call it, I don't have the words for it, but I think if we created a group, then there would be two groups that need to communicate, which then makes it easier. Oh, it's not working? Okay, which also makes, ooh, I can hear myself. Which makes it easier. And that's how, when you look at like alcohol brands, they have lobbyists. When you look at tobacco brands, they have lobbyists. When you look at, the more developed markets, pharmaceuticals, they have lobbyists. Maybe if we came together in a certain way, form, or structure, we would be able to also have our own team of lobbyists who would be able to fight for what we need, or at least be there to negotiate. Because as a developer, as an innovator, as a marketer, yes, we know what the problems are, but we are too focused on whatever we need to build or whatever we need to do to be able to also do the job of lobbying, to even do this necessary negotiations or have these conversations. So I think there's a lot that needs to be done. I don't know if that's the direction that Silicon Valley went. Maybe there's something we can learn from that. I don't think we need to always reinvent the wheel. Maybe we need to look outside and see, how has it worked in Estonia? How did they arrive at where they are? How did it work with Silicon Valley? How did they arrive there? How did it work, in whatever other country where they're being successful or they're making great strides? And then see what we can borrow from there and adapt something that would work for either our country or for our continent as a whole.
Martha, please don't be diplomatic. There has to be something.
I am not even going to try.
Okay, good. You might get your answer
The
now.
thing is, we need to accept the fact that there is a problem first. And I'll speak in Swahili. Kuoga ni kutoa nguo. We need to accept that there is a problem first. Everybody in these four facets, government, private sector, developers, and owners, we all have problems, but we are too good for our problems. We don't look at them as problems. Government has an issue with structures. They have a policy, but they have issues with structures. Private sector, we have issues with go-to-market. Developers, they are in their own bubble. The owners of whatever content or brand also think that they can do without the other three. So we need to establish that there is a problem and agree to sit at a table and eat together for us to find a solution. So as long as we keep at ourselves and say, me, I don't have a problem, then the problem will keep festering and nobody will, will identify with the problem until it's too huge to compound. But if we agree and understand that there is a problem and research on how the problem is affecting each sector and how we can solve that problem, then, we'll still be sitting here laughing with you and giving you nuggets of wisdom.
Brian, do you have a point or I move?
I can't match that.
Okay. Any other question before I move? One more question. You might have done such a good job that there's no other question. Is there a question? Okay. So let's go to parting shot, right? Final one. We went from Africa is a dark continent to Africa is rising. And as Martha is talking about the problems, and I think the biggest problem is that we are lying about the statistics. We're lying about data. We're lying about, we talk about this 1 billion people that we have, right? So ours is you're building for 1 billion in Africa. But actually the people you can access is what? 28%, 30%. If you go continental, it's 40%. What is your parting shot? I think relating to, okay, what do we actually need to do? Not the people. I don't want the person to talk to, but do we need to start relooking at our infrastructure, our landscape, our data, so that agencies stop going to a client with very nice, presentations that promise the moon, but come back, they're just giving us, Nairobi? Do we need to think about how to engage governments, right? And maybe governments start lobbying and bringing these people together. What is your parting shot around, okay, what's next? Starting, Nelly, I can start with Mike, but I've been very unfair to him, so starting with Nelly.
I think Mike should go first.
Maybe Brian will go first as well.
I'm happy to. I think Mike is back. So from what I see, I think there's a need for change of mindset. And I'll keep, what I was talking about, not knowing what you don't know is something that's helped us personally. So where we see it, we want to be able to almost democratize the kind of work that we're doing. We want to be able to work with, whether it's brands or individuals, in a way that would be able to allow them to build that sustainable compounding growth, not for the short term, but for the long term, and not just to look at our generation, but also for generations to come. And so that's why we are heavily in that space of trying to democratize it. We've not found the fit yet, but we're trying to find that, and we have a couple of ideas in terms of where we want to go. So from what I'd say there's a need for change of mindset, that things are not the same, things will always keep evolving, and the sooner you take the time to be able to learn that, the better for you.
Okay. Nelly?
All right. So for me, my parting shot when you look at platforms is, and this is both from when I say audience, not just the consumer or the user, but it's everyone in that food chain, including your government, the legislation, all that. We need to look at that, because I find that maybe you have a great idea, but then it launches, it's going great, but halfway through it, legislation comes in, and that just breaks you all apart, or breaks up your business all apart. Or you're doing so well, it gets to payments, but you just haven't understood your consumer. I remember, and allow me to just give this example. I order from Jumia on the fly, like I'll order dinner, I'll order blender, something like that. And my watchman came to me. He has a smartphone, because every once in a while he'll send me a random WhatsApp video just to make me laugh and remind me that I should buy him lunch. And he called me aside and he said he wants to buy a TV, and he sees that I get from Jumia stuff, but he doesn't know how to use it. But he would like to get a TV because he's been told that he can get a good TV, and Jumia usually has deals. And I actually had to sit with him and show him what there was and what the deals are, and also help him understand that, towards the end of the month, or in this period, is it April, August, November, they have some really great offers. We take for granted who our consumers are and their level of digital literacy. So I feel like there's a lot of understanding our audience that we haven't done, that we need to do. And that will give us, it'll give us a better launching pad as to where we want to go, what we want to achieve with our platforms. And maybe as another way of looking at the same thing is inclusivity. Are we being inclusive in the solutions we are developing, or are we just building it for the community that we see and we hang out with and we know about? Have we actually gone out? And I think this is a great pain point for Divine, because when she was back as brand, and myself, I've also been in agency for the longest, we give solutions as agency, but we haven't really gone to experience where the brand is being experienced. So the solutions never match up, and that's where we're not being inclusive as a solution provider from an agency perspective. And it's the same way with platforms. We're building for what we see around here, and maybe 2 or 3 layers down, we're not really going all the way down, right? For example, there's great opportunity in agri-technology, right? Because when you think about agriculture, and you think about as a country, as an African country, and as a country as Kenya, there's a lot of opportunity in agriculture. We need to grow more food. We have the land for it, but we're not doing it. But we're not able to even give weather predictions that are reliable. We're not able to connect the farmers to the market adequately and efficiently. So there's a lot of, we need to really think about, are we being inclusive in the solutions we are coming up with? We're being too focused on what's the trend or the buzz or the conversation that's happening right now, or the hype, and we're forgetting that we are all competing in one little pot, yet there's a whole big pot that's just being left untouched.
I'll go to Mike and then Martha.
For me, the parting shot is really thinking about the context. I still believe a lot in Africa. Median age 19. By 2050, 1 in 4 humans will be African. We'll have the largest workforce, largest arable land, largest amount of minerals, So I know this slogan that's used a lot by marketers saying, when you're born in Africa, you're born rich, because there's all these things that we have. But then how do we harness these opportunities to be able to, grow and distribute wealth and create jobs? So all those things matter. And I think James Mwangi is a great example of someone who started from Kangema in Muranga and built this, conglomerate of a bank that's now taking over, Congo and the rest. And he speaks of just three things that really matter. I think one was actually mindsets. So how do we shift our mindsets to believe that it's possible and not beat down on ourselves? Then he spoke about technology being a massive enabler in this new world. And then he spoke about capital. So if you have those three, the right mindset, the right capital, and power, whatever you're doing with technology, then we are likely to be able to harness some of these opportunities. Yeah.
And Martha, please.
I think culturally, as Africans, we are taught to work hard over working smart. So that needs to change. What Brian was saying about mindset. And with that changing, then we will break our boundaries in terms of research. We will start looking at the problems that we have, because they're not new problems. This just the level is different, but somebody somewhere else had the same problem and they've been able to overcome the problem. So what can we learn from examples in Kenya, outside of Kenya, outside of Africa, as well as in the West and in the East? We need to understand that research really matters. When you're starting, when you are still in it, and when maybe you're about to die and successful, you need that, right? Because we always say you learn from mistakes, right? So let's learn from other people's mistakes and implement what works in our industries. And essentially, that's what I said before. Content is king, but context is King Kong. Contextualize the problems that we have to make them into successes.
All right.
Question.
Is it burning?
Yeah, it is.
MC. 2 minutes. And I'll point you to someone. So 2 minutes.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry, but I have to say this at this point in time. The discussion is very, very good. You're talking about the role the government has to play, especially for the education system. We all know that it's all government, infrastructure and everything. But when I look around, I did not see the policy maker. We all know who talks and money is released from the treasury and everything. Right now, what I can assure you is that the generation, that the millennials, will really resonate with you. They have their voters card, they can vote. The last election, they never voted. That's data that we know. Why don't you think of having your own in the decision-making table? I mean, when you're talking about wanting to be put across, most of the time the people up there who are supposed to make decisions may not understand the space you're in. So I'm thinking, why don't you think around having a person at your own level in the decision making? Then you'll be able to make them understand, and the money will move, and we'll have the infrastructure, our children and everything. Because as a parent, I'm feeling really sad. You have a point, but I'll not take it anywhere, but I'll take it back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Anyone who is running for government here? Anyone who is going to sit? Anyone who can respond to that? Mike, can I have you respond to that quickly?
Thanks a lot for the comments. I think, as we all say, it takes a village. So how do we play our role to make sure that we are all collaboratively trying to figure these things out together, whether it's government, private sector, the startup world, all of us coming together in a table to solve for these issues that are cross-cutting for all of us. Yeah.
Okay.
I think I can just add on one thing over there. Let's all be stakeholders in these government meetings and government meetings that they call for. So if you are all stakeholders, then we can pass our knowledge and our nuggets of wisdom to them.
All right. So thank you so much. The only question I'm leaving for the audience based on everything that I've heard, you've had the statistics, you've heard that we actually are going to have 1 out of 4 people are going to be African. We are going to have the youngest population by 2025, if not 2030. 2050. Okay, so that's far away. But we are going to have the youngest population. The question for the audience is this. How do you use digital platforms and the opportunities that digital platforms gives us to harness what we are calling the youth dividends? Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you. The panel. Another better round of applause for this panel. Thank you so much, Divine Muragijimana. I hope I got it correct. Divine Muragijimana from Savoir-Faire Global Consulting. Let's appreciate Divine for the good job she has done in that conversation. We're just about to go into the last discussion before our lunch break, yes? And it's a very interesting one, if I may tell you. Man versus machine in digital marketing, a battle of wits and algorithms. You do not want to miss this. But before we do that, a quick run through of what we've just learned. And of course, they touched a lot on where we've been and the growth of the platforms that we engage with currently. Yes? And the issues that we are contending with in as far as developing our own platforms that we may call uniquely or authentic African or Kenyan platforms, because the kind of platforms we engage in currently, most of them are global. Yes? When you're talking about solutions, homegrown solutions, what platforms and what do we need to do towards that end? And they talked about the trends that are there currently, short form videos, live and virtual events, virtual reality, etc. And on this issue of diversification and what we've seen the digital platforms from what they've been to what they are now. And what they pointed out is that you realize that most of these platforms probably started to offer one solution. But over time they've grown, and there's an attempt generally to offer a one-stop shop kind of solution. That one platform offering more than one solution. Now that's a trend that we've noticed. Yeah. Other issues that came up in that conversation, and this is in the challenges in developing proper and efficient, successful digital platforms that we can call Kenyan or African. And some of the challenges like size of the market, internet penetration of smartphone, as well as education. And they say that education is key. There's a knowledge gap somewhere, yeah, in helping us get to that point. Opportunities, growth in infrastructure, education as well, better research, and collaboration. Yeah, because yesterday, and I had that question about the position of regulators and where are they in this conversation. Yesterday we had a gentleman from the central bank here, and he's part of the regulators in this conversation. So as we move along, we're trying to get as many of these institutions and these industry players onto this platform so that we can have a more comprehensive discussion. So right. Before I introduce the next panel, I'd like to request the people seated in the restaurant area kindly, tafadhali, kindly join the rest of the audience here in this auditorium area so that we can all engage in this conversation. You look a bit disjointed mukika kule mbali. Karibuni hapa, even as I introduce the next moderator for the next conversation, Man versus Machine in Digital Marketing, a battle of wits and algorithms. So ladies and gentlemen, join me in welcoming onto the stage Joel Rao. A hand of applause for Joel Rao. Joel will moderate the next panel. Joel Rao from Dentsu. He's a Dentsu SSA CEO. He's a Digital and Customer Experience Kenya. Joel is responsible for managing the strategic direction for all performance marketing disciplines at Dentsu, marred with client growth and success, and overall client relationship and strategy. He drives the overall strategy for the Africa performance teams, including staffing, allocation, and accountability to margin targets, while at the same time effectively articulating the performance, vision, and strategy to clients and staff. He also focuses on ensuring best practice, consistency, and innovation with a keen focus on blockchain and customer experiences in all performance activities for clients, while continuously reviewing capabilities and commercials of technology platforms to ensure maximum efficiency. Joel, karibu sana. Ladies and gentlemen, Joel Rao, it is now up to you to invite your panel and move on with this discussion.
Thank you.
A round of applause for Joel.
Can you hear me? I'm good? That session was long, the last one, right? So this is what you're going to do. I'll ask you guys to stand up on your feet, each one of you. Okay, so what you're going to do is we're going to count down 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. But this is what we're going to be doing. We're going to do 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay? And then we'll reduce it as we go along. So we'll do 9, 8, 7, 8, 7, like that. And then the lower the numbers become, the faster we go. Sawa sawa. Are we good? Alright. Alright, let's go. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, louder. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Louder. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 8, 7, 6, 5. Faster. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Again. Louder. Louder. Faster. 2, 1. Clap for yourselves. Wow. After that last session, I was like, we have to do something a bit different, right? I know you guys have been sitting down for too long, and I know I'm holding you from your lunch right now. So I'd like to introduce my panelists, but before I introduce them, I'm going to just take you through a quick 5-minute presentation that will actually set the stage for this panel. And I know we were talking about man versus machines, the battle of wits versus algorithms. And to be honest with you, as a professional in the industry, this is the paradigm shift that we've actually been waiting for. Now, the beauty of what we've been able to see over the last couple of years, or rather, couple of months actually, can you imagine AI really came into play July 2022, last year, right? We've seen quite a number of technologies coming up, from biotech to education to obviously ChatGPT, and people, predicting jobs are going to be lost. College essays are dead now that artificial intelligence is doing everything for us. And even Spotify debuted a DJ. Are you aware of the Spotify DJ? Right? Based off of your own mixes and interests that would come up. Quite interesting to see the progress that AI has made, right? And what's really interesting, if we look at this graph here, from the moment a technology is triggered to a population, to the point of peak expectation, to the point of disillusionment, to the point of people becoming enlightened, what we are seeing is something that hasn't happened in the history of technology and innovation on this planet. And we have seen this before, but it's not happened this fast. Remember, AI has been there for the past, almost 20 years, 25 years actually, but generative AI i.e. ChatGPT, DALL-E, Mid-Journey, any form of artificial intelligence that's generative in one way or another, hasn't experienced this form of growth in everything that we're seeing. And what we're beginning to see is three aspects within this landscape, and my panel is actually going to discuss this in detail. The progress of acceleration, whereby we are seeing improved computing capabilities. The computers that are used, the processing speed has definitely improved over time because of AI. We've seen a paradigm shift where we have interesting large language models coming into play, and we are seeing that increasingly there is availability across the board. So we've seen Microsoft, doing a big investment in AI, in OpenAI. OpenAI as an organization have been doing their thing. Amazon have been doing their thing. You're familiar with what Meta introduced with the augmented reality Ray-Bans glasses that are now going to be shipping out, I think, this Christmas. There's Stable Diffusion. There's quite a lot of technology that has been introduced within the space, and companies are increasingly getting into that space. But what's really interesting for me as a professional in the industry is that even from a marketing perspective, big agency groups globally are also making a big investment in artificial intelligence. So we've seen, Sir Martin Sorrell, the famous Sir Martin Sorrell, announced that, there's going to be a big investment in AI. It's going to change the way things are going to be done. We've seen Digitus and Media Monks, making big investments. WPP have also made a big investment in the space. And increasingly, we're beginning to see that there's a shift within the way of doing things is going to look like. Now, across Dentsu, we've also been doing a lot on our own, and I'll show you a bit of case studies here and there, where we've experimented with quite a lot of things across the globe. But what's really interesting for me, and it's not just a challenge for marketing, but it's a challenge that we are going to be seeing when we look at the battle of wits between algorithm and human intervention, whereby we are seeing IP rights related issues coming into play. So if you're training AI data sets with human intellectual property, what does that really mean for the future? What happens to the new intellectual property that will be developed over time? We are seeing risks when it comes to generated content. Not everything is similar. So for example, how many of you have used Mid-Journey in the past? Anyone? Mid-Journey? Okay, fine. So for those of you who haven't used Mid-Journey, Mid-Journey is a generative AI model that you just go in and type, generate for me an image of a man standing on stage wearing a Dentsu t-shirt. Then someone like me is generated. You get the drift? Am I speaking to the right crowd? So what happens with Mid-Journey now is that you'll see Mid-Journey generating images of human beings with 11 fingers. Right? It's still a language model that's being processed, and I would encourage each one of you to go and try out Mid-Journey in the future. But what's really interesting is that we're seeing big companies having their IP rights being used to train AI models. And this is going to pose a big legal issue. But what we've begun to see is language models that are founded on partnerships are the ones that are actually going to set the stage for the next industrial revolution as far as technology is concerned. And these are some of the companies that are doing it. In Dentsu, we've actually invested in two of them, Inworld and Fielder, that actually help us, Inworld actually help us create content autonomously, and Fiddler allows us to be able to observe organizations' challenges and craft solutions based off of their own internal data. Now, what we began to see quite quickly is that across the world, there are very interesting examples that have come up, and I'll leave this presentation with the organizers so that you can actually ask them to download it. But from conceptualization of ideas, to summarizing briefs, to looking at data and intelligence augmentation, to creativity. We are seeing a lot of this coming into play. To video creation. Nowadays, you can actually create video from a prompt, a text prompt. As if you're chatting with the AI, you can actually create a video. So there's some thought-provoking, interesting things that we are going to discuss today. And one of the things that we're going to discuss today is how technology or how artificial intelligence can actually improve human effectiveness and efficiencies, as opposed to it being man versus machine. Why can't it be man and machine working together? And so we'll look at some of those things. And this is a study that was done by McKinsey and Company that talks about the estimated range of technology to achieve human-level performance by technical capability. And what was quite interesting is that creativity actually plays a big role, and we see that going to play a big role between 2020 and 2030. And that is the same thing with social and emotional output, social and emotional reasoning. How many of you have used ChatGPT to respond to an email? No? Yes? Don't you think the responses are good? Perfect, right? The emotional aspect of an artificial intelligent model to respond to an email is second to none. And I'm really excited about this space. And there's a lot going on there. The other aspect that's really interesting that we're going to touch on today with the panel is how 10 years ago, a lot of brands used to lead. It used to be B2C, right? Brands led and consumers followed. Now, consumers lead and brands follow. We are seeing that, especially with the advent of social media. What's going to happen next? Machine will lead and consumers will follow. And then eventually, machines will lead and machines will follow. Who knows why Sam Altman was removed from OpenAI? Do you know why? Yeah, please speak up. Tell everyone why. There's a microphone next to you.
Sorry. The main reason why he was removed, he's creating the next generation of AI that, as much as we've used the word unprecedented, everyone is scared of the next generation of AI. Think of anything that can be plugged to your head and you don't have to work and you do everything that you want. So even from an ethical point of view, people are worried. That's why.
Yeah. And it was actually based off of, it was founded on ethics and the future of humanity. This is how revolutionary this technology is. And so he was fired initially because he has a language model, or it's said that they have a language model that is not trained by human beings, it's trained by other AI machine models that exist within OpenAI. And that is why there's a big conversation around this. And so machines leading and machines following is something that we might see in our future. Now, we are also going to discuss how AI will meaningfully change organizations' workforce, and that's one of the questions we are going to tackle today. This is again another study by McKinsey and Company on the expectations of the impact of AI adoption on organization workforce in the next 3 years. Now, what was quite interesting is that when you look at the first graph, is the change in number of employees who say that, workforce will increase, workforce will decrease. Most of them are saying you can't see the pointer thingy, but from 25, or rather from 30 onwards, little or no change. Most people think that workforce won't change. Most people believe that workforce will actually decrease, with the majority of them saying it will decrease by 3 to 10%. But what's really interesting from this study is that the share of employees expected to be reskilled are actually more. If you look at 11 to 20% and more than 20%, we have about 56 people, share of employees out of 156 of them said that people will have to reskill. And so it's important for us to look at how this adoption is going to actually change the workforce. And what was quite interesting, when you look at service operations expected to decrease in our workforce size, and how generative AI will actually play a role in that, supply chain management and service operations are seeing the biggest shift in automation, because these are tasks that can actually be done by a machine over time. So for those of you who are in procurement, I'm sorry. I'm saying that because I talk to a lot of procurement people. Yeah. Anyway, in summary, data, media, and content services, every manual task will be performed by AI in the near future. And these are just some of those tasks from a marketing standpoint. For those of you who are in marketing, these are some of the tasks you do day to day. And what's really interesting right now is that as a business, as an organization, these are some of the language models that you are supposed to get a hold of and start understanding what is going on as far as this is concerned. And so with this in mind, I'd like to invite my wonderful panel to come on stage. Oh, sorry, I'm not wearing my glasses. For starters, I'm going to invite professional at... Sorry? She's a creative. That much I know. Clap for her. Can you remind me the name of your company? Insider PR. And finally, I'm going to invite Eve Nyarwai, who is a digital professional with Belva Digital. It has been written Belva. Awesome. So to start us off, this being a conversation that we're actually going to hold, one of the things that I wanted us to first and foremost kick off with as we look at man versus machine is the evolution of artificial intelligence and its impact on human cognition. Maybe we can start with the gentleman on my extreme left. What is your take on this as far as this evolution is concerned and what you've just seen so far?
Sure, thanks. So, I mean, I think let's look at it from a very basic function in terms of what AI can do. So, you're a 10-year-old and you're interested in learning about engineering. So you can get on TikTok and search for, how do I make a battery? And so the algorithm then manages to pick up that you're interested in, in learning this information, and so it keeps spitting back that sort of. It keeps recommending information related to physics, related to engineering, and so forth. So what that means is that the time in which it takes to learn anything gets much shorter. You see, let's say even within my lifetime, within my youth, if I needed to learn anything, I'd need to ask a teacher, I need to go to a library, I need to find a book. But right now, you're able to learn anything in a matter of hours. I mean, I literally know people who are training for jobs that they had applied for and jobs that they had been accepted for, which they weren't, let me say, fully qualified for. But in a matter of a couple of days, you're able to learn the basics. So, I mean, I think it just gives it, and it enables humans to really reach their full potential, whereas the infrastructure wouldn't allow you to learn anything in a matter of days. Now it does. And so you can pick up that information a lot faster.
Eva, what do you think on the same?
Yeah, so I think just to build on to Ian's point, and he's right, it definitely cuts down on the amount of time that we take to learn concepts. But I also think it's also, the impact of AI is also heavily influenced by the applications of AI in education, in how we consume information. So there's been this huge debate around, is AI a negative influence to schools and as like students using it to cheat on their exams, right? So, but I was actually just looking at, I can't remember the name of the software, where it's provided to students as a learning material because it basically transfers the capacity of a teacher to an AI model where, like you sit with a teacher and you show them how do you want to how are you going to do the algorithm or the calculation in order to get to X, right? And basically what the model does is it allows the student to actually say, I'm going to do A, B, C. And then it asks the student, why do you think that is correct? So what it does is it doesn't give a student the answer of what the solution or what the answer to that problem is, but it basically gives you a methodology in how to think, right? And when you start thinking about it that way, then you start seeing it's not necessarily that it's going to make our children or our minds or make us any lazier, but I think it's more a question around the controls that we put around the use of AI, and then we also have to just instill some level of control and self-credibility, right? Awesome. Yeah, so but I definitely think it's a tool to be used for good. It can definitely be used for bad, but we really need to start monitoring and controlling the use of AI. Yeah.
Now, let me shift gears a bit here. And Sao, you are an associate at Insider PR. You've been involved in the PR side. I also do, as I got to understand today, you're actually a budding creator on the social platforms. Tell me something. As far as AI and the creative industry is concerned, how have you seen the change in the creative field, especially around music, arts, literature? And maybe you can discuss a bit how AI can truly be a creative force that people can use in that sense. And maybe give us, if you have any experience, maybe you can actually talk to us about it.
Thank you. So for me, I don't.
Can you hear her? I think he's the mic.
Yeah. Thanks. Is this better? Yeah. Okay, so personally in the creative space, I think the number one thing that I would pull from is TikTok. And I think we're all familiar with TikTok. Is anyone in the room not familiar with TikTok? Great. And so I think there was a time when we saw the new generation of music and how people were mashing up music and creating different sounds. They would pull from different musicians, for example, and then you would have Drake who's singing a Rihanna song or Rihanna singing a Beyonce song and so on and so forth. And I thought that was very, very interesting because it shows you the extent at which creativity can get with AI. And it also shows you as, for example, if you're working with music and you're a DJ and you're trying to do your mixes and what have you, you're able to do that, right? And so I feel with AI and creativity, there's a lot of opportunities for people to discover new sounds. There's a lot of opportunities for people to discover, there's no limit per se, right? Even though we talk about control, with creativity, you can be able to do as much as possible with AI. And when we're speaking on literature, for example, I'll pull on the work we're doing with Insider PR, where we're doing a lot of reading. It condenses information for you, so it's easier for you to understand it and easier for you to apply it, which makes you more effective and efficient for your clients. And so for me, I feel that is where the balance is with AI. And when we say man versus machine, personally for me, I feel like it's not a zero-sum game. There's no winner or loser here. I think we can all benefit from the tool.
Okay. And any of you can answer this next question, because you've mentioned man versus machine, and it not being a zero-sum game.
Yes.
However, and I'm going to be the devil's advocate here. I was looking at an AI output from Midjourney, the image generation platform, that I said I want to see a landscape painting in the style of Van Gogh, with a touch of photography from Kennedy Miner in Kenya. So it's a mix of two creative styles, one in painting, one in photography. And the output was quite interesting for me because, yes, by now Midjourney has been trained on a lot of our local photographers, painters. It's constantly being trained. What was quite interesting though was the output of that. If I was to claim it as, because it was my idea to prompt the AI to give me those two diverse things, can I really claim that as my intellectual property? That is a question to all of you.
Okay.
Since it's not a zero-sum game.
Let me actually.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah. Let me attempt to respond to that. So there was a case, a court case in the U.S. Where a creator was claiming that an image created by some kind of image generative software was his copyright. Now the court ruling was that if this particular piece of art was not created by a human, then it can't actually be copyrighted. So yes, that's a new case, and yes, there are a lot of other court cases, but you need to think that it may set a precedent for what happens later on. So I think the other bit of that is, can you actually claim to own it, particularly if you're using the art created by, did you use Van Gogh?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As the source.
As a reference.
As a reference.
Yes.
So does it belong then to his estate as the owner of the copyright? So I don't know. I mean, I think there's difference.
I mean, what do you think?
I mean, and it begs, so on Google Dream, right?
Yes.
And you can go to YouTube and create videos and use licensed audios of celebrities. And basically what the algorithm does is it actually creates a new song that hasn't existed using a licensed voice of an artist. I think it's a very slippery slope, and it's a really good question, but also you can't own it.
Okay.
One,
I owned the prompt. I actually thought about, I'm the one who thought about, what happens if I mixed Van Gogh and a Kenyan photographer? And music is a different, because it's someone's voice that you're using. Yeah, exactly.
But then it's also a combination of, I prompted and said, I want a song in this genre, right? And I wanted to have like this kind of backbeats.
Okay.
So then, how are you going to license, a voice that belongs to someone else?
Yeah.
How are you going to also license, because the beats are also not going to belong to you, right?
Yes.
And then, how are you also going to license, like it's really hard to license a thought that someone else will have.
True.
It's not original.
Yeah, it's not original. Yeah.
So.
But I can license the prompt. Anyway, what do you think?
For me, I feel like if you're going to put the prompt in,
then
you are essentially going to get work that has previously been produced, right? And so this means that it's not necessarily yours and you can't claim it because it's not original in its state. So that's how I would go about that.
Interesting take. I mean, I was playing devil's advocate, but I did. Somebody has to. Yeah, but I do agree. Like, it's important for us to be able to actually, look at it in the way that, yes, it's someone else's intellectual property being referenced, being used to train the language model. And in as much as there's the rise of prompt engineers, people who specialize in creating unique prompts for AI so that the output comes in a desired way, is something that I want to see what the future holds. And to that point that I made earlier on, that, moving away from machine leading, consumers following, and then machines leading and machines following, we've begun to see applications whereby machines are now doing the prompts for you, but based off of repetitive tasks. So for example, if I do reply to emails every morning at 8 a.m., I just need to train my machine on the details that would actually come out of that. And mostly, let me not say email, but I see it in customer care. The FAQs is going to disappear.
Yeah, for sure.
It's now going to just be prompted, because those are trained questions and answers that you actually have, for that. Do you want to add on that?
And campaign management too, right? So where we see bigger applications of AI right now is campaign optimization, because then they know what the benchmark for a good campaign is.
Yes.
They learn how these ads are being pushed to customers, which ones are performing well. But then now, what I think we need to start thinking about is when now it becomes AI competing against AI and optimizing this campaign, where's the max roof? And what happens at that point? Because then we are maxing out our optimization capability, because
it's machine learning on a model, on a model, on a model, right?
Yeah.
And it's actually called, it has disappeared, but it's called AI feedback loop,
Yeah.
where you consume, the AI model consumes so
From
much
itself, yeah.
from itself to the point where the content is not original, the idea is not original, and then now the chances of error, the margin actually becomes greater, right? So we are starting to see more and more of that, but then I think then the question begs, is there going to be a cap, and at that point then what happens?
Exactly. Interesting times we are living in, right? Right?
Have you seen this AI influencer?
Yes.
Aitana.
Yes.
I don't know, have you guys seen, you should go on Instagram and look for her. So I was actually just looking at an Instagram reel where Aitana made so much more money than the influencers in that region. And basically brands are endorsing Aitana, like instead of, and you know, like there's a lifespan, I really didn't want to say that word, but there's a lifespan to influencing, right? Where you'll find the influencers that we had 10 years ago are not necessarily the influencers that we hold in high regard and listen to them, right? So Aitana is an AI model who gets brands to work with her, and she'll like dress out in outfits, and she doesn't have a shelf life, and she's now actually making more money than influencers. Then you start really grasping that man versus machine concept more, because if they're getting to a place where even we as the population are starting to enjoy an AI model more than an actual human being, then it really begs the question, where is this battle going?
Yeah. So far, if I was to keep score, AI 1, humans 3, I'm just asking. We'd like to think that. All right, let's continue. Let's change things up a bit. One of the things that we are seeing is human intelligence being augmented by artificial intelligence, right? And we've given examples. Actually, we've not given examples, but we've talked a bit about them. What I would like us to do is explore some examples that you guys might have, and maybe Ian, you could share with us some examples that you have in mind, followed by Sao, and then we can take it up from there.
Okay. So I'm a strategist at Scanad, and part of my work is really deriving insights from everywhere. First off, I think the way I'd phrase the machine versus human debate is thoughts versus bots.
Exactly.
So as much as AI might seem very smart, it's only as good as the information that's put in it. Garbage in, garbage out, that principle. It operates the same way as any other computing does. Now, during one of the conversations I had with a lecturer at UON, he said that he presented his students with a question about give a history of Kenyan education from the post-colonial period to present. And a lot of his students actually used ChatGPT to find those answers. So to find the answer to the question. So first of all, a lot of the answers he was getting were very similar on that paper. And they were also very inaccurate because they were making references, for example, to Jomo Kenyatta being a teacher at some point in a high school or something like that. So because of the kind of language that's fed into it, from which these large language models are deriving the information, can sort of mislead it, you call it hallucination. And so it's able to pick up, okay, we're talking about post-colonial period, so Jomo Kenyatta, around the colonial period, Jomo Kenyatta must be important. We're talking about education, schools are important. And then it puts this information together and then spits out something that's not very logical. Now, we as humans know that this is not true. If you've been alive long enough, even 10 years, you know that this information is not accurate. So humans have the capacity to be able to figure out what information is inaccurate, whereas the machine, at least as of now, is only good at taking what information has been given to it and then spitting back out. It can sort of translate it and change it up, but it doesn't have the capacity to actually think about whether it's rational. Not yet.
Yeah, not yet, yeah. So?
I think I would also just pull on that.
Microphone.
Oh. I think I would also just pull on that and say that For us, with the work that we're doing, especially with PR, it's a lot of writing. We're doing a lot of client thought leadership articles and what have you. And sometimes you want to make your life a little easier. You want to go into ChatGPT, for example, and give it a topic and then hope that it gives you information that's accurate. This has actually happened where you submit work to the client and the client is like, this has nothing to do with the work we're doing. This has nothing to do with our company. We did not start in 1907. We started in 2013. And so you see that, those are the limitations. And like Ian rightly said, it's the hallucinations. And so you need to be able to find the balance between how you're going to utilize this tool and not, this new human for the better of your work going forward.
Awesome. Eve,
Yeah.
let's talk about the future of employment in the age of artificial intelligence. And I'm sure a lot of people sitting here are wondering, will a machine replace me one day? I wake up at night with sweats. I'm just kidding. But maybe we can discuss the impact of AI and automation on the job market and how you see, what jobs are most likely going to be at risk and how society can prepare for the changes in the workforce.
Yeah. So, quick question. Who here has received an email from a colleague and they knew this one was an AI, it was a ChatGPT email? Man, they're the worst. So anyway, where I'm going with this is, there's a certain level, if your job entails human interaction, there's a certain level of AI that's never going to get there. There's a certain level of human affection, compassion, that AI is never going to grasp. So a rule of thumb when I think about is AI going to replace my job is if my job requires rudimental tasks, right? It's repetitive. I do the same thing every morning, or there's a procedure, A will lead to B, B will lead to C. There's a high possibility AI is going to do that because AI is really good at automation. It's very good at replication of tasks and repetition of tasks, right? But if your job then entails some level of strategy, you need to understand context in order for you to actually execute something. A relationship is hinged on your ability to do your job, then those may not necessarily be replaced by AI, but I also think that as people, we need to use AI as a tool in order to complement our skills, as opposed to looking at AI as a competitor. So, like, for example, some of the things that I do within my job on a day-to-day is I'll use ChatGPT a lot. If I get a very long proposal, feed it to ChatGPT, summarize what are the key takeouts, right? It helps me move faster, but then it also doesn't take the decisioning process away from my role. It just makes me more efficient. So I think there's definitely a risk in terms of AI, but I think it also presents an opportunity for us to become better and to also sort of like upskill and become more strategy leaders. Because I think that there is some leading and thinking with context that AI may not be able to get, as you've already alluded to. There are certain things that we know about our history that in as much as we teach AI, if it gets the wrong information, then it spits the wrong information out. So there are definitely things that AI is never going to be able to replace, but it should definitely be used as a tool for growth. Yeah.
Sal, your comments?
For me, I would say, if you look into like the 60s and when we were looking at banking, for example, and the ATMs came into life and everybody was like, oh my God, if you're a bank teller, your life is over. They're never going to use bank tellers ever again. We're in 2023 and we're still using bank tellers, and there's so many other positions within the banking system that are effective through humans. And so if you think about today, I would say, if you're not using AI, then it's not going to replace you, but somebody who is using AI is definitely going to replace you. And that's just simply because they are more effective, they're more efficient, they save companies a lot of time and money, resources, and so they're able to do so much more at a faster, more effective way. Adding to that, I would also say, I think maybe just speculatively, but I think entry-level jobs will require a little bit more of you just understanding their role a little bit more. we tend to have like interns and what have you when they come in, but I think now with the use of AI and AI being able to sort of create some of the work that interns will be doing, that as an intern you need to come up with something more so that you're more effective. So yeah, that's what I would say.
So Ian, in closing, maybe you could give us some remarks around the future of artificial intelligence. What the predictions, from your viewpoint, what that looks like, what the possibilities look like for humanity. Go ahead and speculate what that future would look like.
Yeah. So that's a really big question and a really good question. I think some of it has already been alluded to in that AI can help you be more efficient, help you save time. I have a friend who was doing SEO marketing, and within about 3 months her job disappeared. Now it doesn't necessarily mean that her job was replaced by the bot, but it was by AI, it was replaced by people who know how to use the platform to do the same job that she was doing. But there's so many other use cases. If you look at music, for example, a lot of what producers have done over the past several decades is that they'll take existing tracks, existing music tracks, and chop them up and manipulate them in all sorts of ways to create new music. And that definitely takes a lot of time and a lot of skill. Now imagine if you have a platform that can actually just take music and play it forward faster, take bits of it, play it backwards, which is how a lot of music samples are made. And rather than having a guy sitting in a studio and doing that over a span of 6 days, your ChatGPT or whatever it might be can do it in a matter of 6 minutes. So that just means that the output is going to come out a lot quicker. It could potentially be a lot higher quality because you have so many iterations to choose from. So in summary, I think it's really just a tool, as Sal said, not a replacement, but a tool that's able to that's able to be used by people who can, think quickly on their feet and adapt to new technology, just to make us all work a lot better. But overall, you're always better off being the owner of the asset than just being the user, right? When there's a gold rush, you want to sell the spades and be the one actually creating the AI platforms that are being used.
Eve?
I think mine is actually, I'm going to pose them as questions because it's things I've been thinking about, right? So we, especially in the marketing space, we are finding ourselves using AI to better reach our customers, right? Because the biggest challenge any marketer is going to have is how can I get my brand to the right eyeballs, right? And then how can I spend the least amount and get the maximum value and profit out of it? And when you start applying AI to that, then you get your predictive analytics, you get your campaign automation and optimization, right? So then when you start thinking of it, you just like, so how much predictive analytics is going to go into my customer? So if you think about a Jumia using an AI model to predict either products, consumer behavior, right? And then you also have a Maidawa on the other end doing the same thing.
To what degree?
To what degree are we going to see this level of brand competition? And then does that mean that because we let machines drive a lot of our automation and communication, because then we are also seeing where we are having content creative being designed by machines, are we going to lose the human touch that actually is what connects brands to customers? So I think it's a good question to ask in as much as we are continually driving for optimization, continually driving for efficiency. It's to also take a step back and to realize that in as much as we are having a conversation of man versus machine, man still has a role to play because AI can never replace the fundamentals of human connection.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Sound?
I did my parting shot.
You're good. You don't have a parting shot. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this has been your panel for man versus machine, the battle of wits and algorithms rather. I don't know if the audience has questions for our panelists. They were either too good or they were very boring? Oh, Andrew?
Thank you very much. My name is Andrew Balongo Perry, freelance marketer and content creator. Now, I've noticed in the conversation about AI, and especially around data sets, how AI is fed. A lot of the information is Western or from US or Europe. We don't see any conversation around how to feed it African and Kenyan data sets. So even as we are testing it out, what we are getting out is not reflective of even bringing our own culture, ingenuity, creativity to the table. So I think this is a part that is affecting us, where we can talk about innovation, but on the last panel they mentioned that the bigger a company is, they move forward more slowly. So my question is then, what are you guys doing in terms of feeding African data? Because I'm not seeing any conversation around that, so that all of us can get on board on feeding this AI to bring African solution, creativity, output into the culture of AI worldwide. Thank you.
Do you want to go, Ian?
Yeah, let me respond to that in part. Now, let me actually respond as a marketer, as one who's in advertising. One of the, let me say, advantages, depending on how you look at it, of being in this country is that our culture moves pretty quickly. If you look at a word with my audience, now, depending on how quickly you can train your bot to actually pick up this language, then it might go out of date. For example, ChatGPT is, I think, trained on information till, is it March this year?
Yeah, no, September 25th. No, it's now October 25th this year.
October 25th,
Yeah.
right. So it's getting faster and faster. Now, if you're looking at language that changes faster than, that goes out of style in less than a month, then you may not be able to be in culture that quickly using AI. So, I mean, when I look at an application, for example, when Naivas is sending me messages, they send me SMSs, buy Ushindi soap from this and this Naivas. I've never bought Ushindi soap, well, not since I was a child. It's not something that I use. Now, if we're able to derive all this information that Naivas has about what people buy in general, about what I buy, then hopefully they're going to be able to send me messages that are a bit more timely and relevant to me. So there's so many different layers in terms of general, there's culture, there's what, in this case, Naivas, sells to customers in general on a regular basis, and there's the information that they have about me, like why can't they send me messages that are more relevant to me. So, and yeah, there's just many different dynamics.
But I think to add on to that, I think there's also need to push for more AI innovation that happens within Africa. And I think that it's a conversation that I've seen certain pillars of the tech sector actually be very heavily involved in. And maybe just to give us an option that's not particularly within the marketing sphere, is there's a lot of push to develop AI algorithms within supply chain that actually resolve supply chain issues that face Africa. Because truth be told, if you build a model that's focused on the US, those are not the same challenges that we face. So of course it's not going to solve the same problems when it's applied to this market. So I think there's definitely also an opportunity to create more drive for AI innovators within this particular market, so that they're actually able to feed the right context to those models and to also grow those algorithms that actually solve for an African and communicate for an African context. So that's definitely a gap that exists for sure.
And if I can pile on that, there are actually initiatives that exist in country today with some of the big tech companies, whereby we do have locals who have been employed to be able to actually train these large language models that you see today. So Midjourney is not what it used to be 5 or 6 months ago. There's a lot of training that has gone into that, and that training is not being done by someone out there. it's our people who are doing it. So it will take time. It won't move it's not moving at the rate at which, the language model was trained at before, but it's getting there. So there's light at the end of the tunnel, ultimately. Yeah. Any other question? Yes.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Eliki, and actually, for me, it's not more. I'm an academic counselor, and we're talking about AI. And in AI, what we do in Regenesis Business School, actually, I know some of us here, we've heard about Hyena. Who knows? We can be the next Hyena in here. So if you want to study about AI, I'll be here. I'll be walking after lunch. And I can get, if you see me, please ask me. I'll let you know. For the next 8 months, you'll be the next Ayana. Who knows? I don't know. Just come. I'll be there. I'll be seeing each and every one of us. And I'll be giving you my business card also. Thank you so much, Joel. Thank you so much, Eve, Sao, and also Ian. It was an amazing moment. And also, I'll see you in a bit. Ciao.
Clap for the guy. That's the only promotional message you're taking today. Any other questions? Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you so much for this beautiful session you've had. But in line with something educational too, that I wanted to ask about man versus machine. Currently being a teacher, I'm trying to understand how I can introduce AI to students. Undeniably, fact is that the students are really accessing education in whichever mode, whether we are still with them in school or outside of school premises, they are going to access the internet in whichever mode. And how best do you think as a teacher you can integrate the AI into the learning system that is current right now, because they can really find anything on the internet, but how can we integrate it for them to also feel like it's relevant to acquire these skills, even as a teacher, to administer it to them and for them to make them feel like whatever I'm teaching is not just book worth, but I'm also teaching you something that is very educational to you and a skill that will be needed even after you get out of school. Because if I may tend to think like as a business opportunity that has come right now and it's really hot, a CV revamp. I remember everyone was really taught how to write a CV back in school. But why are we having CV revamps? Do you mean to tell me we don't know how to write a typical CV just out here? So how do you think is some of the way we can integrate AI into making the students feel like the skill that I'm teaching you in the digital space is helping you to be more competitive in the outside world than just the books or the examination setup that we are having right now? Thank you.
Okay, so I'll give you an example of what we're doing at Insider PR. We usually use ChatGPT through prompts, right? So you prompt it and it gives you whatever information you're looking for. But one of the ways that you win at ChatGPT, if I can say that, is by prompting it the correct way. So then it gives you the correct information. And so possibly one of your classes could be on prompting, and you could ask them, is it possible for you guys to come up with different prompts? Like, what are you looking to get out of ChatGPT? Is it maybe you're looking to code, maybe you're looking to be a better gamer, maybe whatever it is. And then you could practically take them through prompting, because it's, I feel, and maybe my co-panelists could give you a different answer, but for me personally, I feel like prompting will be something that will be very useful, because the better you prompt, the better the answer, the better the results, the more efficient you are.
Yeah, I mean, completely agree. Like I mentioned, you know, my friend who lost her job to AI, who was doing SEO marketing, she lost her job to somebody who was able to use Jasper a little bit better. It gets the same work that she would take 2 hours to do in about 1 minute. And all this person, you know, this person who replaced her needed to do was to know what prompts she entered. Joel also referenced prompt engineers, a new, let's say, I guess we could call it a new field of engineering. Basically people who work on the back end and figure out what the human language is and try to merge it with the chatbot or the AI language. And if you actually have that knowledge, I mean, you don't need to necessarily get a full degree, but you have knowledge about entering the prompts, then that puts you at that interface between the human and the bot, and it really puts you in a powerful position.
Awesome. Unfortunately, we can't take any more questions. We are out of time, but I really do appreciate the participation from you guys. And I would also like to ask you to actually appreciate our panelists here today with a hearty clap. Thank you very much. I'll hand over back to the MC.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate the panelists once more. Joel Rao, asante sana for a good job well done, and for your panelists, especially on this issue of AI, asanteni sana. And yes, I expected a lot of questions on this particular discussion, and I know you can continue, but yeah, I think it's one of the most interesting discussions, especially in 2023. The use or the position of AI in whatever we do, and more so especially in digital and technology. And I think the question that the panelists pointed out, because there's a lot of fear in approaching AI, and between a tool that you can use and seeing it as a replacement of yourself, which is which? To you, is it a tool or is it your replacement? Yeah? Because either way, it is definitely a game changer, whether we like it or not. Yes? But the one thing I can point out that probably irked me quite a bit is the fact that we could be huddling down very first towards a war between machine versus machine. The discussion was man versus machine, but in marketing and these other spheres, you were talking more about machine versus machine, as everyone now is using AI to generate content and to do all these other things. What exactly are we doing? And as I mentioned earlier, at the end of this week, we're going to be having the Digital Media Awards. And I'd want to see if at all we're going to be having an award for the best use of AI in content generation. Because you've seen on TikTok, Capinto, yeah? And that's the kind of content, AI-generated content that's coming up. Are we going to be having an award on best use of AI? We have to wait and see. So ladies and gentlemen, we've had a very jam-packed morning session. A lot more is coming in the afternoon. There's a session immediately after lunch on Add to Cart, matters e-commerce, that we need to look forward to. So we're taking a 1-hour lunch break. Yes? It is exactly 1:27. Yes? So we should be back here at exactly 2:27 so that we can start the next session at exactly 2:30 so that we can be able to keep time. So lunch is being served in this area to my left, so you can enjoy the lunch, and the refreshments will continue being served even as we go along. Go ahead and enjoy your lunch. Asanteni sana.
Okay, class, who would like to do problem 3 on the board? to do problem 3 on the board.
Please don't be me. Please don't be me. I know, Miss Einstein.
Let's give someone else a try, Ralphie. How about you, Sophia?
Actually... Recess! Whew, saved by the bell. What happened, Sophia? I froze in front of the whole class. What if I'm not smart enough to do math? That can't be true. It would be so cool if my brain was like a muscle. Then I could exercise my brain to make it smarter. But I thought we were either born smart or not smart.
It turns out that's not true. Some monster-rifically cool scientists studied the brain and learned that it works just like a muscle. If you exercise your brain, it grows stronger, which means that anyone can get smarter.
That's monster-rific! But how do you exercise your brain?
By challenging it.
Like when you work really hard to understand a tricky math problem?
Exactly.
Okay, so we know we can grow our brains and get smarter, but how do we do it? Sit on the couch and eat ice cream.
New Sensodyne Complete Protection Plus.
get all-in-one protection, plus a superior cleaning action. Add a boost to your daily oral care with new Sensodyne Complete Protection Plus.
Okay, class, who would like to do problem 3 on the board?
Please don't be me, please.
Okay, class, who would like to do problem 3 on the board?
Please don't be me, please don't be me.
I know, Miss Einstein. Let's give someone else a try, Ralphie. How about you, Sophia?
Actually...
Recess!
Whew! Saved by the bell!
Sensodyne Complete Protection Plus. Get all-in-one protection, plus a superior cleaning action.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I know we made the promise that we'll converge here at 3 minutes to half past the hour. I can see we are 3 minutes late. So I'd like to kindly request everyone in this restaurant section to kindly move to the auditorium here. Our panel is ready, and we're just about to begin this next discussion. We have 2 panels for the afternoon, so the sooner we begin, the better for us. So kindly approach this seating area so that we can start. And as you continue making your way to the sitting area here, allow me to acknowledge our sponsors and partners once again, the Ministry of Information, Communications and the Digital Economy of the Government of Kenya, which has a responsibility for formulating, administering, managing, and developing the information, broadcasting, and communication policy. The Association of Fintechs in Kenya, AFIK, Citizen Digital, Royal Media Services, Hot 96, which is still part of Royal Media, the Institute of Human Resource Management Kenya, IHRM, Samsung, who are part of the exhibitors behind there, Cisco, Reddington, who also have exhibition stands to my right, Kenya Institute of Bankers, Marketing Society of Kenya, MSK, and of course the organizers of this event, Go Gaga Experiential. A round of applause for our partners and sponsors, please. Once we invite our panelists to stage, I'll appreciate if at all we could lessen the noise coming from this side, especially those who are still enjoying their meal. You can still finish up, no worries. But those who are done eating, kindly make your way to the sitting area here so that we can continue with this discussion. So, ladies and gentlemen, the next discussion we're having is titled Add to CAT. Matters e-commerce. I'm sure you've all come across that prompt when you're trying to navigate through some of the digital platforms. Introducing the person to moderate this panel, this discussion, Anthony Gitobu. Anthony Gitobu, kindly make your way to the stage this way. A round of applause for Anthony Gitobu. Anthony Gitobu is a country lead, Eden Life Kenya. Anthony is a seasoned professional with over 10 years of experience in the field of e-commerce, with a strong background in profitability-driven operations and growth management. He has successfully navigated various sectors within the e-commerce industry. His expertise lies in optimizing operations to drive revenue and achieve sustainable growth. Anthony's dedication to delivering exceptional results has earned him a reputation for being a reliable and strategic leader in the e-commerce space. He's currently the country lead of Eden Life Kenya. I had mentioned that, where he leads and manages operations to drive business growth and customer satisfaction. Previously, Anthony held key leadership roles as a head of supply chain at Sendi and head of hub operations at Jumia Kenya, where he played a pivotal role in optimizing supply chain processes and ensuring seamless operations. Anthony's expertise in e-commerce and his track record of success make him a valuable asset in the industry. Let's appreciate Anthony once more. So Anthony, I'd like to hand it over to you for you to invite your panelists and also take charge of this next discussion for the next 1 hour. Karibu sana. Over to you.
Use Olivia next. Olivia is the general manager of EB, Electric Mobility. She's a legend in the logistics space and the queen of e-mobility. Fun fact about Olivia, she loves a vanilla latte. So if you ever have a meeting with her, please make sure you carry one to meet up with her. Next on the list is Brenna, head of e-commerce at Copia. She has been building a reach across up-country deliveries for Copia and works closely to build her team to ensure efficiency in the team. Fun fact about Brenna, she's adventurous. She has been up Mount Kenya twice and dragon boating. Next is Sami, e-commerce regional customer manager. Customer-centric guy, building operations around the customers and ensuring efficiencies are met for customers. Fun fact about Sami, he was born on 29th of February. So this guy is like 8 years old right now. So then finally, it's Priscilla. Amazing career. She has undergone a lot in the industry, going through each and every facet of the industry and understanding more about managing people and building a quality team. Fun fact about Priscilla, she's an amazing dancer, actually a professional dancer. Unfortunately, we don't have a DJ, so we'll not get into that. So we'll start off. We'll start by decoding the changing faces of e-commerce and being industry leaders and being in the industry for quite a while. What are some of the things that you have seen in the industry over the last few years, and what direction do you see the market going? I'll start with Olivia.
So I've been in the space for quite some time, but I'll speak primarily to the last mile logistics space and the changes I've seen. A lot of the consumers are becoming really price sensitive, sensitive to how much it costs for them to deliver, and they want to see that cost. They don't want that cost to be a surprise to them anymore. They want to see it upfront before they finish making their purchases, and that's becoming more prevalent in every single order that you see being placed. So coming into the space, it's about how do you make that cost of logistics really something acceptable for the consumer.
The feedback's coming from. It's because of the phone.
Brenna?
Thanks. So, I mean, I don't think any of us can deny in the last sort of 4 years, the number of people getting online has increased like exponentially, and especially COVID really pushed that. And we found people have gotten online and they haven't left. Even in the most rural of areas, which Copier traditionally serves, over 60% of our clientele have smartphones, and most of them are getting online once a week. So you cannot discount sort of the power this has to reach your audience, to reach your consumers and your customers and engage them. But balancing that still with the need for the multiple touch points, being present offline, and building a relationship at the end of the day, of which digital can be the primary channel, but it's certainly not the only one.
Yeah, so from it's a very good question that you've actually asked there. So from a DHL perspective, we've also seen quite a lot of changes in the last 5 years or so. So what we're seeing is basically it's not logistics as usual. So we're seeing a lot of changes where the players, both be it a seller or a buyer, wants to actually have a really good experience overall. And this has actually led to a lot of changes in terms of navigating them through the complexities as far as trading online is concerned, or basically trade from a holistic picture. And so in terms of the role that we're seeing, pretty much we're seeing a lot of, just like you basically mentioned, we're seeing a lot of changes in terms of people who actually want to buy online, not only from a global perspective, but even from an African perspective. So it's truly been accelerated, and especially during just post-COVID, we're seeing a lot of people quite ready to actually go online.
For me, I remember a phrase we used to use at Glovo. We used to say COVID is the growth hack that we needed, especially for groceries. We were struggling a bit with the adoption of people buying groceries online. And after COVID, the same thing, we saw people still going on. Actually, the category is growing. At the time, food was 70% of the total sales. Now it has flipped. It's 60% groceries, 40% food. So this is because now people are trusting the online platforms more. And the other thing that I have also observed is that the trust has improved, because I think I'm seeing more people being comfortable doing trade on social platforms. Like, for example, the hair I'm wearing right now, I bought it on an Instagram page. The dress I'm wearing right now, I also bought it on an Instagram page. And people are now trusting more people, rather these platforms, online platforms. So social commerce is big. It's actually bigger than what we think. It's because we cannot measure it, but it's actually a big thing. So I think COVID really was the growth hack we needed to take the business off. Yeah. And also at Maidawa, if you look at the trajectory, between 2020 and 2021, the business grew 5 times, and it was mainly driven by the COVID situation. Yeah.
Amazing, amazing. Maybe just to ask Priscilla, in what ways are you keeping up with the changes that are happening? And currently we can see that compared to back 10 years, 5 years back, where changes were a bit slower, right now things are moving at a faster pace. How are you keeping up with those changes, and what tech innovations do you have in play for Maidawa?
I'd like to give an example of insurance. Initially, Maidawa didn't have insurance where you could pay, like check out using your insurance card. So we had to talk to all the insurance partners, bring them on board, so that if you have a prescription and you have insurance, you're a part of an insurance membership, you're able to use your card to check out. How we keep up is by listening to the customers. So we are constantly seeking feedback. We do constant focus groups. We also do online surveys just to get to understand what the consumer needs. Even in terms of what we stock on the platform, we do quarterly surveys asking people what brands are you missing and you'd like to see on Maidawa, and then we use that to prioritize what to stock. Yeah.
Good stuff. Brenna, considering that Copier is totally different from what everyone else is here, I know you've been working hard in building Mashinani, delivering Mashinani. What tips can you give us, or adoptions you've taken up to ensure that there's the growth? You mentioned that there's the growth to about 60% usage of mobility and going on social. how can you tell us on how you're working on the adoption?
Both fast and slowly. I mean, we've got to move fast. There's a lot of competition. It's fast growth, and online consumers are discerning. Even if they're new to online, ability to kind of get it right and to show them what it can be. At the same time, also knowing that we do last mile delivery and logistics, but it's certainly not to your home. The mechanisms at that of scale in Mashinani they're not feasible today. So, working very closely with our agents as partners to make sure that they're also giving that best experience, engaging with the customers, and helping them get online. And it's a mixture of using all of the digital channels at our disposal. So, it's social media, posts, it's advertising, push notifications, but not forgetting that offline presence and that offline connection. That is key if you're going to trust the goods you're getting and wanting to come back. So move fast, but listen to your customers and give them the time to catch up with you.
So to Olivia and Sami, you're the main people behind the last mile, right? And I know a lot has changed. For Sami, I know right now we can see the e-commerce space. People are also looking at exports. Olivia, people are trying to cut down their costs, considering the way there's a whole change in terms of investment, so people have to be cost conscious with the way they're driving their businesses. How are you keeping up with this, and how are you supporting the growth of the e-commerce space?
When we joined the space with the electric bicycles, one of the things that was really clear was that nobody really knew who defined the cost. So for us, it was, how do we show people, and the other thing was that most people believed that the motorcycle was the all-encompassing solution for last mile delivery. So for us, it was to come in and show that an electrical bicycle can perform exactly the same, if not better, in those short distances. So most people are now aware of the fact that you can get KFC delivered to you for 49 shillings. That's because it's being delivered on an electrical bicycle. We don't have to compete with petrol, so we are able to come in and help the platforms figure out a cheaper way of doing logistics, but still remembering there is a cost of logistics. And then redefining a very immature space and maybe making it more constructed in the sense that you don't need to deliver a letter with a motorbike. You can do that same delivery with a bicycle. And you'll still get there, safe, sound, no damages, everything is still intact, and you have your delivery. So helping the platform see that, and then pushing the platforms into a space of your space is e-commerce, find a logistics specialist to do for you the logistics, and then both of you together can come together and make really nice music that enables a customer to enjoy that space holistically is something that we will continuously do. So in some businesses that really have taken us on and we've helped them, they've seen massive cost reductions when it comes to logistics just because they've moved from ICE and then understanding what asset type for which load and what distance, and it becomes so much more easier for them to perform.
Thank you. So for us, we've actually had to change the role. Back in the day, it used to be a question where you reach out to logistics when you're actually at the tail end. Like, that's where you want to start now looking for a DHL, for example. So we've had to sort of come in and bridge the gap as far as sort of like demystifying the whole complexities that come in from an international trade perspective. And what we've actually done there, we actually run a program called Power Up Your Potential. So number one is actually just creating that awareness that we actually have amazing products from an African perspective that actually have sort of like viability in other markets as well. So we've played a very pivotal part in terms of just creating that element of, number one, you don't have to only play in the space of your local space. You could go to the East African corridor, the West African corridor, global. So pretty much just showing that there is actually reach there. We've also been able to sort of like handhold in terms of the entire experience, because it goes above telling you that there's an opportunity, but also just showing you how do you actually scale that opportunity. So we've had to play that enabler role, where we've actually come in to partner with strategic partners, have conversations like this that we're actually having, which is not something that we would do in the past. So we were pretty much known for more of a corporate kind of business, and this is now just sort of like aligning as far as every sort of business, every size. So we're basically thinking about the micro, small, medium sort of enterprises, and just seeing how can we meet them at their points, so that we can actually handhold from that point of number one, create that awareness that there is that particular opportunity, and finally show them that there is a space out there. So that's pretty much where we've been playing.
Amazing. I think one thing I can mention is, Olivia, you played a big role. We have worked together for quite a while. You have reduced my costs drastically. Same thing to you, Sami. DHL has played a big role in tests that we have done trying to do cross-border deliveries. So back to you, Priscilla. What revolutionary measures are you guys taking, especially for the pharma space, where we know medicine is not the easiest thing for people to get? And what are you working on to ensure that you make it easier for everyone?
So as of this year, we've adopted a new strategy. We are calling it Bricks and Clicks. What does that mean? It means that we will open stores, which will be a hybrid store, where it will be a pickup point, as well as a delivery point to customers around that area. And the reason for this is because currently we have only one warehouse where we deliver from. It's in Westlands. And someone who lives in Thika Road would probably get their drugs after 3 hours. And we all know drugs can be an emergency, actually is an emergency. So we need to figure out how do we reduce that SLA. So we've started this with Mombasa. So initially, areas around outside of Nairobi, the deliveries would go 24 hours later. But now in Mombasa, you get your delivery done within 2 hours. So it has worked very well, and the reason why we know it has worked is because if you look at the online revenue and the walk-in revenue, it's at the same level, which means that by overlaying an online platform on top of a physical store, you're able to increase the coverage. What does that mean? If a typical store serves 5-kilometer radius, with an online store, you're able to increase that to 20 kilometers, simply because people can order at the comfort of their homes. So Mombasa has worked well. We've launched that in February this year, and the plan is to open more. So actually, in a week's time, we'll be in Meru as well. So we are also trying to figure out a mix of franchise and also owned by Dawa stores. So right now, the Meru one is a franchise. So we are going to test the different models and see what makes sense and what makes sense. So in terms of what we are trying to do is also appreciating the fact that, like she said, building trust, having a relationship with the consumers, you may need a physical presence, somewhere people know they can go and get help if they need to. Yeah.
You want to jump into this one?
Sure. Yeah, so I mean, I think Copia has always been transformative in a large way. One of the first retailers to really go out into the rural area and give that opportunity or that choice and option that otherwise isn't available. And right now, it's how do we expand that and get people comfortable shopping online, but also meet them where they are, and to the fact that, I'm always connected to the internet. Most people in Nairobi are always connected to the internet. It's the reality for all of us. It's not the reality when you leave the towns and the cities. So we have our app. We've in the last year, we've gotten up to 80% of all agents shop on our app exclusively, as opposed they've moved away from USSD and SMS, which are the traditional channels. Customers are now forming about direct customer orders. We've always traditionally had orders through an agent, so customers ordering directly is now forming sort of 10 to 15% of all orders monthly. But we're also meeting them where they are. So the app, it's an app, you shop on an app, but it works offline. You can browse offline. If you then don't have data, we'll convert that into an SMS that allows you to still place your order and get it confirmed, so it doesn't matter. You do need to go online occasionally to get updated prices and catalog, of course, but even if you're out of date, we'll give you the right price at the point of ordering. So you always know upfront what's available and what you're paying for that. We whitelist the app to a degree, again, making it easier for people to trust the process, to trust the journey, and to have a good experience with it. We're looking into WhatsApp as an ordering channel. I think there's great potential there. There's some work Meta needs to do to come to the continent and give us some of the features they're doing with GeoMart at the moment, especially at scale. But again, it's where people are. So engaging with them on those platforms, talking to them, and helping along that journey. Come towards digitization, but we'll support you as that gap, that divide closes in terms of that access, data access, technology access.
Okay. I think there's a diverse kind of team seated right here, from logistics to pharma to food and other products. So I would want us to discuss the different challenges that you face and how you're trying to overcome them and more or less get your success. So I think we'll start with Olivia coming down.
So we find that a lot of the times it's education. Most people don't know, or if they know, it's limited. So it's going in first and teaching and teaching and teaching and teaching and just helping to understand. But also we realize that a lot of the times when we are out, we are the face of the platform. So the platform has got to absolutely trust that the people who we are giving them to help them with the deliveries are going to do what they want them to do. So at the end of the day, our employees almost work for 2 companies at the same time. So it's helping them really understand what it is they're doing. But even more so is the customer, just making sure that the customer doesn't get confused by what they're seeing arriving at their door. It might be somebody in a t-shirt that says ED and a reflector that says Glovo, Jumia, whatever, but at the end of the day, they have to trust that person. And then also another thing is that with this digital space, you have, I always say, like, find the person for Google who sets up this, what do you call it, the maps for driving and cars. I'm going to have a really massive fight with them because they haven't switched on bicycles for Africa. We need that thing switched on. Because right now we have all this data, but we don't have somewhere else outside of our network to use it on. And the most common sites which are used are Google Maps, Street Maps, but all those are up for Africa. So it makes it super, super challenging to want to integrate that kind of information with the platform. And the platforms want more. They are always looking for more ways to collect data, more ways to be in touch with their customers. And that becomes really tricky because we're doing the actual work for them, but the information then remains theirs. So how do you then integrate? And a lot of the times you're not doing work for one person, so should I have 40 integrations or 30 integrations depending on how many platforms I'm working? So that's the challenging part about it. But it doesn't mean it's impossible, it just makes sleeping at night a little bit harder, but much more fun because it's a new challenge to think about every day.
Getting the right person, right?
Sorry, picking up from yours on Google. So I think a challenge we find is, people think e-commerce and what immediately jumps to mind is electronics, fashion. It's not the reality of the average African consumer. Foodstuffs is big, the non-commodity foodstuffs. Personal care items are big. But really where a lot of the opportunity lies and is identifying that is construction and farm. I'm pretty sure if I pointed to almost anyone in this audience and asked you what you farmed, you'd have an answer for me. Everybody has a shamba. Everybody is always looking to time that and plant. People are doing construction most of the year round when it's not pouring with rain. So you've really got to kind of understand what your consumer wants and match the products to them. And as much as one of the beauties about online shopping or e-commerce and retail and online is choice, too much choice is actually also very overwhelming for people. So helping to curate that choice into things that make sense for your audience and for your market and that they actually want to use, not what you think they should use based on global trends or best margin. Margin's always great, so obviously you want to try to sell the high margin products, but I mean, if nobody's buying it, it doesn't help you to stock it. And those are sort of that data on consumers, and to your point of Google and the like really ignoring Africa, you know, we've got to do all the research. You can't just sort of go and find great research about what people are doing. You've got to go out and do it, and it's time consuming, and it's often frustrating, but the end result is something that's really local and really can help people and transform how they're living.
So I think for us, we're at a very sort of like privileged and blessed part to actually be able to see pretty much a lot of different products moving. In fact, we see all sorts of things from fashion all the way to things like fish, dried fish that's actually moving. So there's quite a lot of stuff that actually moves out. So in terms of the biggest challenge that I would say that we face, I think as far as the international market is concerned, and I basically would talk about like the developed countries, it's quite mature in terms of what attracts duties, what doesn't, what are the regulations. From an African perspective, there's a lot of fragmented sort of like information, so there's not too much happening in terms of intra-Africa. There is, and we're trying to facilitate the same. So from a point of being able to sort of like open up the globe, that still continues to be a challenge, but one that we're actually lobbying a lot. The other big challenge that we face is more of now like compliance in terms of the, so you want to ship a product, you don't give the right information, maybe because you don't know about it. So you basically say like, I want to ship clothing, and you just write clothing. And basically you forget that that clothing has a material. There's a lot of things. It could be a men's wear, it could be a women's wear. And that's pretty much the major challenge that we have. Pretty much what keeps us awake every day is because with everything that is thriving, then of course there's a lot of risks also involved. And when it comes to the regulator, other than collecting the tax element, they want to make sure that whatever is coming into their gateway is safe. So if anything, if the information is not clear from the onset, like from a data perspective, that creates a lot of problems in terms of that overall movement. So if anything, that is where now we're trying to be that change agent by, of course, using a lot of sort of like artificial intelligence to be able to actually pool the information based on what you've actually put in, because there's a language that is spoken from an international trade perspective. Yeah, so pretty much those are the two things that I would say that are the biggest challenge by far. So it's more of like scalability. So I'm in this market, I want to go into this market. So just making sure that at least we're aligned and it's consistent is one. And then finally, just being able to actually have consumers being compliant in terms of the information that is provided.
Okay. When MyDawa launched in 2016, there was no regulation around e-pharmacy. So the biggest challenge was, and still to some extent is, regulation. I was told, since I was not there, I was told that you would launch a campaign and then you get a call from PPB, that campaign doesn't work, turn it off, you've spent money shooting it, you've spent money with the media. So what we did is that we started working together with the regulator to come up with a framework or some level of guidelines on how e-pharmacy can work in Kenya. And to be honest, the relationship has really been good. Whenever they have any regulations that they want to change, they will involve us based on our learnings, and they are more than happy to make it work for both the business and the consumer. So that's what I would say has been the biggest challenge, but we are now adopting a model of make friends before you need them. So over and above PPB, yeah, make friends before you. Yeah. So over and above PPB, we have other regulators. For example, we have telehealth already. We have doctors who you can call and speak to a doctor at MyDawa. So we are regulated by someone else, another body, called KMPDC. So building those relationships and also being part of associations that will enable us to voice our concerns or our issues to the relevant bodies. Yeah.
I think there's one general theme that I'm getting. One is regulation, there's data-driven kind of decision making, and finally it's collaborations. So looking at the team that is seated here, what kind of collaborations do you see yourselves working on together to basically push e-commerce into the future?
I'm already in a collaboration with you.
Yeah, I'm a client.
She was, my dad was one of the very first people who saw the need for electric mobility without too many concerns. If you are in Westlands, you most probably have seen a massive bicycle with a massive carrier at the front. Am I allowed to say it's carrying my dawa? It's carrying my dawa. And the beauty about that bicycle is it can carry up to 100 kilos. And the guy just cycles around Westlands, Spring Valley, all these areas doing deliveries. And he leaves in the morning and you guys see him in the evening. And the most interesting part about that bicycle is we rarely see it. We only see it for service, which is once a quarter. And if there is any other need that needs to be there, but it is one of those collaborations that just seems to work, and I hope I keep you happy.
Yes, you do.
So, and it does help reduce the cost of transportation. The platform, and the beauty about this relationship is we haven't even provided them the human resource. The human resource was directly for them. We just gave them the asset. It's a leasing plan. And we see each other when it's time for payments or SPMs, you know, the normal things that keep relationships going. In the long run, the hope is that we're able to convert full fleets to electric. We do understand that there are limitations in weight, so it would have to move from an electrical bicycle to a motorbike, and we do understand our clients' needs holistically. And we appreciate it so that they're patient with us because we don't want to give them something that we know will not work. Everybody is in the space of electric mobility, hasn't been tried and tested enough in Africa. So as we do it, we are grateful for clients who see the time and the patience needed because they know when they convert, there's no going back. They just move with it and then you only see them in times of repairs and maintenance.
Yeah, so I think what a lot of people don't realize about Copier is we actually are also a logistics company. To reach the number of agents, you know, it's 50,000 agents across Central, Western and Rift Kenya, you know, to reach them we had to build out a network because 10 years ago, nobody was delivering there. And we're still delivering to villages and homesteads where companies like DHL aren't even thinking about yet. You know, you're talking second, third tier towns, we're beyond those.
Absolutely.
So I think there's the opportunity as those networks expand to integrate them a bit more tightly, to look at reverse logistics, absolutely with all of the focus on ESG, moving towards more sustainable and electric solutions. I'd love to be in a position where last mile for us is with electric bikes from within the small towns. I mean, probably a few years away still, but there's a future there. And then on pharma, I mean, it's something we've looked at the past. You know, there's a big need for well-regulated and access to proper medication and ways to fulfill scripts outside of your big cities. But it does require people to be online because of a lot of privacy concerns, validating of scripts and medication. So it becomes, as we get a larger digital population or digital consumer base, it just opens that access door for everybody else who's wanting to now engage with that market.
I think for us, in terms of collaborating partnerships, I think like what we're having right now is one of them. So just, if anything, we play a very pivotal part in terms of advocacy and lobbying, both internally, externally. So we have a lot of conversations with different organizations that actually foster trade. We've got a lot of conversations that are actually, or we actually have with like legislators as well, just to make sure that there's actually a conducive environment for trade to thrive. So when we think about it, we play that role of we actually have a responsibility to actually give back. So we, like for example, within DHL, we actually have a corporate sort of like initiative we call Go Trade. And Go Trade pretty much just talks about everything you would want to know as far as like trading internationally. So we talk about all those elements in terms of what markets, what kind of partners would you need as far as logistics is concerned. And with that, we're already able to actually bring a lot of like-minded people into a roundtable, into a conversation. So when we think about the e-commerce sort of like ecosystem, we're thinking about, so you've got this amazing product, so that's number one, that's the first stakeholder. Two, you've got to have like a platform. So like, for example, the platforms that we actually have here. So you've got to have a platform where you're going to host those particular products. And so we've got a lot of strategic conversations that we have with big players like marketplaces, digital payment systems, just to ensure that there's actually that continuity. Because if you want to go far, or if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far and sustainably, you go together. So that's always been an approach that we actually have in terms of just those collaborations as well.
Okay. I don't think I need to repeat the potential of the collaboration here. But one that we are very keen to explore at the moment is working directly with manufacturers to reach the consumers. So to give an example, assuming AstraZeneca wants to reach directly to the end consumer in the rural areas, because that's a plan we have. So they can, run their access program through us, where we get the medication, and we're able, because we're a tech company, we're able to collect all this data and share that with them for accountability. So it's a big plan we have for next year, scaling the rural areas. I also see potential having Copier, some of the Copier agents as pickup points, but it will have to be mostly non-pharma, like your over-the-counter kind of medicine, etc., supplements, because for pharma, PPB requires that a pharmacist gives counseling during the delivery. In fact, right now we have pharmtechs who deliver medication, and the reason is because they have to give that direct counseling with the patient. So yeah, there are a lot of potential collaborations, and MyDAWA, we are very open to anyone who's interested with working with us to scale their business, especially around pharma and non-pharma products.
Okay, so we have touched a bit on the future. So what do you see as the future, or what do you foresee as the changes that we should expect in the next few years, generally in the e-commerce space across Africa and across the globe? How do you see those changes happening? Maybe we can start.
Yeah, I think, that's a really good question. So number one, from an African perspective, we're a mobile fast kind of economy. So one of the things that we're really seeing is when you think e-commerce, what's sort of like top of mind is I've got to have a website. So that has really changed. Now, if anything, social commerce has become a major driver. As far as if you think about it today, most people, when you ask them if they're actually in the e-commerce space or are they online, they'll tell you I'm on Facebook, I'm on Instagram. So social commerce has become a big thing. And in fact, the Meta sort of like organization has tried as much as possible to align and optimize that particular experience. So if anything, I don't even think 5 years is too far. I'd say in the next 2-3 years, we're going to see a pivotal change, a paradigm shift in terms of how people are actually doing business. And the thing that we're actually seeing, like from our end, being an international player, we can see that this is at the same pace. If anything, Africa is even way ahead as far as like the social commerce is concerned. If today you're not in that space, then you're in trouble already. And then also again, we're fast as far as like the digital payments. From a mobile payments is actually the thing. So there's going to be a lot of that change. So we see quite a lot of players coming in. So if anything, the future of e-commerce is social commerce, and that will continue to be a trend for the next couple of years. So if anything, the challenge is to optimize and see how do you do that sort of like service, and from like our place where we sit in is how do you integrate to actually give that experience of like I can get the cost of shipping, I can get the cost of duties as well. So that's where the challenge is, and that's how we're actually trying to actually move together with the times.
Yeah, just to chime into that, I think having worked in Sendi, and we noticed one of the biggest thing is we have so many social commerce players, and they're all trying to see how fast they can grow and how fast they can reach different people. Yeah, so Olivia, what are your thoughts?
I think choices. If you think about it, it's already begun. Uber now allows you to choose whether you want an electric boda or a nice boda to come to you. I think that will spread even further. into other platforms, so you'll be able to choose what kind of transport you would like to deliver, whatever it is you're looking for. And that choice will be given to the customer, not necessarily, right now it's the platform defining it, but I think there'll be a swap in that, and that will happen faster than we think. And then also just the fact that people might also want it to be defined as this is an express order versus I can ask for this to come at a specific time and it arrives then. Right now, everything seems to be urgent.
And there's more urgency in terms of delivery. So you either adapt or die.
Yeah, I think to add to those points, what we're also seeing is a lot of desire to, and it came up I think in the session earlier around the sort of almost AI, natural language ordering. I want to talk to you in the language I'm comfortable with, in the dialect I'm comfortable with, and you know, the tech keeping up with that, and the chat GTPs of the world evolving to also work better with the diverse languages on the continent, and so people aren't forced into English or into school Swahili, because that's not what people are talking on the street. So they want to order in that, make it a conversation, as opposed to a sort of basket checkout, which me as an elder millennial is much more familiar with and comfortable with.
Okay. Do you believe that's what's driving your customers to talk more to the agents, the communication bit?
I think that's a little bit just culture, history, how it's always been done. I mean, you know, shopping for centuries was you go to your little local market and you engage with the person behind the counter and they help you choose what's there or they tell you what's come in. And that's changed to giving you the choice of online now and you know, being able to talk to anybody everywhere. But at the same time, there's still a drive to keep it local. And prior to Copia, I worked in the classified space. And you know, classifieds is this idea of everything's global, but at the same time, it's actually useful when it's local. And that's the personalization touch, it's the language touch, it's the familiarity touch that you've got to, we're never going to replace a human, well I hope not. I think we bring too much to the table, but you've got to try and marry the two in a way that gives the efficiency and convenience of online, but keeps it local and personal.
Yeah, so I'd already chimed in, but I'm happy to share just one more that is very important. I think in the next 2-3 years, I think one of the things that we're really seeing that is changing is a model called dropshipping, and pretty much people wanting to buy things from different regions of the world. But one thing that is actually happening is that people out there, or retailers or distributors, are looking at a model that actually helps them reduce on their overall cost. So they will actually want you to actually sort of like deliver, because the world has become really small. So the days where you actually used to order 20 foot, 40 foot container worth of inventory is actually slowly coming to an end. There's a mix of both, but if anything, what is going to change is there's going to be sort of like looking at which is the most cost-effective sort of like solution. So if you can actually be able to give me capacity, for example, from a Kenyan perspective for the products that I want to sell globally, then you will want them to actually be delivered directly from here, and that's where the drop shipping model will come in. So it's basically moving from the different conversation where it's either you're an individual consumer or you're a distributor to actually blending the two. So regardless of whether you're ordering thousands of orders or one order, but it will be in one sort of like facility and just separated in terms of a virtual inventory and a physical inventory.
Was it first?
Yes. So I'd like to reinforce a point he meant. He talked a point from him in the first conversation around e-commerce not just having a website. Yeah, it's about solving a consumer problem and leveraging on technology to improve efficiency. I would like to give an example of something we did at the beginning of the year. So we did an experiment where we were trying to offer primary chronic care to people in Meru. So what we did is that we identified a couple of pharmacies, we supplied them with our products, and then we went on radio, we did a radio campaign, a local radio station, and we asked people if you have been diagnosed with a particular disease. So we're focusing on 4 main diseases, that's diabetes, hypertension, arthritis, and gastritis. If you've been diagnosed, and you want to speak to a doctor, send an SMS to this short code and a doctor will call you back. And then the process was, once a doctor calls you back, if you need a lab test, there's a lab test in the pharmacy. If you need medication, we write for you a prescription, we send the prescription to the pharmacy, and then you get your medication. The fortunate or unfortunate thing is that we got too overwhelmed. We had only 5 doctors at the time, and we got about 2,000 requests in 2 days. We actually had to pause that campaign. And the reason why we are now launching in Meru is because we realized the partnership didn't work because we had little control. So the idea now is to try and do a more controlled model, which is a franchise, but we have more control. And that's why we are relaunching the program. But if you think about it, it's tech, but it's not the tech website that we know. SMS, you get a doctor, access to a doctor. If you need a lab test, we write for your prescription, it goes to the lab technician. If it's a drugs, you write for your prescription, it goes to the pharmacy. So when you think about that model, we are solving a problem, but we are using tech, the SMS-based tech, to solve a problem. So we need to stop thinking about website is equals to e-commerce. It's about leveraging on technology, whatever form, Instagram, WhatsApp, whatever form of technology to solve a real consumer problem. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I want to open up to the audience to ask questions. Anyone with questions?
Give you one from the stage.
Welcome. Thank you for. Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah. Thank you for sharing all this information with us. My name is Ian Vega. My question is, what's the biggest hurdle to your work? Is it digital literacy, or is it smartphone penetration? And also in relation to that is, does digital literacy necessarily follow smartphone penetration? And finally, a question to you, Olivia. Where is there a need to actually, go on a platform and select let's say an electric bike? Because I would assume that it's cheaper and most people would gravitate towards it. Is it so that people know that, you have the option and it's a new feature? What's the reason behind it? So, yeah, first question to anybody.
Okay. So people, one of the things that's absolutely clear to us is people like choices. Platforms are realizing as well that people like choices. Not all of us care about the fact that it's an electric vehicle that has come to you, but there are those who are very specific about their carbon footprint, and they want to know that everything they're doing is contributing towards that. Hence the reason for the choice. It's not necessarily price driven, but it is just what a consumer really wants and where they are. So when we look at, for example, countries that are ahead of us on this is something they're already doing, and they see, provides them enough information on how to really satisfy customer needs, hence the reason for the choice. It will not just be an electric bicycle, it might be an electric motorbike, it might be an electric car, it might be an electric bus, van, it doesn't really matter, but a nice vehicle. People just want the ability to choose. We might not be there right now, but we are in a lot of other senses. If you think about where people want to buy, there are people who buy at Naivas because that's what they know, and there are people who will still buy Omo because that's what their mother said, or mother used, or whatever it is, but the choices are still available, and we see that moving into all different facets. That's why you have multiple platforms, Jumia, Uber, Glovo, Madawa, all of them exist for a reason. People just like choices.
I think maybe I could take I really liked your question regarding whether it's digital literacy or basically the smartphone penetration. I'd like to say it's a mix of both. And in this aspect, when we look at it from an African perspective, digital literacy is there. A lot of the kind of markets or the consumers or the players are already on Facebook, they're already on Instagram, so they already know that it exists. So from that front, the main challenge, and this is not only an African problem, it's basically a global problem, is in terms of optimizing the entire experience of So like, for example, you've got this product on Instagram or Facebook. I see it, I love it, but you're not telling me what to do with that information. You're not telling me, should I click, should I buy? So that in terms of just the experience overall for an online sort of like consumer is something that also is being worked on. So I think we're way ahead as far as digital literacy is concerned. So with a bit of guidance, and that's where I take off my DHL cape and put on my digital sort of like cape. It's a question of now, how do you create that conducive sort of environment for that customer to actually click? So like, for example, using social media to be the main place where people actually check out. Is that really the way it's supposed to be? Or is it supposed to be creating engagement, creating awareness? So those are the things, just tweaking that conversation and being able to know the audience or the target that I'm actually looking at or looking for, are they actually on this platform? Because sometimes there's a missed opportunity because you're in the wrong platform and your target audience is also in a different platform. So that's one. Then smartphone penetration, this is basically, I think this one we've done pretty well. A lot of the markets globally, from an African perspective, most people actually have smartphones. Some don't, but most people actually will have. And it really depends. Like now for the conversation that Priscilla was talking about in terms of just using different applications, you might not have the application in terms of smartphone, but it all goes back to thinking about who is that end user, who am I targeting, where are they going to be found. So for example, with COP here, for you to actually go and create sort of like a solution for the kind of customer, it's based on that customer, it's all about them. So it all depends on who are you targeting and what is it that you've actually aligned for them in terms of communication. I hope that sort of like answers your question.
Just to add there, smartphone, yes, there are people without, but we see most people do have one. But I think keeping in mind that a lot of mid to lower income people, the phones they're buying are on the lower end of the market. They're good phones, but it's your Tecnos, your Itels, your Infinix, and they tend to be quite closed ecosystems. Tend to come with a lot of pre-installed games and apps and adverts and the like. So there is a bit of a learning curve on there on how do I even just navigate my phone? What happens when I run out of space? How do I clear cache? It's things that we do almost second nature, but if you've never done it before, you've got to be taught how to do it or shown how best to operate your phone.
Maybe I can also add about an experience I had a couple of years ago when I was at OLX. My sister was taking photos, and when she was taking photos, the pop-up that comes and tells you your storage is almost over, etc. And she asked herself, which app don't I use every day? And OLX was the first one, and I work at OLX. That's when it hit me that the other issue, over and above having a smartphone, there's a storage issue, there's a data affordability issue. So smartphone penetration is a key thing to look at, but also the nuance around the consumer. Do they have enough space, and are they able to afford the data? Is your app super heavy? Is your app a regular app? For example, if your product is a product that I order once in 2 months, I don't need to have an app. In fact, create a WhatsApp user journey for me that is so simple that I just send a message and you deliver the item to me. So we don't need to build an app for everything. We just need to look at what is the app supposed to do for the consumer. Yeah.
And I think what you've just said about WhatsApp, that's where AI comes in, the bots come in to support all this. Any other question?
Hi, my name is Charity Njage, and I have 2 questions. My first question, what measures have you taken to maybe reduce the number of abandoned carts when it comes to e-commerce platforms? And my second question goes to Sam. You mentioned that in a few years, you are going to be exploring other solutions like financial solutions to your customers to ensure affordability. What would be interesting areas for you? Is it SNPLs or BNPLs? Based on the data, I think for the past 2 years, we've seen the growth of BNPLs, which are buy now, pay later solutions, but also there has been save now, buy later upcomings, which is of lower risk and stuff like that. So which areas would be interesting to explore?
Do you mind repeating the first question?
My first question was, how are you ensuring a reduction on abandoned carts?
Yeah, I mean, that's the bane of all e-commerce websites and players. A lot of that, some of it is, we find, is just education. People will download the app and they start playing and they add to their cart and they don't know how to finish the journey. So it's a little bit of training and onboarding. You know, these days with push notifications, it's very easy to say to someone, hey, this is still in your cart. Come buy it now, check it out. Depending on the margins or the sort of audience you're working with, you can offer specific coupons if you see somebody's left something in their cart for a period of time to convert that. Sometimes abandoned to cart could be because they've had a bad experience before, so they need that additional nudge. So yeah, look at the training and education, a little bit of a sweetener perhaps, and then understand that, you know, on that entire funnel, that last conversion point is always the lowest. So being realistic about what a good conversion rate looks like in the e-commerce space, I think, is also important.
Yeah, if I could maybe chime in on that one. So abandoned carts, like you said, is a big headache for most people. So they say ideally if you have a 25% sort of like in terms of abandoned carts, then you're not doing too badly. However, I mean, it goes along the lines of just really understanding the experience, because one of the things that happens is the two worlds can coexist, both offline and online. So if I walk into a retail outlet where you're actually selling your product and there's someone to help me sort of like to understand what your product is about, like I have that kind of experience offline, I expect if I go to your online platform, I get the same sort of experience. So sometimes abandoning of carts has to do with maybe it's a simple thing of maybe if it's a website, it's not loading as fast as it should. Maybe if it's social media, there's not too much information, because pretty much we're working with a lot of consumers that are very aware. If today you think about it, Google has become like the search engine for everything. You feel sick, you go to Google before you look for a doctor. So if anything, they want to make sure that experience is already sort of like very clear from the onset. So like in our space, what we see a lot of the cart abandonments, because we play in more of a cross-border space, is I've come in, I've seen your product, everything is virtual. In my head, as a consumer, the first thing that I'm thinking about is how am I going to get it? So you haven't mentioned that you actually have availability for the international market, so why am I even on your page? Yeah. So those is just thinking about that experience overall.
Then maybe I can just add, we did some experiments around the same, trying to give discounts to people who've abandoned the cart, etc. But we also found that the challenge, one of the reasons why they were abandoning the cart is because at the end of, when you're checking out, that's when you find out how long the delivery will take. So you're not willing to wait. So what we had to do to improve that is communicate the delivery times before, so that at least you are aware as we work on reducing that delivery time. So one of the reasons was also because they find out information they didn't know until the checkout point.
So there was a second part to your question, and you mentioned some. Yeah, so it had to do with sort of like facilitating the whole experience in terms of someone has ordered something maybe from out there, they want to get paid here, if I'm correct. So instead of paying when they're actually doing the order, then they pay once it's being delivered. So I hope that's how your question was. But overall, from an e-commerce perspective, that continues to be a very big challenge, and especially because so way back in the day, we used to have like an option where you could actually pay, and it wasn't even for e-commerce, it was basically for like duties. So you'd actually have your shipment get into the country, we'd pay the duties on your behalf, then we would come and bring you the parcel and expect you to pay us the duties. And for one reason or the other, you decide, no, I'm not going to pay you. So it still continues to be a very big challenge. And especially in the e-commerce space, we're seeing a lot of that from a local perspective, where you can actually get your product when, or rather pay when the product is actually coming. So for us as DHL, it really doesn't matter too much. So long as the logistics is paid, the arrangement that you have with your player is very different. So it all depends on whether is it a cash customer or is it a relationship customer. So it works very well for customers that you already know and you have a trust in terms of doing business. But when it comes to like a customer who's just ordering for a very first time, cybercrime is real. People will steal from you left, right, and center from an online perspective. So I'd say it's still very early days. It all depends on now, and that's where strategic partnerships come in. If you think about like a financier that is able to sort of like support you from that angle, then yes. But from a DHL perspective, like I said, we're part of the ecosystem. So there's what we can do and there's what we cannot. But we can definitely have those kind of conversations that can help towards making it very comfortable for you to trade.
And I mean, we offer sort of what you were calling save to buy later, so Lipa Pole Pole or layaway. And I mean, they're very popular products as a rule, but there is management that goes into them because essentially you've got to guarantee the price and the stock up front. You know, you still want people to pay on a regular schedule, so how do you get them to pay? What happens if they stop paying? What happens if they come to the end of their payment period and you're out of stock? So there's those sort of things that you've got to manage. It is it's a much lower risk vehicle, both for the customer and for ourselves, because you've got to pay for it up front. Credit is still a tricky one, especially in Africa. You know, international credit models don't really apply here. What do you score somebody on? So, you know, for us, it would be for small business loans based on our agents. That's something we can do because we have an idea of the commissions they're earning. We have an idea of what stock they're buying. So, you know, that becomes a credit point. But sort of at the end consumer level, it's something a lot of companies are struggling with. I mean, you've got the likes of Mkopa, Lipa Pole Pole, Lipa Later, you know, trying to get into the space. But default rates are high. You've got to understand what they can be and pilot it very closely and hopefully find somebody to work with on a credit model that makes sense for the African consumer.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have run out of time. The panelists are still around, so during our break, please take your time, come and talk to them. They can answer your questions. I want to thank the panelists. Thank you for coming over. Thank you for an engaging session. That's the end of our session. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Thanks.
Let's appreciate our panelists. A better round of applause for this panel. Thank you so much, Anthony Gitobu, Country Lead, Eden Life Kenya, for leading this conversation, and for your panelists for your very well considered opinions on this matter of e-commerce. Asanteni sana. And I must say, I had that conversation about people leaving stuff in the cart and forgetting about it, moving on. I think I'm a culprit. But my problem was I was trying to look for the price for that product, and it wasn't there. So the only way for me to find out how much the product could cost is to put it in the cart and see how much. So you see, it has to do a lot with the user experience as well on that particular platform. So these are some of the challenges that they were talking about here, and future prospects on e-commerce. I will not dwell too much on that because our next panel is ready, and I'd like to invite them over for our very last session of the day. And this one is on parks and recreation. Yes, the HR edition. This is where most people who are employees would want to listen and to hear what is there on offer, depending on how many employers you've tried out. So the person to lead this next panel is Claire Munde. Claire? So Claire is here. So a round of applause for Claire Munde as she makes her way to the stage. Claire Munde is an editor at Royal Media Service, Citizen Digital. And Claire Munde is a digital media and communications expert with over 9 years of experience in Kenya's top newsrooms. She's currently the digital editor for Wananchi Reporting, a citizen journalism platform domiciled on the Citizen Digital website. The Wananchi Reporting platform's efforts to take citizen journalism to the next level were recognized in 2022. With a Google News initiative putting in funding to expand the portal's operations. Claire has a master's degree with distinction in human resource management as well as training in journalism, a blend which has enabled her to lead a team to get positive results when developing story ideas and new projects. On the social media front, Claire hosts weekly discussions live on Citizen Digital X Spaces on human interest topics, finance, and human resource development matters. She also hosts a weekly podcast on Citizen Digital's Facebook page called The Disruption, which is a financial literacy show geared towards Gen Z and millennials. Another round of applause for Claire Munde. So Claire, over to you to introduce your panelists and go on with this conversation. Karibu sana.
Thank you very much for that. This is the last session of the afternoon, so I want us to be as engaged as possible. And as we start that, I'd like you to think of 3 things that matter to you in your workplace. This is the HR edition. We're talking about perks and recreation. So just think about that. Then at the end of this session, I'll sample 2 of you and see if your thoughts have changed. Now, I'd like to invite my panelists on stage, and I'll start with Jay Larson, who is the co-founder and CEO of Asha, which is a software and services startup that serves clients in the US and Kenya. Jay is a seasoned entrepreneur, educator, and strategic games enthusiast who serves as the CEO and co-founder of Asha. His diverse background includes being a Duke economics graduate and co-founder of Tunapanda Institute and Asha Anapanda Limited. Welcome, Jay. Next on stage, we have Margaret Twashira, who is the head of people department at Samsung Electronics East Africa. Margaret's illustrious career in people management spans over 15 years, encompassing diverse industries such as startups, logistics, fast-moving consumer goods, and the advertising sector. Now, for the past 3 years, she has been at the head of people department at Samsung Electronics East Africa, where she has made a significant impact on the organization's human capital landscape. Welcome, Margaret. And last but not least, we have Chris Otundo, who's the country lead for Brighter Monday. He is a seasoned executive with over a decade of experience in digital talent management and various people disciplines. He has a wealth of experience in areas such as organization design, job analysis, job evaluation, competency modeling, competency assessment, talent acquisition, culture assessment, change management, and HR analytics. He has held several leadership positions, including the role of Global Talent Acquisition Lead and Strategic Initiatives for Africa and Canada at the MasterCard Foundation. Welcome to you, Chris. Now, as we start this conversation, I'd like to give a little anecdote of a conversation I had with somebody who I can see is part of our listeners right now. And we're talking about what matters to you as a person in a job space. I can see you can see me because we had a very robust conversation. And he told me that growth is very important, but growth means different things to different people. So for him, he said one time, he's a Gen Z, by the way. I need to add that. He said one time he had been working at a space for some time and he felt there was no growth. So one time he checked into work at 7 a.m. and by 7:30 p.m. he just switched off his laptop and said, you know what, I'm done. I'm gone. I don't have another job opportunity, but we'll sort that when we come to it. So I was just thinking, wow, that's really good. The audacity of Gen Z. And it's very different for millennials and for other generations. So I want us to talk a little bit and start the conversation with you, Margaret, about how the workspace has evolved in the last 10 years. You know, there's a real focus on Gen Z right now and the kind of work that means something to them these days. So tell us about what is the change that we are seeing in the workspace and what do we need to pay attention to when we are coming to Gen Zs?
Okay. I think a lot has changed, but also there's some things that have not changed. And a lot means that the Gen Zs want to see that they are being valued, they are being heard, and they make decisions as well. And when they have ideas, you take them, listen to what they have to say. They have lots of ideas. I also say it's their time. There are lots of Gen Zs right now. A lot of the millennials and the others are going out of the employment arena. So the fact that they come into the office and they do the same thing and no one is listening to them, their managers are not there, it's do, it tires them. You need to incorporate them, you need to make sure they work as a team. They love being together. They love to be listened to, and they do not like to work in terms, enjoys where they are, the work environment, even their office layout is for them. So I feel those are really the areas that we need to look out for when we are dealing with Gen Zs, the humanistic part of work, because work tends to be a bit more of do. These are my targets, do. We forget about them.
Okay, thanks for that. And we'll come back to what having some structure but not too much structure looks like, Margaret. But I'd like to go to you, Chris. What do you see within the recruitment space when you're recruiting for different levels of positions? We have the Gen Zs, we have the millennials, we have other generations. What do you see people who are looking for jobs really value when they're looking for those opportunities?
Right. So I think the context in which we operate is one where technology has disrupted the way we live, the way we work, the way we exist. And so depending on who's talking, recruitment has changed significantly. Or rather, talent acquisition, looking for talent, convincing them to join an organization. What matters to them really has changed. The older generation, the ones perhaps older than the millennials, are concerned with structure, are concerned with loyalty, and so they want stability. So they go for an organization that they know will sustain them for life. Whatever they studied in school will be appreciated long term, and so they looked for organizations like those. Today, the Gen Z, the millennials, are more concerned, or rather are growing up in an environment that is seeing significant change. They're growing up in an environment that leverages technology in everything that we do. And so if they join an organization that's not seen to be agile, that's not seen to be progressive, that's not attractive. If they find an organization that is insisting that they stay in one position long term, that's not attractive. So to your question around what attracts them, they are going to be attracted to organizations that will provide them with opportunities to explore numerous roles, allow them to learn, allow them to explore different things, and that leverages technology. If I find an organization that is old school, that is not as progressive in terms of the tools they use, then that's also not an attractive organization. So these are certain things that they will be concerned with. More and more, what we see is also a concern for organizations that are doing meaningful work, that are concerned with making an impact on the community and on the environment. That is beginning to be seen as something that concerns the Gen Zs and the millennials. So I guess that's it for now.
Okay, thanks for that. And you've put up a very important point about agility and meaningful work. And I'd just like to know, how many of you here are Gen Zs? Just raise your hands. Okay, millennials? Oh, there are more millennials over here. Okay. Good. Now, Jay, you've worked in the startup space for a bit. What do you see as the kind of things that employees are looking for when they're looking for work? Is it the way Chris talked about meaningful work? What kind of perks mean something to them? Is it just the bottom line, how much I'm earning as my salary? Or what other benefits are people looking out for?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think people are very different, but we all share some things in common. We all want to experience mastery. We want to get good at something. We all want to have some level of autonomy. We don't want to be micromanaged and told what to do. And we all want some level of relatedness. So we want to be connected to something bigger than ourselves, a team, a family, things like that. The startup scene is different. I mean, since the 1960s in the US, Silicon Valley, where the startup scene really started, It's focused on flat hierarchies, so much not like a bank or a law firm. It's much more flat. People can go and excel based on their own worth and their own upskilling. And so I think people who are attracted to the startup scene like that. I think what's interesting in the startup scene today is that employees have almost had too much of the chaos, and they want a little bit more structure. And they want to know, where am I going in my career? How am I connected to others? And I think for Gen Z, this connectedness is quite different from the rest of us because they've had smartphones their whole life. So they feel related to people through their pocket, and they always have their whole life. I was speaking to my cousins who were born here. They're 16 and 14 years old. And I said, can you imagine a world without the internet? How would you socialize? And they couldn't even think about it because their social life and their sense of identity is tied into these smartphones. So I think Gen Z knows that they can relate. They know that they have friends no matter what. So they might be not looking for that relatedness as much through work. So those of us who are older and have the responsibility and privilege of leading organizations need to really take an extra effort to create that relatedness in a way that speaks to Gen Z.
Okay, thanks for that. Now, you've spoken about some freedom. People are looking for some element of freedom, but I'd like to know, how do you strike the balance between freedom and having some structure? And I'll give that question to you, Margaret, because yes, people don't want to be micromanaged. They want to be able to do their thing. You just tell me what I need to do, I'll get it done. Don't keep on nagging me. But how do you strike that balance? And it's just reminding me of a situation where I had a new group of interns coming through, and this was at Gen Z, and I remember him coming to tell me, you know what, thanks for this internship position, but I won't be able to report from tomorrow. I'll report in a week's time because I have a liquor store that I need to manage, and I need to find somebody to manage it when I'm not away. So I just thought to myself, wow, the audacity. I was actually amazed. I was not even mad. I was like, the audacity of this group of people. It is what it is. I'm going to do the work, but just give me time. So how do we strike a balance between that? Getting the job done, giving you some freedom, but also knowing there are structures in place.
Okay. And like us who depended on a job 8 to 5 or 9 to 6, they don't. Most of them live at home, or if they don't, they have a way of getting an apartment and sharing, so their lives are not as hard. We left home and you're told, enda fanya kazi and sort yourself out. So we believed in the 8 to 5 job, which is still there. All organizations have timelines. You must have a time when you come in and go out. So what has happened is to take all the generations into considerations, you have flexible time so that it fits into people, into all the generations. If you are an 8 o'clock person, being at 8, leave at 5. If you are a 9 o'clock, you know, all that is what organizations are doing. You're taking your time to think of policies that encompasses all these generations, not just the Gen Zs, because in a workplace you have multiple generations. So that has to be there because an organization also needs some form of structure. You can't come in at 12 and decide to leave at 1. Work will get done. On top of that is organizations have very clear performance management systems where you just set your KPIs with your line manager and you move on. You know what you're supposed to deliver. If your organization does it quarterly like us, our KPIs are set on a quarterly basis. You set it with your line manager. We know how it's going to be measured, how we are going to review it, and everyone moves on. Also, managers do not want to be in a position where you are breathing down people and breathing down on people. If you're doing that, it means you're not managing your people, you're not managing their performance, you're not helping them. As a manager, you should be able to have the KPIs, and then what you do is support them, give them the resources, give them the guidance, coach them, so that they are able to do better, but not breathe down on them because you do not have a tool that enables you to manage. And he was telling me he has a tool to manage that. So you manage performance so that, because everyone, even the business has its own KPIs. Everyone has a set of KPIs, the MDs, what the business is supposed to achieve. For it to come down, you have your strategy which has to trickle down to everybody. And that is what makes work meaningful because you are contributing to the well-being and the strategy of the business. So if they all know my contribution to the business is this, then everyone does their job without having an issue. And you have You master your time, you do within the timelines, you deliver and you go home and take care of your bar, take care of your chicken, no one bothers you, so long as everything is set and clear. And you have the support and from the teams, you have the support from your manager, and the business also has equipped you properly with to do the job.
Okay, thanks for that. And I like the way you're saying it just comes down to KPIs. If you are meeting your KPIs, that is fine. And just the way Jay said as well, these generations are not so much about being physically present in an office. They can communicate online and whatnot with the digital disruption. And Chris, I'd like to rope you in on this because the reality is that for sometimes some managers still don't see the relevance of such things as like remote working and whatnot. So if the Gen Zs and the millennials appreciate that, as long as I'm meeting my KPIs, I may not need to be at work physically every day. How do you get them to have that mind shift to understand that you don't necessarily need to be physically there, but you need to produce, you need to be productive, you need to meet your KPIs, because there's that mind shift, a difference between the different generations.
So is your question more around organizations adjusting or the Gen Zs themselves?
The organizations.
The organizations. So I think it's truly almost, it's incumbent upon organizations to adjust. If they don't, they won't survive. Basically what you're describing is a gig worker. And this has become mainstay. It's pretty much what the world is going to be in the future of work. Organizations are going to package work and basically subcontracted to gig workers. And especially, I mean, all of you, especially in Kenya, you can see how the economy is going through some turmoil. And so more and more companies will become creative around how to contract. And over and above that, you also have the leveraging of technology, which doesn't limit you to access talent that's sitting wherever in the world. So gig work then becomes more and more attractive. It's a better way of contracting for you to deploy talent sitting anywhere. You can get the best programmer perhaps sitting in Belarus, best graphic designer sitting in Jamaica, without the limitation of distance. And so it's attractive. And so the thing about employers is they just need to figure out more progressive policies. To her point, think about performance management done differently for this new demographic. Think about the fact that leverage data. There are now tools that allow you to test for productivity. So it's not just about finding out that you clocked in at 8 and finished at 7. It's about what have you actually produced. So depending on how we structure work, then it won't really matter where you're sitting, what time you clocked in. It's really about the output. So this is how organizations are slowly having to adjust. And the question is, are we in Kenya there yet? No, but you can all see the speed at which technology is moving. And so it's truly going to be incumbent upon organizations to think about this now and start putting in place measures to embrace gig workers. Yeah.
Okay, thanks for that. And you talked about leveraging on technology to look at productivity. And Jay, this is an area that you have some experience in. Maybe you can talk to us a little bit about how organizations can leverage on technology to share productivity.
Yep. So the way we see it is that there's two sides to this coin. There's the productivity side, making sure people are driving KPIs, that there's the right processes in place to drive the KPIs, that those processes have the templates that create the tasks. That's one side. The other side is the employee as a human. Are they engaged? Do they want to be there? And it's very easy to track the KPIs and that side, but how do you get employees more engaged? It's a tricky question. It also takes a lot of managerial time to focus on everyone. Kenya is a young country, average age of 18, so to get everyone into the workforce, there aren't a ton of skilled managers with the time to do it. The approach we're taking is to actually organize the productivity data into a digital profile so that the young person can actually see in a way they're used to. They're used to their Snapchat or TikTok or whatever else the Gen Zs are into. So how do you organize that and make them feel good about driving productivity? Because KPIs are very important. Our software starts with KPIs. For something a little more innovative, you use OKRs, which is objectives and key results. but it can be a little bit dehumanizing, and it can create a sort of standard that which people rise to the KPI, and then they don't go above and beyond. And they think, if I can hit my KPI in half a day, why should I do anything else? And so you need to give a way to give recognition to the young people who really want to make it and to go above and beyond. And we haven't cracked it yet, but we're starting to work with customers in the US and customers here with C-suite executives who are very forward-looking. And I think the future is this, as I said, the alignment of productivity with also engagement and treating the people as humans at the same time.
Okay, thanks for that. And Margaret, as we're speaking about recreation and perks, what do you see as you work in your organization and just in general, the employment space? What is important to people? We've talked about remote working. We've talked about not having monotony. We've talked about being able to just experience your creativity without being stifled. What other important issues are employees looking out for when they talk of perks and recreation?
I think number one key is, as HR, we do a lot of talent pulse surveys to find out, because it's hard for you as a person to decide what makes you happy, what gets you engaged, is to do a survey and find out from people what really matters to them. And then what matters to them is, now you look at it from a strategic point of view and create a strategy around it. And if the business can afford, you also have to look at the affordability of all the things they want, and then decide on what works and what you can provide. So for the perks, apart from the money, that is really a big motivator. We all go to work for the perks and the normal medical, the pensions. People also want to be engaged. Everyone wants to go to a place where they feel the environment is conducive. The environment allows them to engage as human beings. The environment enables them to share ideas, innovate, and be the best they can, because you want to bring the best of yourself into that environment where there's team collaboration, team synergy. And with that, you are able now to develop activities, to develop ways of ensuring that these people have what they want, yeah, in a way that is also affordable to the business. Encouraging teamwork is critical for us in Samsung, in that it is part of our mantra. We have something called the DEVOTE: differentiation, efficiency, value, ownership, teamwork, and effectiveness. It drives us on a day-to-day. So we do not work in isolation. We must work as a team. We have team meetings where we have discussions, we share ideas, the challenges. We are able to come together as one, so that we are able to conquer whatever we need to conquer. We have rewards. We have a reward scheme for such, where we reward people who are team players, where we reward knowledge workers. Of course, we also reward those who go over and above their performance, their inputs, their outputs and inputs. So in terms of what people want, key is learn from, because different organizations, different people, do your survey, get to know what really matters to them. Then from there, develop your strategy to ensure that you are able to provide what can be provided. But key is engagement, engaging people beyond what it says, the KPI. Because you can, yes, get the KPIs done, but you leave out the human being. That being needs to be engaged differently. And it's very, very important that you have activities around it. We have something called the Great Working Place. We actually have a committee of employees from each department, and apart from the survey, they are the ones who pick information from their teams. And the teams, they come in as a committee and say, this is what I've gotten from the team. They share, we share ideas, and then decide what activity can we do then to ensure that we encompass that feedback. So it's very, very progressive, and we ensure that human and that engagement is there on a daily basis. So that's how we manage the tasks that we can say are not monetary. Yeah.
I like that, just encompassing the human element, because what you think is important to somebody may not really be important to them. And Chris, I'd like you to talk a little bit about some of the little known or overlooked perks that can really cause employees to be loyal. I remember I was seeing a joke, but it was actually not a joke, about somebody who was saying that if there's a meeting and there's no food there, don't call me for it. I mean, why are we having that meeting? And they were also saying that food is one of those things that really matters to them. So there are some organizations that offer free food. To you, you might think, okay, what does food have to do with anything? But for some people, it matters to them. So what are some of these non-standard things that people can look at, organizations can look at, that can really cause people to be loyal and really even more engaged in their work?
Yeah. So again, forgive me for going back to technology, but technology is kind of the bedrock of all of these things. So the world in which we live in today, there's so much data that organizations are collecting that they can leverage. So there's one very interesting one where you can actually leverage your space to drive culture. And what they do is that they embed everyone in the organization, and obviously it's an opt-in kind of approach. You wear something called a social metric badge. And what it does is it tracks how you and where you're spending time in the office. Are you spending more time at the watering hole? Are you spending more time in the cafeteria? Who are you talking to? And then tracking that against productivity. And so, depending on how the data stacks up, then you design your buildings to bring out the best in people. You design your buildings to allow for something called chance collisions. Those chance collisions, allowing this person and this person to meet, creates some magic. So that's one. I think the other one is that we're now living in a world where we're talking about the experience economy. All my colleagues here have spoken about the human. So really mapping out the experience of the employee to mirror the life they live at home. All of you wake up in the morning, you get onto your phone, you quickly probably check your WhatsApp, you open, depending on if you have the time, you probably will watch a clip on Netflix. In the evening, you watch a clip on Netflix, and it throws at you recommendations based on your preferences. So imagine working in an environment that also follows you and understands who you are and positions the right learning program in front of you, positions the right career choice in front of you. If you work in an organization that is leveraging AI to track you and follow you and do the right things for you at the right time, that's attractive, and that will make someone consider staying there. I talked about the environment. I talked about the fact that organizations now, with, again, leveraging data, can also find out the mental well-being of their staff just based on something they call, you could actually send micro surveys every 1 hour, say, how are you feeling? And I respond in a second. And based on that, I'm able to tell where there are pockets of disquiet in the organization, and by that, then I can also adapt my initiatives. So a lot of times, organizations are driving initiatives without data. Oh, guys will like pizza. Who said? Half of them want to eat vegetables. Half of them want to eat fruits. There's no data driving any of these initiatives. So again, data and technology is becoming more and more commoditized. So some of these things might sound so far-fetched, but they're so easy to implement, and it'll allow you to then make better insights based on what you're getting from the data. Yeah.
That's good. Data is king, really,
Absolutely.
in everything. And you've talked about mental health and just making sure that we have a conducive environment. And maybe I'll rope you in on this, Jay. How do you see mental health being an important factor in ensuring productivity in an organization? And how can organizations ensure that they're really ensuring their employees have good mental health so that they can be productive?
Yeah, I think it's an important question, and I think positioning it as mental health can be problematic, because either you're healthy or you're not. But how can you be mentally adaptable? How can you be mentally strong? These are questions that we all face in our families, in our relationships. We all bring in things from our childhood, from our relationships into the workplace. So I think really helping people to understand their own minds and their own emotions is important, and figuring out how to do that in a way that's respectful to people, respectful to the way different cultures talk about their psyches and their health. I think it's vital for everyone to have that experience of mental health. In some cases, it gets problematic to talk too much about mental health, because you have young people who just don't feel like doing an assignment, and they'll say, oh, I'm taking a mental health day. So how do you create a balance where people can do that, but where it's not taken advantage of.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, you're taking a mental health break. So there's a thin line between between actual mental health and using it as an excuse. Margaret, can you add on to that how we can ensure that we are incorporating mental health within the workspace, but now it's not being used as an excuse, and also destigmatizing it, because sometimes conversations, just the way Jay said, it can be like, are you mentally healthy or are you not? So how do you destigmatize it and ensure that it's a priority?
I think for mental health, first is to let people acknowledge that it's not a bad thing. In Africa especially, mental health is not seen right, you know, it has a lot of stigma. So it is to have open conversations, open discussions about it, that we all, as he says, come from a background and we all are carrying issues when we come to work. You are one person carrying a lot of issues. What we do, we have partnered with our medical providers. We do have an EAP program where you can call anytime and discuss with someone who is not within your circles. Because one thing with people is, as we come out of where we are with mental health issues, you feel more comfortable discussing with someone who doesn't know you, who has no idea who you are. And you can pick the call with we have a free toll, a line. You call and discuss whatever you feel like discussing. When it comes to having that space, we ensure that in the office, the environment allows you to be. I think once you are who you are in the office, you feel freer, you feel you can discuss something with the next person without being judged, and removing the judgmental issues about around the mental health matters. So we've had lots of sessions. We bring in experts to talk to staff. We also have the EAP program, and we ensure that with your line manager, with your fellow employees, the mental health issue is not kept where we like keeping it as Africans or as human beings. It is something we can discuss. When it comes to what he says, how do you draw the line? Where I work, I don't think we have such issues. I'm taking a mental day off. What we try to do is to ensure that you also take your leave, that you leave the office on time, because such things affect your mental health. When you work late at night, you are not out to spend time with your family, with your friends. I mean, that hour is very important for you. Or even for me time, you need to go out and calm down. You may have had issues in the office, so go out and calm down, speak to your friends, hang out with your friends. If you are young people, you have your friends to hang out with. You have your family, if you are family-oriented. So it is giving people that space to leave office, to go out. When it's time for your weekend, please spend your weekend out of the office. So create the barrier between work and your personal life. Ensure that you manage your time properly. Time management is key. So we ensure that we ask people to take time management courses, ensure you're managing your time, and I also say managing your energy, because it depends on what time. Your energy is your time. When are you most productive? When you're most productive, do the work that needs to be done, so that you have hours that you're not as productive to clear your tray, and then go home or do whatever you please after work. So I think mental health is just really being able to balance that space out in the office and creating a barrier that helps you to pick up your personal life, and having that outside person or the helping hand to walk you through a journey that you may want to walk. You may not want other people to know, or may not want to involve third parties, but you have that other person to help you. And that's where most organizations are now partnering up with their medical providers to get you the employee assistance programs. And for some even have counselors that come into the office. So when you feel you want that space, you have a counselor to go and see. If you don't have an in-house counselor, you still have the counselors that are in the panel to discuss with. And of course, we also say, have a friend in the office, someone you can cry with, lean on, it's very important.
I like the way you've talked about that distinction between work time is work time and then home time and family time or other activities time is that time. But then there's this argument that there's work-life balance. Then there's some who talk about work-life integration. So maybe you can speak a little bit to that, because there are people who are like, it just all integrates into one. So yes, you have your time away from the office, but it's not really.
Also have a struggle with the work-life balance. I am more of a work-life integration, because you will always think of work. Whether even when you have your me time, there's something that will crop up about work. Maybe, oh, I need to do this, and you not jot it down. For me, it's really how then do you ensure that, yes, I have my work, and I'll still maybe think of work. Maybe someone is even chatting you, I need this, but it is to create some time, 1 hour, 2 hours, that you switch off from work completely, and then just enjoy with your family, enjoy with your friends, or if it's me time, it is me time watching a movie. As he says, we are all now we all have digital, we have the technology that makes sure everyone can reach you at what time. Just decide, from this time, it is my time, so everything goes on silent. And you can, I have seen organizations you put on your email that between this time and this time, I'm not available. And people respect that because it is my time. So respect of time also, it's about you. How do you teach people to respect your time, your free time? So you must have boundaries. You must ensure that you have set time to do what you need to do. If it means watching a movie for 2 hours, have your movies, and then you can go back and check who has written to me, who has done this, can I clear my work? But have that time you block for yourself. That's what I call integration, because there are times you'll never say, I will not pick the call. You could be a doctor and it's an emergency. So will you say someone will die? No. But once you have you've decided on managing your time and telling people what time it can be reached and how you block your time, people will respect it. And most people will say, I will not call you because you've told me. And if there is an emergency, can I send you a text? And you say yes. So it is upon you to decide where work life or work integration comes in. Yeah.
Thanks for that. Now, Chris, I'd like us to talk a little bit about change management. We've spoken a lot about the Gen Zs and the millennials and what organizations can do. But also for the Gen Zs and the millennials, how can they also try and adapt to the situation? And what do you see within the recruitment space as the trends that are happening for Gen Zs and millennials when it comes to looking for opportunities? And what do they really need to do to adjust to the current working space?
Okay, so for the Gen Zs looking for jobs, I think for starters, organizations are not too concerned about credentials, which is what unfortunately has been sold to you by our parents, the millennials and older, that you need to get a degree, you need to go and do that ACCA, all great programs. The problem is the employers are not concerned about the credentials, they're concerned about the skill. Can you actually get stuff done? So my advice to you would be, in the next couple of years, organizations are going to shift and be more concerned about what you can do. And so spend time picking up on actual skills. If your career used to be a house that you put up with stone and brick, now it's going to be a tent which you put up, put down based on the weather, move it to a different location based on if there was a flood, there's a hill that is not making the surface stable enough. And so you're going to have to consistently adapt yourself. And so positioning yourself as someone who's done 2 degrees, a master's, a PhD is not going to matter anymore to employers. And so that's one. Number 2, more and more find opportunities. Even if you don't get an actual job, find an opportunity to volunteer somewhere so that you can actually gain hard skills. So you can get actual experience doing the work. Because again, to get this experience and these skills that we're talking about, you need to be somewhere where you have actually experienced it. So the jobs might not be forthcoming. And the challenge is, Claire, truly in our market, there are not enough jobs. And I give an example of the fact that with one job, for instance, accountant, since January, we're the largest, we pride ourselves as being the largest job board in Kenya. Since January, we received 139 accounting jobs. Guess how many applications we received? 40,000. 40,000 applications for 139 listings for accounting job. I haven't talked about sales, marketing, etc. And so all these young people did not get those jobs, majority. So the question is, if there are no jobs locally, where else are there jobs? To be honest, locally there might not be enough jobs, but globally, the world is your oyster. Pick up on skills that are indeed marketable across the globe. Spend some time on Coursera, YouTube, pick up on actual skills. Find opportunities locally, walk to your local church, work to your local NGO. Offer yourself to work there for free, learn skills. Go online, apply for some of those jobs which require you to have a portfolio of something that you've done. So are you a graphic designer? Where's your portfolio? Let's see. Are you an SEO marketer? Yes, where's your portfolio? This is what the future of work is going to be. And again, like I said, it's not enough that you have become an expert graphic designer. The end. You're going to constantly need to be in a mode of lifelong learning. Lifelong learning means you learned this skill today, what's new? Let me pick up on the next skill. It's going to require us to be very resilient. It's not easy for you to pick up a skill, drop another one, learn another one, and learn. It's not going to be easy. So back to the conversation about mental wellness, we truly are going to have to learn to be resilient, learn how to learn. Guess what the #1 course on Coursera is today? How to learn. Course #1. Course #2, how to become an expert learner. So these are the top skills, because it's going to be so hard to learn and unlearn and pick up on another skill, and that is the future. It's a very scary future because the pace of change is crazy. Today we're talking about generative AI. That's what's hot. I don't know if it's going to be as hot in the next. I mean, of course it's going to be hot, but it will have morphed into something else in the next 3 years. And so anyone learning generative AI today might not be then it'll be the next thing. So the change for you Gen Z, millennials even, is to constantly be in a state of disruption.
Yeah, I like that, lifelong learning. And I'd like us to talk about, and I'll throw that question back to you, Chris. You're talking about taking up, let's say, volunteering experience, opportunities to get experience and whatnot. But the reality is that for some people, for Gen Zs, even some millennials, they're thinking, okay, I'm taking up this volunteering experience, why aren't you paying me? What do you say to these people? Because there's that great debate about being paid for exposure, in quotes. Yeah, so like, some people look at it as exploitation. So how do we look at it like, okay, this is an opportunity for me to learn, because you're saying it's not about the degrees, the masters, the PhD, it's about that experience. So how do we strike the balance between, okay, I'd like to be paid, but at the same time, I'd also like to gain experience?
Yeah, I mean, and I empathize with that situation. I was perhaps where a lot of the fresh graduates are about 16 years ago, and all of us are looking to get some buck to pay for the bills. But on one hand, there's what you want, and on the other hand, there's reality. I just gave you a statistic around the number of jobs that are out there in one area since January. So the thing is, you're going to have to adapt and say, look, the jobs are not forthcoming, but I do need to get these skills. What will differentiate you from the person next to you? All of you have an ACCA, have a bachelor's degree. I think what will remind you that what you're doing is not useless is because you will be gaining tangible experience. You will be getting networks. By being in that NGO, that church environment, or the mosque or the temple environment, you're meeting people. As opposed to sitting at home and waiting on that opportunity, you're meeting people, you're learning from them. One of the challenges we see with the Gen Z is that the ability to communicate clearly, articulately, does not come naturally. Perhaps the school did not transfer that to you. And so this is your opportunity to get feedback, to learn from other people, to see what's actually happening in the industry, so that you can keep pivoting and aligning yourself appropriately. So my admonishment to you is do not be comfortable sitting at home. Get an opportunity and go out there. It's the hard truth. Whether they're paying you or not, go there, get the skills, be proactive, an opportunity will come. Opportunity will surely come. But you do need to work on yourself first.
Okay, thanks for that. So don't be comfortable sitting at home. I think that's a good takeaway. We're almost at the Q&A section, so please hold those questions of yours. But as we conclude this session, I'd like to ask you, Jay, and we'll take that question around. How can we leverage technology? And we're talking about the Digital and Technology Week. How can we leverage on digital and technology to make sure that both parties, the employers, the employees, are getting the best out of their work experience?
It's a good question. I think that technology is taking over all parts of our life, all parts of work. I think asking people how they feel about it, making sure there's boundaries between when you can use digital technology to communicate with someone is important. I think in the long term, I would like to see a world where, today if you're getting a full-time job, you negotiate for salary, you negotiate for medical benefits. I'd like to see you negotiating for your performance reviews and your performance data, so that then that technology that's tracking how you're doing in your job can also help you get your next job and help you get promoted within the company. So I think that actually that data being transportable through your career is one of the ways I see technology being most liberating and empowering.
Wow, that's good. Back to that whole idea of data being king, yeah? Yeah, Margaret?
Digital and technology, as you say, is everything right now. It's what I can say, the mode or tool of productivity. Everyone wants the best phone, the fastest laptop. You do not want to run to the office to do your work. You can actually do your work as we are sitting here. Yes, so productivity on the move, I say. That's what I say technology has come. It's a value add to us. So we need to leverage technology in terms of our productivity. Yeah, we can work, we are told you can work everywhere. You're in Mombasa and you still continue to work. That's technology. The other thing is, as he says, skills development. You don't need to sit in a class. I find sitting in a class something my age love to do. I have to go and sit in a university and do many hours of studies. I want to learn on the go. I do my LinkedIn while driving. I learn wherever I am. So that's technology, leveraging technology in your own growth, leveraging technology in networking. If you're poor in networking, then use LinkedIn. You have all these Snapchats and all these platforms that you can leverage to meet people and pick conversations that will help you. It's not always about your fashion or what you're doing, posting photographs of where you've been. It's also about making sure that you have a very strong digital footprint. As he says, you do your volunteer work, go to LinkedIn, ensure everyone is there. Make sure that you utilize it so well. You can even be an opinion leader. Yeah, you could have studied something in school and you have your own opinion. Put it there and let people read. Recruiters love such things. They look out for people who have out there selling their skills, selling their knowledge to people in their digital platform. So I say there's a lot that you can do with the digital platform and utilize it not just as for work, but for your own growth and your own self.
That's good. You really look at your digital footprint. And what you've said has just reminded me about that conversation that I was having with that young gentleman who said his next opportunity after resigning came from LinkedIn. He just went hard onto LinkedIn. He started applying. He started contributing to conversations. And that's how he got his job. So that's really a good one. And how about you, Chris?
Yeah. So I think for starters, the appreciation that technology, for both employers and for job seekers, is an enabler and a disruptor. Today we are all kind of distracted by AI, but there's so many other technologies that are causing a disruption and can enable work. We're talking about 5G, machine learning, robotics, 3D printing, edge computing, etc., etc. So AI is just on the list. And so the question is, how do you position yourself as an employer or as a job seeker to take advantage of all these advances in technology? So what I've always said is, it's not enough to go to school, apply for jobs. Be curious, find out how is your job, the job of a marketer, going to be disrupted by AI. Spend time, read, because again, I hate to be the naysayer or the clairvoyant with bad news, is if you don't pay attention to what's disrupting your career, you may end up being classified as not the working class, but the useless class. This is, go and read a book by a guy called Yuval Harari, Israeli philosopher. He speaks about the emergence of the useless class. And what he says is that we will begin to see more and more people being disrupted out of their jobs. The jobs will be there, it's just that a lot of the work will be taken up by machines, the mundane, the repetitive tasks. And so organizations are quickly trying to understand how can we leverage technology to make our work faster, to increase our top line, to increase our bottom line. And a lot of employers leverage the biggest cost is people. So they will definitely jump at the opportunity to automate their process. So for you as an employee, your role is to find out how can I be ahead of the curve? How can I consistently be ahead? How can I make sure I understand how I can leverage technology to make my role even that much better at the workplace? So I think those are some of the things I would say. Think about how you can leverage technology to make your work much faster, much smarter. I think that would be my advice to you.
Thanks for that. So just be curious. Yeah? We don't want to be part of the useless class, so make sure that you're ever learning. I think that has been a very empowering session. I think we can give a round of applause to our panelists and take in some questions. But remember, at the beginning of this panel, I had asked you to think about the 3 things that are important to you. Now, I just want 2 volunteers to tell me what their 3 things were at the beginning, and if they are changed, you're starting to rethink, or they are the same. 2 volunteers. Come on, come on. Let me not pick somebody. Can I pick somebody randomly? Can I pick you? You don't want to share? Anyone? Okay, fine. Then we'll ask a round of questions, maybe 2 questions, and then we can complete this session. Oh, okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Andrew Balongo Pere. I'm a freelance video content creator and marketer. And while you've shared a lot of nice insights, they're coming from your perspective. While it might seem actionable, it's actually not actionable for that person at their level. And there are so many factors that you're not addressing. Pardon me. So for example, if you're saying go on LinkedIn or go on Coursera, that is great. But now, they are providing those learning experiences based on what they are seeing there on the ground. Here, we're not seeing any Africans or you producing that same content on the thought leadership. It's very easy to do this at a seminar because you're being invited. Oh yeah, you're slotting in your 30 minutes or 45 minutes or 1 hour, and then you leave. To actually create a learning experience means you have skin in the game. So please, I'm not saying this in a bad way, but you're lying to us, especially to the young generation. Because if you were to create a learning outcome based on what you're seeing in your marketplace, then it's valid because you know the cycle of when people are coming in, you know, when people are needed, you're seeing the complacency, and then you indeed fill in the knowledge gaps. And this is notorious for especially Kenyan and the African context. So we speak at the younger generation and not give them the real tools they need to show up. So as a CEO, you're doing us and the environment an injustice. Number 2, this is talking about HR. HR, let me give you an example. Online, there's this individual called Evans Carmichael. I don't know if you're familiar with him. but he curates a lot of top 10 speeches, the top 10 wisdom points from speakers from all over the world, whatever industry. But his background is HR. I've noticed our HR people don't have thought leadership, or they're not on YouTube. It's very difficult to find them. The only person that comes to mind is Joanne, the career coach.
Right.
But you notice with her content, it's catered towards the career person. I've never seen content from creative HR, and we have so many agencies and marketing people here. Why? So you're saying do your due diligence and go out and get information, yet it is not easily accessible. If you compare right now, and we can even do this test, I'm making an assumption, but I know I'm going to be right most of the time. If we can find your white counterpart for your business, I'd like to compare the amount of information you've provided on your website and their website. They have frequently asked questions, and their frequently asked questions will sort out normally 70 to 80% of the journey that I can execute on my own. But Kenyan websites, they don't have that information.
Right.
So it sounds nice when you say this on the forum. But let's be honest, I'm willing to lend my energy to help you bridge the gap.
Yeah.
But then there's no connection even between the CEO and HR, and even HR with people like me who would like to volunteer as an option and what have you.
Yeah.
So we're not really addressing the behavioral limiting beliefs that you as the established environments are having that prevents me on the outside lending my intelligence towards the growth of your organization, my skill, and the environment.
Thank you. Can I respond?
Yes,
What's your
please.
name, gentlemen?
Andrew Balongo
Andrew.
Opere.
So I think to start with, I acknowledge your comments. Unfortunately, you found the wrong person to lay that with, because I am actually one of the biggest digital providers of content. I started a podcast 4 years ago. Please, I ask you to look for it. It's called African Retooled. And what we spoke about was the future of work. And I've done probably 25 episodes speaking to local leaders, African leaders, about the future of their jobs, creating content, admonishing young people to actually get ahead of the curve. And funny thing is, we did this all before COVID, before even AI was a thing. So it doesn't still take away from what you're saying. The majority of my peers in the industry actually are exactly what you described. Today, again, to again support what you're saying, Brighter Mind as an organization has seen the gap in the skills in the market and the lack of constant communication or insight into what are the gaps, what can we do. So one of the things we've done is just 4 months ago, we partnered with USAID, and we're training 1,000 people on how to leverage e-commerce to drive their businesses. We've trained 500 so far. And what we're doing is we're even giving them additional stipend to be able to actually get onto those platforms. Because we're saying, look, as a job board, we can't be just concerned with advertising the available opportunities. We need to get involved in creating the jobs. So what we're doing is we're targeting 1,000 SMEs. In fact, it's likely to be more. And the goal is to say, how do we find brick and mortar business owners, power them with skills, digital skills, which we're talking about today, which are how to leverage SEO, how to take good pictures, how to do good videos of your content, and how to then create jobs. So this is something that Brighter Monday is doing. We are working with MasterCard Foundation in Nigeria through our sister company, Jobberman. And what we're doing is we've trained 1 million young people on skills that we think are important to the employers. So we're constantly talking to employers. We've enumerated the skills that are being looked for, and we're actually training. And we're training, and the goal is not just to train and position them for the jobs available in the market. We're even saying we might not have enough, because we're not the government, we can't create the jobs. We're even going abroad to try and matchmake and say, where are the jobs in London, in Germany, in San Francisco? You saw Ruto, our president, in San Francisco. We were lockstep with him in San Francisco, motivating employers to come to Kenya, not necessarily take people there, to come and offshore their businesses here with people we have trained, with our partnerships with Moringa, with some of the other tech hubs. And those Moringas and tech hubs, we are actually powering them with insight into what is actually lacking in the market. So I'd like to correct you that the majority indeed are exactly what you described, but not us, not at Brighter Monday, and not me as a Chris. I am probably one of the individuals in HR who have created a lot of content to try and support the ecosystem.
Okay, thank you very much for your response. And yes, please, I'd like both of you to respond, but I just have a quick question for you. You said two key elements, that your initiatives have been funded by USAID and MasterCard
It's
Foundation.
co-funded. So we pumped in half.
Co-funded.
We co-funded.
My question is just this. Where are the local investors? Where are our local African moneyed people and Kenyan money people? If these foundations see the money investment point of doing this, and you said you're the anomaly, you're like the Kipchoge of doing this on the ground.
Possibly.
Kipchoge is less than 1%. What about then the regular environment? That is my question.
So I can't speak for them, Robert.
Correct.
I can only speak for myself.
Correct.
And
But this is a
and
numbers game.
all we can do is come to forums like this to hope that more people are listening and can actually get involved. But for sure, I can't speak for everyone. I'm playing my role. The organization I work for is playing its role. Yeah, certainly.
Margaret, you can also add on to that conversation.
I think I would like to defend HRs a bit. There's a lot that they do. Maybe it just doesn't reach out to so many people. Yes, I understand, and I'm not taking it away from you. Maybe our reach and how we sort of delink HR from marketing, which is not a good thing, because we do things without realizing that we need to reach out to more people. So we don't market so much of what we do. But we are in so many WhatsApp groups, and you can see the number of things HRs go out there having talks. We even send the links to people. I personally would send to all my family and friends WhatsApp group that please tell your young ones there's this person offering this, there's this person offering. People do a lot of things from their own volition as HR. So I would not want to say, not 100%, but there are those who go. I have friends who have gone and given talks about how to position yourself, how to write CVs in their vernacular radio stations.
Correct.
Yeah, so there may be pockets of help. It is not reaching out, and yes, we may need to do much better. I think the IHRM Kweresi was supposed to be here. We need to market ourselves to be as aggressive as marketers in bringing out what we do. Though we are not doing it at the level that you say will help us. We are not out there talking about the thought leadership that is on ground that will help our people. But we do it on very small scale. That said, also companies have their CSR projects, and they do it depending on their strategy. I'd give, for example, Samsung. We do what we call Samsung Innovation Campus. Being a technology company, we really try to promote that, because that's where we see the world is going. So with Samsung Innovation Campus, we have developed a curriculum for our AI, data analytics. We partner with colleges, especially for the vulnerable, because for us we partner with organizations that help the vulnerable. We give the resources in terms of the equipment. We give them the resource, the tools, the learning materials. We ensure that the teachers know how to deliver, and we follow through to ensure that people have the skill sets and they have the knowledge that is needed for the world. That's part of what we give as CSR. So yes, we are not out there saying a lot of things. So for you, you're wondering what? Yes, we need to improve on that. We need to improve on what we do and talk more so that our people know. And I really appreciate that feedback, because we do something they have done. I also am learning from him what they're doing. You see, you don't know. Some people are doing some things they don't know because we don't amplify what needs to be amplified. So majority of the people who have really also gotten a lot of help don't know, because we are not amplifying what we do. And that is where I can say, as HR, we need to pick from marketers and learn how to amplify the things we do and get to reach out to more and more people on ground? Because you're in Nairobi, maybe you got to hear about this.
Yeah.
What about those guys in Mashinani? They actually don't know. Do we need to go and to citizen and tell them, speak to the people in the vernaculars, because they need radios, not that they will get access online for everything. Maybe some don't have internet data. So yes, I appreciate we need to do more as HR and push what we are doing. At whatever little or whatever great we are doing, we need to push it down. Yes, I appreciate that.
And just a small lesson for you don't have to wait for Citizen. You have your own blog, your website. You have a brand that people come to your website and blog. It's very easy for you to share that one message. Even today, you'll be surprised with the reach it will continue to have even beyond. So remember, so even as you address the CV and all this, please address the reality of your world, of how you have to make a proper choice out of the amount of numbers. And maybe provide alternatives. Say maybe you can only take 2 people now. Guys, as you retail yourselves, maybe try these other industries that may be also looking. So give alternatives, but thank you.
Thanks for that. I like the healthy debate.
Yep.
Thanks so much. I'm not going to be an activist. Sorry for that. I mean, it appeared the questions are more of activism.
Not at all.
So I'm going to be asking just 3 questions to be quite specific, so that at least each one of you could have a question. Number 1, Chris, from where you sit, look at 2 candidates. One who is on LinkedIn Premium, and the other is on LinkedIn, the normal LinkedIn, your common wananchi. Is there an advantage that this guy on LinkedIn Premium has more than this other guy, assuming one, all their qualifications are the same? Number 2, I've looked at a situation where today people are not writing cover letter using, just typing. You post, you get to ChatGPT, you post the job description, you post your CV, then you command it to write you a cover letter, then you post there. Have you seen situations where guys are using actually AI tools actually to beat ATS? Because today, any job seeker out there, beat the ATS, the rest you'll face the HR. Beat the ATS, whether you're qualified or not. The first thing is beat that ATS and then face the HR. You can be qualified and you don't know how to beat ATS. Have you seen those cases where consumers are actually trying, applicants are trying to do that? Then lastly, here we are techies. Unfortunately, the observation I've made out there is techies, we are actually left to do what we are good at. What does it mean? Most of the techie companies, their CEOs are marketers. The CEOs, let me start with Safaricom. Ndegwa is not a techie guy. He's not. So it appears that the techie guys, I don't know whether the system has been put in such a way that if I'm a techie guy and I'm good in coding, nikae tu pale, hapo kwa coding, another guy who has done Bachelor of Arts and good in marketing to come and be a CEO. And that's why most of the organizations, I don't know whether that's a wrong assumption, out there, you will find all of them are marketers. The techie guys, wamebaki hapa kwa coding. Then lastly, because interest of time.
One. Yes, please.
Interest of time. At what point should we now forget about the technology or techie knowledge, and now talk about soft skills? Because there are so many guys who are still focusing on technical skills at the age of 50, and maybe at that particular point, it is very late. Thank you. Thanks so much indeed.
Thanks for that. In the interest of time, I'll give you each 1 minute to respond. Chris, he talked about the LinkedIn Premium versus just the usual LinkedIn. Margaret, he talked about beating the ATS system using generative AI. And then you can also talk about, Jay, you can talk about the over 50s and people who can they really retool using technology at that point.
Yeah.
Chris.
So look, I can't speak for LinkedIn. LinkedIn is actually a job board just like mine, and a social networking platform. But I know for certain that it unlocks the opportunity for you to connect faster, reach some of the people you might be keen to reach much faster. So that might give you a leg up in terms of networking, I suspect. If I can speak to our platform and how we operate, the point is, especially employers who leverage one of our offerings called standard listing, we are not so concerned, like I said, we're not so concerned about how you show up on your CV, how you show up on your cover letter. That is level 1 sifting. It allows me to distinguish between a gardener and somebody who's actually done graphic design. And I can say, this job is not for gardener, I'll put you in this bucket, this one is for accountant. The next level is to deploy an assessment. So we have skills assessments, which allow us to then whittle even further down, based on what I said earlier, tangible skills. Can you actually code? Can you actually do this assignment? Can you actually add 1 + 1? On that basis, you then rank further up in the list. So we are not so concerned about, and especially we have kind of 2 offerings, the digital business, and we also have something we call retained search, where I headhunt for executives. When I headhunt for executives, I'm not so concerned about how well, whether they're on LinkedIn Premium or on LinkedIn, the ordinary one. In fact, so long as I can find your profile through my database, through networks that we possess as Brighter Monday, that's what matters most. We'll find you, we engage with you, and whether or not you have a LinkedIn Premium or an ordinary LinkedIn, we are concerned about your critical experiences, the qualifications, where you've studied, what you've done in the past, your experiences, your skills. That's what matters to us more. I think anyone telling you different will suddenly be lying to you. Yeah?
For that, Margaret?
On ATS, yes, people are and still are trying to beat the system. But as you know, once the recruiters understand you're beating this system, they go to the next level and put more measures in terms of ensuring they put the questions to ask what we call filtering questions. So they have key specific things that they need from you. So what they will do is they will ensure that they have those questions, which you will answer, and then that will filter to the next. So yes, the AI is there. It will do that for you, but you'll pass one stage. Then now you move to the filtering questions, and that is where now the difference comes in. Yeah, so people do, and recruiters are always upping their games in that. But I always say what you need to do is, instead of using ChatGPT, do it yourself. I'm always an advocate of do your own CV, look at the job requirement, tailor that CV, because you may have skills, even 4 out of 5 or 3 out of 5. It's how you position that skill. And then once you go through, you pass through the first filter, they will be able to see what he's saying, to pick up that you know, because it doesn't matter. You could also have had enough experience and you don't possess the skills. Yes, you put it on your CV, but when they ask you the questions, you are able to put that skill down to paper. So it is very important that you do your own CV, learn it, and we are also able to see that this one, because you can quickly calculate, you can quickly check the job, and you can tell this one, as much as you've passed through, you're not. Because it will still come to us, and we still have to filter those CVs again. Yeah.
I think, I was just going to say, put differently, speaking to our techie, all of you, maybe there's a videographer in the room here, there are graphic designers, all of you will leverage the same tool to provide content for Coca-Cola, and another one will do it for Pepsi. At the end of the day, somebody has to come up with a creative approach to sales, because in terms of our graphics will both be amazing, because we both leverage ChatGPT, whatever generative AI solution there is. The next layer is where the challenge is going to be. So yes, we have made it easier for all of you to design a graphic post. The next challenge is now what next? What creativity are you bringing? So yes, to our point, you will move further up in the chain based on leveraging generative AI. But ukombele, you will need to now bring your creativity to the table. Yeah? And a good recruiter, good companies will have to figure out how to pick out on that creativity to even sift further. And after creativity, then we need to look for the next thing. Maybe it's demographic that we're concerned. Maybe we're looking for a slightly younger person, slightly older. This role requires you to have different roles, different things, right?
Okay, thanks. And to conclude, Jay, you can speak to that issue of the age factor just in under 1 minute.
Yeah, I think the human brain and humans are amazing. We keep learning our whole lives. I used to believe that our brains would sort of solidify in your 20s, but it's been proven that with the right mindset and the right emotional self-management, we can keep learning throughout our whole lives. So I think what older people have to offer is a depth of experience, particularly emotional experience and dealing with a lot of people and dealing with tough situations. I think the challenge is if you're older and you're used to a certain level of status and you have a certain mindset, it can be difficult to go into a growth mindset where you feel that a challenge is an opportunity to learn. So I think the most important thing is to make sure that you take it as a challenge and opportunity to learn, and that you level yourself. Try to stay balanced, not feeling too arrogant and above the learning, and not feeling low and defeated by the learning. So you take the learning experience as a peer, you take other people as peers, and you don't try not to speak down to others or try to speak up to them either. And I think that can create the mindset of continuous lifelong learning where older people can bring their very valuable life experience and usually better emotional control, which is a lot of what soft skills are, into the world alongside technology.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for that. Another round of applause to our panelists.
Very much. Let's appreciate our panelists for that nice discussion around matters to do with HR. Parks and Recreation, the HR edition. Thank you so much, Claire Munde, for guiding us through that discussion. A very interesting, emotive, and I know when it comes to matters welfare of the employees, hapo ndio mambo inakuja inashika moto. Yeah, but thank you so much. I will not necessarily have to go back to what they've discussed. I know this one you really engaged and you got all the points. Let me take you quickly through what we expect tomorrow. We've come to the end of the third and last session. Tomorrow is the last day of Digital Technology Week 2023. In the morning, the very first session is going to be on connecting Africa on the ground or in the cloud. Interesting. The next discussion will be about implementing cybersecurity for impact. So matter cybersecurity, we've not had that discussion as yet. And with AI and all these things, yes, I know it's going to get interesting. Then the very last, just before we go for the last session, we're going to have one on keeping up with innovation. And the very last session will be hubs of innovation. You do not want to miss these discussions as we come to the end of Digital and Technology Week. So ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude today's session, I'd like to thank all of you for being with us, engaging our panelists, also appreciating our panelists, and also engaging amongst yourselves to make this discussion lively. It is not easy, but these are the discussions we need to have as we move forward. Remember, at the end of this week, we're going to be having a very interesting event, the Digital Media Awards, whose details will be shared, I think, tomorrow towards the end. I know there was a promise by one of the presenters earlier on in the morning. I think it was Joel Rao, the one who was handling the discussion about man versus machine, and he promised that he would make the presentation available. We'll be sharing details. I remember someone asked me that. We'll be sharing details on how that will be shared, probably through the Digital and Technology Week website or so. But I'll be giving you details on that. As we wrap up once more, let me appreciate our sponsors and partners, Ministry of Information, Communication and the Digital Economy, Association of Fintechs in Kenya, AFIC, Citizen Digital, Hot 96, and the entire Roll Media Services, the Institute of Human Resource Management Kenya, IHRM, Samsung, Cisco, Reddington, Kenya Institute of Bankers, Marketing Society of Kenya, and of course the organizers of this event, Go Gaga Experiential. A round of applause for our sponsors and partners. A quick reminder of our social media pages that you can continue engaging us on X at SMW Nairobi, on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn, Digital and Technology Week. Use the hashtag Digital and Technology Week. Hoping to see you all tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. My name is Fred Indemuli. I've been your host today. Have a lovely evening. But before you leave, because you don't have to leave immediately, I will be serving some refreshments. You can take time and interact, know your colleague, and enjoy some short networking session before we see you tomorrow. Have a lovely evening. Thank you so much.
Can you hear me? I want to report from Kakamega.